Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Siri having a fine year in terms of power production. Shows bunt here and pops it up toward first. Diving for it, Montgomery. He makes the catch. Jordan Montgomery, the pitcher, comes off the mound and makes a diving catch midway between home and first, just inside the line to retire Siri.
And that is the play that they were all talking about after the Texas Rangers take Game 1 in Tampa, as Peyton called. Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ as the incredible week continues. It's going to fly by. It is going to fly by. We're already here on a Wednesday after a victorious Cowboys Monday, but today is about your favorite baseball team on your home of Rangers baseball with the 4-0 shutout in Tampa. And Choppy, I think everybody agrees, the top three storylines: Jordan Montgomery on the mound, Tampa Bay's defense, and Evan Carter.
Evan Carter was fantastic. Tampa Bay's defense was god-awful. And don't let that overrated manager off the hook either.
Oh, my.
Okay, don't let him off the hook. Pick one. Pick one. Y'all are turning into the Billy Bean Oakland A's of October. You never win a damn thing, ever. Pick one. And what was the last? Oh, Jordan Montgomery. I mean, he's like the fourth of this list only because he was so steady. He's so good. He's so steady. He just goes out there and just does his job. You know, and you don't expect the Rays to have 4 errors. You don't expect Kevin Cash to be an idiot. And, you know, you had no idea what to expect from Evan Carter. That was a complete, wild card there. First playoff game. He's been in the major leagues for a burp, and he was tremendous.
Have we decided on the nickname for Evan Carter? I know we got the franchise. I know we got the savior. I thought Sandler tweeted out full count as his nickname for getting on base. I don't know, but what do we decide on as the best nickname for this kid? Because, man, there's Jeter special vibes in terms of just coming through in these moments for him so far. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. Jordan Montgomery proving me wrong about the Game 1 formula. I'm like, no, the Rangers are going to go in here and shut these teams down in the beginning of these series. Jordan Montgomery shut me up. He was done after 93 pitches. What do we think of that? Let's stop down right there. Were you screaming, no, Boch, put him back out there? Or you get it, 93, you're going to have to turn it over to the bullpen at some point.
Yes. Because here's the issue.
It's like a fourth down call. We got to be honest. What were you thinking in the moment? No matter what it was, be truthful.
I thought in the moment I'd probably threw him out there, but then you got two issues. Part one is that Chapman does not like coming in and outside of a clean inning.
Yeah.
And then part two is, let's say you bring him out there. On the plus side of bringing him out there is you don't have to worry about using maybe Chapman in back-to-back days. What you've done now by throwing him yesterday, and I know he threw limited pitches, but there's less than 10. The numbers show he is not good on back-to-back days. So you either pitch him today and he blows up and they lose, or you don't pitch him today and you risk losing because you didn't pitch him, and you got to throw him tomorrow, and who knows if you get a chance to use him tomorrow because maybe you'll be losing already. So you put yourself in a real tough spot.
I'm not worried about him on the next day. If I think Montgomery's fading, I'm putting him out there. I got to get the Game 1 win. You got to. I rolled us clean in the 8th, and then the clerk doing it in the 9th. Who the hell would have ever thought, after the way this season started, that we would be relying on Jose Leclerc finishing things out? But Jordan Montgomery is the third pitcher in Rangers history with a scoreless postseason start of 7 or more innings. The third in Rangers history. That's it. Scoreless postseason start, 7 or more. 2011, our boy, World Series, Game 4. Derek Holland went 8 1/3. 2010, ALCS Game 3. Cliff Lee went 8 innings. Pepe, you said the Rangers would win 90 games. You said the Rangers would win this in 3. and you said the Rangers would take game 1. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, they're just 2 wins away from getting to 93 wins. So let's hope they just win 2 more. They got to make the next round, though. No, I mean, it's Tropicana Field. It's the home of the Rangers, basically, in front of 7,500 fans, basically.
6-0 now. 6-0 now, postseason at the Trop.
So it's a wrap then, right? I mean, the series is over.
Nope.
No.
Let's not be a jackass. Let's not totally jinx it. But right now, you're the one that has been on fire, and so has Jordan Montgomery. His last 5 games started, RJ, a .53 ERA, a .203 batting average allowed, a .503 OPS. I was wrong about yesterday, maybe wrong about the series, hopefully. I was not wrong about him being the X factor a couple of months ago. I was like, it's just going to come down to Jordan Montgomery because Eovaldi's not the same. I was not going to bet on him rebounding. Scherzer was fading. And what is Jordan Montgomery going to be? He's really the only real gun that you have left, and people didn't think it was a very impressive gun. And he goes out there yesterday showing the athleticism for the big man, for the backhanded stab out of the air. And, man, just what everybody needed with that performance.
I love when bunting fails miserably and flat on your face. And you get some big dude out there running 45 feet on the backhand dive. I absolutely love this. Nothing made me happier yesterday. That made me happier than the actual result of the game. That the bunt in the second, both of them, failed. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. He was fantastic. He nickel and dimes you. He doesn't blow you away. And that's how he can go 7 innings with a pitch count of 93. Because he'll scatter 6 hits, 5 hits, 3 hits, 7 hits, depending on what the game is. And you threaten in basically every inning. They got runners on in basically every inning.
Yeah.
And they can't get him on. They can't get him over. They can't get him in. And, maybe Kevin Cash knew that going in, that this was going to be the MO for the day where he was just going to scatter a bunch of hits. And they got to try to find a way to scratch some runs across. And that's why he bunted twice in the second inning. But, man, fantastic on his part.
Here's the big fella talking about his incredible Game 1 performance.
Definitely getting the nod to be the Game 1 starter made me want to throw a good game for the team. I know when I threw for the Yankees, I was on like 15 days not throwing out there. So it was nice staying on my 5-day routine this time and just treating it like a normal game and trying to win. Really kind of a steady mix of everything. Jonah did an incredible job of kind of flashing fastballs in enough. The first couple innings, they came out swinging at good fastballs down and away, and they were just working up the middle. So we kind of had to change our approach. But Jonah did great behind. Defense did great, and was a good team win.
Tampa with the most postseason errors in their franchise history. I don't know whether it was choking. I don't know whether it was pressure. They're for damn sure going to be feeling some pressure today. But 4 errors, a wild pitch as well from Glasnow, and we were just like, give us more. We'll go ahead and take it. Just keep bringing it on over here with them butchering things all day long.
Yeah, and I don't know that they choked. I mean, they've been there enough. They've been in the playoffs 4 straight years, and it's probably not something that I would think they would do. But, I mean, look, this is a team that outside of the COVID year, they've done nothing in the playoffs. They've just done nothing. They got beat by the Astros in the division series in 19. And then you go to 2020 where they make the World Series, never having to play a road game or a home game. They lose in the first round in 21, and they lose in the first round in 22. They haven't done it. They just haven't played well in the postseason under this regime for whatever reason. Again, outside the COVID year, and do what you want with that COVID year. Count it, don't count it. I don't care. It's just a very odd situation that they got going on in Tampa.
What a way to start off the hump day. Hey. The magical sports week continues with the 49ers coming up on Sunday Night Football, and you got Game 2 today, same exact time, 1:30 pregame, 2 o'clock first pitch on the Fan. And you know what's even better after your team wins? It's the Sunday Night Football theory. You're interested in some of the other games. Who's the other competition? Who would you maybe match up with down the road? Everything else that happened in the Major League Baseball playoffs yesterday. Get ready to pay even more for your Netflix. And is this the most overrated logo in the history of sports? It's all coming up on the home of the Rangers and Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
Wind up from Gosden. And 3-1 pitch, a swing and a fly ball, right center field deep, Springer back. He will turn, back it goes, gone! Unbelievable! Royce Lewis, welcome to October baseball. 2 at-bats, 2 home runs. This kid is amazing. It is 3-0 Twins.
The Minnesota Twins end an 18-game losing streak in the postseason. That was the longest in American professional sports. That was the longest one, and Minnesota on Twins Radio takes a 1-0 lead in their series over Toronto on your home of Rangers baseball. We'll get right back to the Rangers at 6 o'clock when Bobby Belt joins us on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy with you. What else happened yesterday and last night? Again, it makes it a lot easier to watch after your squad gets the W. Minnesota wins 3-1. Arizona doubles up Milwaukee 6-3. And that crowd in Philly was rocking.
Oh, they're nuts, man. It's a great Phillies fans. Yeah, I don't say Philly fans. Phillies fans are fantastic.
So why don't you say Cowboys fans or Cowboy fans? Why
It's different. It's different because Philly is the city.
Okay.
So like Philadelphia is their baseball. See, the Cowboy crowd is different than the Ranger crowd. It's different than the Maverick crowd. It's the same fans, but they're different. You know what I mean? They're very, very different. The Rangers promote a family atmosphere. The Cowboys do not. They don't say bring your kids to the game. They say bring your energy to the game. Rangers like bring your family to the game. It's very, very different. In Philly, they're not like that. Philly's fans are football fans watching baseball. They're tremendous.
It was a madhouse, and they get their game one victory.
They get their game one victory. Banny gets his game one victory.
He's not the manager.
He's the bench coach, Sean. Okay.
We're not adding to Wash's career win total there in Atlanta. Banny's not the manager.
He's not the manager. But they get the win, a comeback win against Milwaukee, who got some bad pitching news with Woodruff before the series started. So they could be on the way out very, very quickly. And then, man, earlier the day, the Toronto Blue Jays get beat by the Minnesota Twins, and they were they did the opposite of the Rangers. When the Rangers are too scared to go from second to home, they did not. They tried, and they got burned. Correa made a great throw to the plate to get Bichette. And here we go. The Blue Jays are one game away from losing another playoff series, which would be the third time in 4 years they get knocked out in the wild card round. Last year, they got swept by Seattle. And the previous time back in 2020, they got swept by the Rays. So they have lost both their last two playoff series. So the Blue Jays, who knows where they're going to go from there.
And Royce Lewis.
Yeah. Who killed us. He hit a granny against us. I think he hit 2 home runs in that series against us up in Minnesota. He had himself a game. First postseason at bat, hits one to left field, and then I think it was the second at bat, he hits one to right center.
So 4 more games today. 2 o'clock right here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers baseball, Toronto, Minnesota, Arizona, Milwaukee, and Miami, Philadelphia. Again, it is a blast. Pepe, other baseball thoughts?
Yeah, no, I mean, I right after the Rangers won, like you said, it was easy just to go to the next game. And it was like a mini March Madness almost. You had games following each other. I love it. I love postseason baseball so much. My eyes were kept on the Diamondbacks game just because my hatred now of them. You know, I rank my most hated baseball teams, and Houston 1, Yankees 2, and then Arizona 3 for what they did last weekend.
And what did they do?
They basically threw the series. And I knew they could hit the whole time. I knew they could pitch because they beat Corbin Burns on the road in Milwaukee. Like, I know this team is good, but they threw the weekend series against the Astros and made us miss out on the division title.
Yeah, they did. There's no doubt about that. But I don't know. It's a cute little story. It's Arizona.
Yeah.
This is Banny. I got to root for that, man. He's the manager. He's not the manager, but he's going to get credit. He's going to get all the credit for it. By the way, Rays fans, I don't want to hear it.
You're not going to hear it because they're not there.
They're not there. Minnesota, your game started at 3 o'clock, Tampa time. The Minnesota game started at 3:30, Minnesota time. They had 100% capacity. They had 40,000 people there. Don't tell me you couldn't have gotten to the game. What happened is your shuffleboard game went long. Pickleball was down the street at a tournament or something like that. They can't build a stadium in St. Pete. They got to move it. They got to move the stadium from St. Pete. Move it to Tampa. Move it east to Tampa. Between there and Orlando, you get both cities involved. It's not hard.
They did do one of those fan shots like they did with the Giants the other night, focusing on the crowd. And for the Tampa shot, it was this older dude. And I was like, man, you couldn't have found one damn younger person in that crowd.
He was the younger person. That was the youngest one.
Give us your Green Bay Packer opinion.
All right, John Gordon, an artist who helped design the Green Bay Packers G logo, died at the age of 83. He was an art student in 1961, and he was working as an equipment manager he was working as an assistant for their equipment manager, and he was offered the chance to design the logo under then coach Vince Lombardi. He comes to it, and he says, I got this G here, and he made it in the shape of a football. That's why it's that kind of longer, widened out G. Made it in the shape of a football. The University of Georgia, like 2 years later, says, hey, can we use this? Can we use this logo? And they're like, yeah, go ahead. So I got a question. Is this the most overrated or most underrated logo in sports?
Have you always had a problem with it? Or did it just like hit you yesterday?
It just kind of hit me. I was like, huh. Like I hate, like, you know, their colors are what they are, right? Now they're the same colors my high school had, so it's like I've kind of have a love-hate with them anyway.
Right.
But it's a letter. It's an oddly shaped one, and I don't know if it's like undercover genius, or just so overrated and only thought of as iconic because of the team.
This will be interesting on the fan text, truckwreck.com text line. The most overrated sports logo in any of the sports, 877-881-1053. Do you have one that immediately pops to mind? I'm just going through the rest of the NFL. I know you love it, but a lot of people would probably call out like the Cleveland Browns helmet.
Well, they don't have a logo.
It's nothing.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Yeah.
They don't even have a logo. Their logo is that little elf guy.
You know, I don't love the Titans one. I just hate everything about the Titans. I don't
either.
I don't love the Titans logo now that I'm looking at it. The Seahawks, it's, you know, kind of old school. Maybe you like it, making you think back to Steve Largent. I was going through Major League Baseball. Is there one in baseball that you don't like? The Guardians one,
It's just the C now, right? It's just the C.
With like the wings of the baseball as well. I love, you know, the White Sox one kind of made me initially fall in love with baseball because the black and the white, Robin Ventura. I absolutely love that. I wrote down the Clippers logo.
It's just
the basketball with like the red letter in the middle of it. Oklahoma City's is kind of dumb. It's just the 3 letters. I don't know. Well, what are the Tolos saying in terms of a logo that is overrated? Do you have one yourself in any of the other sports?
You know, I really like the Packer one doesn't do a lot. I hate the way that I hate the new Jets logo that they've got, where they've gone with the wing over top of it. I don't care. I love Pat the Patriot. I also think Pat the Patriot is the most overrated logo in sport. I think that one is.
But you love it?
I love the look of the uniforms, like the color of the uniforms. But that logo, that old Andre Tippett helmet, it's like, man,
I like that.
You like that?
Yeah.
With the football guy?
What are the Tolos saying?
The Yankees is overrated. The best is the Brewers. The Longhorns is overrated. The Steelers logo is overrated. Some even say the Cowboys is just a star.
The Steelers one I was thinking about. I didn't even think about college. So
Steelers one is
rest in peace with Choppy pouring melted cheddar right on this guy's grave.
All right. The best baseball logo is Detroit's hat. To me, that old English D. I love a good old English D.
What's going on with Netflix? We getting charged even more now?
Yeah.
Dude, we're getting gouged everywhere. I honest to God, the water bill is the one I close my eyes when I open up my water bill now. It's not even the electric, it's not the air conditioning, it's not the mortgage payment, it's the freaking water bill.
The Netflix price hike. They are going to hike prices. This is according to reports because of the writer's strike. Now they got to pay the writers a fair wage, a living wage. So, shocker, when you try to pay somebody a living wage, who's they get passed down to? Us. Okay?
Yeah.
So, welcome to your $20 minimum wage for McDonald's in California. California, very bad place. Terrible place. All right. But now, here we go.
As Bobby brought in McDonald's.
Yeah. Well, last time.
Don't even give him one.
Don't even give me
one.
Just
insulted
I don't want it. I don't want it anymore, Bobby. Okay? I don't want it. I don't have to do touchscreen stuff, you know?
Touchscreen stuff.
But between the SAG-AFTRA Actors Union and the Alliance of Motion Picture, Netflix is going to raise prices. They're going to start, thankfully, in the U.S. and Canada.
Oh,
so
thankfully.
happy for that one.
How much?
They didn't say how much they're going to raise
And
them.
that's the other nightmare when you go to your app and it says, we're increasing the price or you got to reset the password. And then the nightmare of all that stuff.
Yeah.
Just good grief.
So they'll raise prices. How much they will or when the new prices will take place is not immediately clear, but and they declined to comment for the for the story, but they are going to raise prices. So there you go. First they cracked down on password sharing, and now they're going to raise our prices.
Back to the Rangers. Game 1 win. They're taking over on your home of Rangers baseball. What about the men left on base? What are we going to do with Tony Beasley? Bruce Bochy, after the Rangers take Game 1, as Bobby Belt joins us on the home of the Rangers next.
Montgomery coming on. It falls in front of him. It goes off of his glove high into the air. Carter around third is in to score. The throw to third sails into the Rangers dugout. Simeon will score as well as Seager goes to third. 2 come across for Texas. It's 4-0 Rangers.
Oh, yeah. Hicksy with the call. Fist pump time at 6 a.m. for the second time this week. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby on your home for Rangers baseball. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club as the Rangers shut out Tampa behind Jordan Montgomery 4-0 on this radio station. By the way, Corey Seager was hitting ropes all day long. I was like, who's going to win this game? Is it going to be Seager or Arozarena? His mom, by the way, what a natural on the mound, embarrassing all these other athletes who go out there for a first pitch. She looked good throwing out her first pitch off the mound. But Corey Seager, who led the American League in doubles with 42, double to begin the fifth. All chaos, breaking loose with Tampa Bay's defense. We'll get to Evan Carter in a second. And Bobby, the Rangers are 1 win away from advancing.
That was, and I hate to lead with something that was about the Rays, but that was like the worst defensive performance I can remember seeing in a playoff game. That was, and it's funny because they were, I think it was Kirchen right out of the gate was talking about, that Texas is, like, he made a point of saying, like, Texas's defense is really good. Tampa is not nearly up to their par or something like that. And so I was like, oh, that's kind of a weird thing to hone in on. I don't know how much of a difference it's going to make today. And it did. And it wasn't just that they were bad on defense. Tampa Bay, Texas was really good on defense yesterday. I know Evan Carter got the error, but you had the Evan Carter diving catch. You had the,
Young had a nice snag.
Yeah. Young had a nice snag. Jordan Montgomery had the dive, obviously, but there was also a good play where he covered first base, ran over there. Nate Lowe had a stretch where he kept his foot on the bag. They were great defensively yesterday, and Tampa was just awful. That, to me, was the biggest difference in the game. Jordan Montgomery, obviously, really, really great. Although I thought this was interesting when I looked back through the box score yesterday. He faced 27 batters. First pitch strike to how many of them?
19.
13. He threw a ball to most of the batters on the first pitch and still battled, still didn't give up a single walk. He's just, he's not like overly impressive with his stuff or anything else. He's just like a battler. That's the exact type of guy that I expect to pitch well in October because he's a gamer.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
By the way, the Rangers defensively, because Sandler's going to come on here at 7:20. He was harping on this pregame. They made fewer errors this season than any previous season in franchise history. So they were talking about that in terms of who's got the advantage, Rangers bullpen or the offense, and they were talking about the Rangers defense having the advantage on the Rays before all hell broke loose.
Yeah, and look, I mean, the Rangers offense was not very good.
Maddening.
They left 13 guys on base. Like the two reasons the Rangers won this game, one is Jordan Montgomery, and two is the Rays defense.
Yes.
Like that's let's be fair.
Period.
Yeah, let's be fair. And I mean, the fact that the Rays couldn't do anything offensively, they were just scattering hits, which is Jordan Montgomery. So like that's a problem. Like, that's a little bit scary. But
when they had top five, bases loaded, nobody out after Adolis drilled Glasnow, they got one run. That worried me.
Yeah. But
I was infuriated. I think when it was a man on third, nobody out. And they didn't bring anybody in. I'm trying to think, was that another instance or was that just in the fifth when they only brought in one? I remember man on third and then fly out to left and two ground outs. I think that is what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was so pissed. So pissed off. Nate Lowe was one of them. I think he ended the inning with the ground out, and then the two previous guys beforehand was a fly out and a pop out. No insurance run.
Yeah, it was tough. Like their offense was not very good, and the good news is that you're able to win a game. This team was able to win a game when their offense wasn't clicking. But again, it's a lot like Cowboys red zone. At least you're getting guys on base.
You know,
can't score without getting guys on base.
You know what I would wonder? Is this offense any better yesterday if for some reason Robbie Grossman isn't hitting third?
There we go.
I got so many tweets about that. People go like, "Why the hell's Robbie Grossman third in the lineup right now?"
Yeah,
I mean that's got to change. I don't know why you'd have him up that high in the order.
I know he was going for if you look at it, he was going lefty-righty the entire game.
Yeah.
With switch hitters thrown in there too.
Yeah.
Now, you can move that around, and I would definitely move that around if you can, but there is no need to hit Grossman third. The issue, now you could hit, maybe hit Adolis third. Maybe move him up. You got Simeon, Seager, Adolis, and then fit, in the 4-hole, you go somebody else, low, then Young.
Yeah, I think I saw Adam tweet, Adam Morris, Bochy has broken up the lefties and righties in the lineup today. Every left-handed hitter is followed by a right-handed hitter or switch hitter, and every right-handed hitter followed vice versa. Not something that generally happened in the regular season.
Yeah, so they changed things up a little bit. They definitely had an attack mode on Glasnow early in counts, which is not uncommon for a couple of guys, but for other guys it is. So they changed things up a little bit. That's fine. I do not want to see another game where Robbie Grossman is third or in the lineup.
Bruce Bochy talking about his offense after the Game 1 win.
Well, that's all the same thing. I mean, you have to look who we're facing. He's got really good stuff. He's got a big fastball and breaking stuff along with the changeup. So, yeah, you're not expecting to hit, a lot of home runs when you're facing a pitcher like that. And he did a great job of keeping the game in check. We had some other chances to add on, but, they did a good job of keeping that game close.
And the chances to add on 1 for 6 with runners in scoring position while stranding 9 base runners through 5 innings. It did not come back to bite them, thankfully. And a major reason for that, Evan freaking Carter. I think Jared has nicknamed him Full Count. My goodness. Look at this kid's debut. First career playoff game. 2 doubles, 2 walks, 1 diving catch. He's on base 4 times. Evan Full Count Carter had a full count in his first playoff plate appearance. He went to a full count in 20 out of 75 regular season plate appearances. That's a 27% rate, way above the MLB average of 14%. So smaller sample size, but this kid almost doubled up the major league rate of going to a full count. And you saw the patience early yesterday. Yes, despite the error, he still said they highlighted his smarts a couple of times on the TV broadcast, saying, let me start off here with Evan Carter and this base running decision. That was Tim Kirkjian, who I'll get into in a little bit later. But Evan,
you have a Kirkjian take.
I'll have a hot Kirkjian take.
Are you angry with Timmy?
Don't blow up my tees.
All right. Okay.
It's that he doesn't like that when you read that name and the way it's spelled that he pronounces it Kirkjian. There's no way that's Kirkjian when you read it. So it's like
I like Tim Kirkjian.
I've always liked him. He's got a history here in Texas. Evan Carter, though.
He's got handles, too.
Yeah.
On base percentage through 24 games now, 23 regular season and playoff game. His on base percentage is .443. He is everything that he's been billed as in terms of just a total pro hitter and just understanding the game, the plate approach, everything else. I can't remember what the exact figure was they threw out there yesterday, but it's like he is the most accurate in terms of when it comes to taking pitches, like recognizing the strike zone of hitters in Major League Baseball. Like his rate of holding on a ball is so good. His eye is so fantastic.
Yep.
And man, the extra base hits, the fact that he's got 6 doubles now, a triple, 5 home runs, like that's a little bit of pop that he didn't even have in the minor leagues coming up. So man, he is so exciting, and I know we're still in the middle of the playoffs. I honestly cannot wait for the beginning of next year when you have Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter in the outfield together.
Quit farting around, man. Just move him to leadoff. Just quit farting around with it.
I wouldn't be opposed.
Just move him there, drop Simeon at 2, and then everybody goes down a spot. You get Seager in a good run-producing spot at the 3 hole with 2 guys on. Quit farting around.
Now, there is the argument to be made about breaking routine and everything else this late in the season, because it was Simeon spent every single game batting first.
Who cares? I don't care about routine. I care about winning games. Put him on 1.
What are we going to do about Tony Beasley? And let's all decide right now on the truckwreck.com text line whether that was the wrong call or the smart call with holding Jonah Heim up. Be honest. Be truthful with it. As Marcus Simeon was up next, Okay, so you got that in play. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com. Text line, Derek Holland was screaming for Beasley to let Jonah try to go to home plate. I was screaming for him to try to go to home plate. I would have preferred Beasley, who has caught the ire of Tolos throughout this entire season. It hurts to criticize him because he's an angel of a man. There's no doubt about that. But he has been criticized throughout this year. And yesterday, he was a humongous hot topic with Jonah turning around third.
There is no doubt. I said it right away. You got to send him there. There's 2 outs. You have to send him. There is no. I don't care who the hell's up next. You got Glasnow on the mound, who doesn't give up a ton of hits. You've got to send him there. And Heim turned around. Heim was heated.
Yeah. And then they had scheduled the Bochy interview right after.
Yeah.
So, and I couldn't tell much, but he's like, Jonah's not the fastest guy. Jonah's not the fastest, but he was kind of on the fence. He's not going to throw bees under the bus.
Make them make a play. Make them make a play. Now this is now it backfired in Toronto, but they didn't send him. I think Bichette went by himself, and he was out by 5 steps. Heim would have made it. I mean, that ball was not even close to being in the relay spot yet, and the throw was bad anyway. The throw from the outfield was offline, and the throw home. So no.
Sandler said, I thought Jonah would have been out by a couple of steps.
Well, Sandler's an idiot. Okay, I'm out.
Whoa,
right.
720.
He's got a you know what on for Kevin Cash trying to defend him on social media. Kiss my butt.
I think you got some good sleep last night with an early Ranger game. You're fired up today.
I didn't get enough sleep. I had a sleep study I was doing last night, so I had this stupid thing on my finger the whole damn night.
That's what
thing
it is.
on my chest. My hair's popping off. I'm just a little angry.
It's not sleep. It's that he's loopy, and so he's his guard is down. And he's willing to attack Sandler this openly. Usually saves that for the commercial break. Now, anyway, listen. When you look, Sean, at I would have sent Heim. If he's out, he's out. Like I don't totally care, because to me, aggression is I'm pro aggression in the playoffs, because I remember the very first playoff game that the Rangers played in 2010 against Tampa. They sent runners, I believe, twice from second on infield singles and scored both times. Like, and it pays off. I understand if you get thrown out, it's a bummer, but you're up already. You're on the road. Play aggressive baseball. I'm all for it.
Pepe, how did you side? Were you okay with Beasley holding up Heim for Simeon?
No, you got to send him there. I mean, you're facing Tyler Glasnow. You're not going to get many runs off him. You have to take the chance there. I mean, and he's been doing, as a third base coach, you have to be able to read the outfield on the relay throw. If the cut's not there yet, you have to send him. I know Jonah Heim's slow. He's not the fastest, as Bochy said, but you got to put the pressure on the Rays defense. It's the playoffs. And you're on the road. You have to send him there.
877-881-1053 are the Tolos agreeing. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. So these are just the little things to nitpick as you try to pull off the little mini sweep today. 1:30 on the Fan.
Trucker.com text line. Got to be able to read the way the outfielder handles the play and the throw. He totally should have sent him. Ball was not even at the cutoff yet. Heim's slow. Seeing the play live, I thought they should have sent him. Maybe it was a good decision.
I just
look at replay.
I look at it like this. What is my percentage of Marcus Simeon getting a hit in that at bat, and what is the percentage of them throwing out Jonah Heim? I mean, if I give,
I would say 27.6% was his percentage chance of getting a hit.
Exactly,
which is what his batting average was this year, 276.
Exactly, and I was gonna make it even higher for argument's sake and say 3 out of 10 chance of Simeon getting a hit. I would think the chances are better for them not to make the perfect throw at home.
I'd have to look at Glasnow's hits allowed with batting average allowed with runners in scoring position,
right.
2 outs, and there's 2 outs there. You got to make them make a play, I think.
But look, game 1 goes to the good guys, and you're home for Rangers baseball. Yesterday, we fired some shots with some Dallas Cowboy receipts. Tiki Barber and New York have fired back. The audio next on Sean and RJ. But let me go ahead and get
Ciroc Vodka, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Back to the Rangers Game 1 win at 640. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our number one audience of the entire show. Thank y'all for turning it on, leaving it on. Your home of the Rangers and America's team, where yesterday I pulled out some Dallas Cowboy Dak Prescott receipts for those saying that Daniel Jones was better than Dak, and then you had the miserable Monday night performance. So I had to remind Dan Orlovsky, Brandon Tierney, BT, from WFAN, who came in studio and went at Bobby, calling him insane for thinking that there was a big gap.
And immediately regretted it. Tail tucked between his legs, had to leave the studio.
Well, he had a show to do.
Yeah.
Lawrence Tynes, that Pat McAfee wannabe, Darren Woodson, and, of course, Tiki Barber, who runs and hides, along with Sean Morash.
Your sister's ass.
Morash. I'm going to call him Morash from now on, as he is just your prototypical stereotype New York Giant fan that you envision sitting there spraying whipped cream into his mouth, being miserable, just cursing the Cowboys, wearing his Mark Bavaro jersey. So all that was a
callback.
All that was a setup to you getting a text message yesterday.
Yeah, so I got a text message yesterday from my boy Eric Troutwine. And
Troutwine?
Fake name.
I grew up with. And
Yeah, that's a fake name.
4:04 p.m.
Fish and wine in the same last name?
That's right.
I doubt it.
4:04 p.m. Turn on Odyssey WFAN. I knew the company. I didn't need that.
ESPN doesn't. As
That's
yesterday,
right.
yesterday they were playing the Jerry interview, and it said, I think it was Audacity.
Audacity, yeah, there you go.
Boy,
They threw a T in there.
We get that a lot because that's an audio editing program in radio, Audacity.
Audacity.
So he says, turn on Odyssey WFAN. They are talking about you guys on Tiki and Roberts. Call into the show, please. Morash is a clown. That's what he said.
All right, so Morass is on.
He's on with Tiki and Evan, right?
Okay.
So it's Evan and Tiki, and then he's like the third voice, right?
Okay.
And so they, from what I gather, they were going down a list, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Peyton, you heard this too. I believe this was the who Daniel Jones is still better than, or who he would take over, who Daniel Jones over. And on this list was like Zach Wilson. He had your boy Brock Purdy on there, of who they would take Daniel Jones over then.
And they said they would take Daniel Jones over Brock Purdy?
Yeah, Purdy wasn't even number one. Purdy was like third on the list, fourth on the list. Then it was like Zach Wilson, one of like maybe Baker. So they finally get down there, and he gets the number one, and he gets to Dak Prescott.
I believe if you flipped reverse and Daniel Jones was taken by the Cowboys when Dak Prescott was, Daniel Jones we're thinking about as a freaking Pro Bowler every year, and Dak Prescott sucks with the Giants. So guess what, Cowboy fans? Kiss my fat ass. You will win nothing with Dak still. And after Cinco de Five, it's how he ended up being a fat piece of ass.
All right, Sean, good list. Well, that is not going to cause any peace for our friends down in Dallas, Texas.
No, he was preemptive.
Because, I think
Sean was preemptive here.
Sean decided to preemptively attack back on Dallas, but there is a radio station. I think it's our sister station down in Dallas. What's the name of the station? Give us some plugs.
105.3 The Fan, Shannon RJ are their morning.
Oh, Shannon RJ. I know those guys.
Hang on. First off, Jeff Catlin doesn't know the name of the radio station. Like, you don't have to get the call letter. I don't know the WFAN call letters.
I think it's WFAN.
You can say, no, like, I'm sorry, the number.
Oh.
Like, you don't have to get 105 point. You can say the fan. We're all the fan.
We're all the fan. We all are basically all the fan.
We're all the fan. So there's Jeff Catlin pretending like he doesn't know what the fan is. And then you have Shan and then Sham.
Sham.
Was Sham. Now, I give him credit if Sham was, like, intentional. That's a funny dig. I haven't heard that one yet.
Well, maybe he just, maybe he just confused you with Shams.
Oh.
I don't know.
RJ Choppy.
What are you saying?
Taking the...
It's a 4-letter name that's
taking
SHA, and then the 2 letters N and M are next to each other.
Taking the offensive
I don't
torch
think that's offensive.
from Peyton Russell,
Thank
saying
you,
two
thank you
Indian
for-
guys. Oh, wow, I just got confused.
I don't know,
the only
Sean.
other
I don't
Indian
know.
guy in sports.
I don't know. Is he Indian? I have no idea. I don't know. I don't look at things like that. I have no idea what his nationality is.
Let's continue.
105.3 The Fan, Shannon RJ are their morning.
Oh, Shannon RJ. I know those guys.
Not good, because you just call them Sham. It's Shan.
Shannon RJ, yeah. I think Beningo and I years ago did like crossovers with them.
Yeah.
And it would always get awkward because we'd we'd have to remind them, like, we're not Giant fans. It was always it was weird casting. Like, we had fun with them, but these two Jet fans are coming on to talk trash about the Giants and the Cowboys. Though Beningo would get very passionate about Eli Manning. He's a big Eli guy. So whenever they picked on Eli, listen to me, Sham, you don't even watch football, bro. Anyhow, so RJ and Shan were very upset with a few of my coworkers because this morning they woke up after this brutal performance by the New York Giants, and instead of saying, hey, the Giants stink, hey, Seattle really whipped them, they took their anger out on Daniel Jones and subsequently
Sean Mraz, you meatball. You're the loudest meatball that there is, going off on Cowboy colors on WFAN.
Very high-pitched voice, too.
Go ahead and cry in your whipped cream with your fake tangents and rants. He was eating whipped cream last night. How did you? Halftime up.
Taco Bell, too. That was disgusting.
Was that a taco?
That was a Taco Bell taco.
And then he's squeezing whipped cream into his mouth.
Yeah, he was.
And, of course, Tiki Barber. Tiki, don't think that we forgot about you, Teak.
I'll take Daniel Jones over Dak Prescott 100 out of 100 times. And I think most people would agree with
You think most people would agree with you?
Most people would agree.
Based on last year,
based on,
I'd agree with you, but over their careers, no, I wouldn't.
Based on the projection of where both of these players are going.
Well, they're not happy with either of you guys. First of all, they personally attacked you. Fake tangents,
So hang on a
whipped
sec.
cream down your...
Has Tiki spoken in this segment yet?
Not yet.
Does Tiki get
He gets paid.
Does he talk?
He does talk.
Does he speak?
He does talk. He had quite.
Is he even there?
By the
Is
way,
he
what was the
on set again? Did he leave?
And before we get to this next part, when was the last time we had Tiki on the show?
Probably it could have been the Super Bowl. Not this past one, but when he just walked by one day.
Yeah, it was probably like 2 years.
And that was only because y'all thought it was Rondé.
No,
stop it. We did not think it was Rondé. I wouldn't get Rondé on the show.
I like Tiki. I like Tiki as a guest.
Yeah, he's fantastic.
Why do you ask?
Well, I mean, he basically said that it's over.
It's over?
It's over.
All right, let's hear if Tiki actually speaks on his own show.
They're not happy with either of you guys. First of all, they personally attacked you. Fake tangents, whipped cream down your fat mouth.
About?
I mean, that was unfair.
I guess they don't want me to come on their show again.
Oh. Have you been a guest on their show?
Always.
Always?
Yeah.
Yeah, they think you're an idiot, Tiki. What do you think about that?
Idiot. They don't even like Dak Prescott half the time. So like, why are they getting on me about it?
By the way, clearly they were revved up for daytime Rangers baseball, by the way. Really focused on Daniel Jones down there.
Right. Why do they even care?
So we're not having Tiki anymore.
I was expecting a lot worse. I was expecting some New York fire back right there. I was expecting some insults, some personal stuff. Man, what will we do if Tiki Barber never comes on again? He hasn't been on for like 4 years.
I go back to see the last time I texted him. I can't because I changed over phones and I lost all my messages.
Yeah, I guarantee you won't see a response back.
Yeah,
there's definitely not a response back. I'll tell you that right now. And if there was, it was 7 years ago.
Yeah.
They don't want me to come on their show again.
I don't know. I guess New York radio is going soft.
Man.
A little like to them, they think the focus, of course, should be why are we not discussing? Because what were we talking? Was that yesterday? We were talking about Tiki and them, or was that the day before? Oh yeah, it was yesterday.
Because Monday Night Football.
So I love that that's how baseball focused they clearly are.
Yeah.
Is they're so Yankees obsessed that they would think that's all we'd be talking about for 4.5 hours would be this.
Is that what they were trying to say? Like, why aren't we talking more about the Rangers?
Yeah,
which we spent the whole show should be Rangers.
I think we spent most of the day on yesterday.
Quite a bit of it yesterday.
But it is funny to me that they clearly, I think they're going soft just because they don't know what to do not playing baseball in October.
That is so
lost.
That is so true. Like that is like, because do they remember what playoff baseball is like? It's only been 12 months. Like I don't even know if they remember. But yeah, they're so baseball focused.
I was expecting worse there.
You know what?
That was kind of soft from them.
It was, and I think that's just they're so depleted, not knowing what to do with themselves without playoff baseball. They can't decide which one of their quarterbacks is worse, Zach Wilson or Daniel Jones.
Yeah,
they're just completely lost. They've got the Knicks. That's a lot to have to live with right there, just having the New York Knicks as your team.
And
but
in case you missed it yesterday, Dan Orlovsky tweeted, and again, he had Daniel Jones over Dak by like 4 spots heading into the playoffs last year. He tweeted, I was shocked when the Giants took Daniel Jones at 6. I was shocked when they paid him. Now, they paid him after he put him as the 8th best quarterback of the playoff quarterbacks heading in. For a moment, thought it may work out this year because of the skill around him. He is who he is, and they have an issue at quarterback now money-wise. So I tweeted back to Orlovsky saying, no, you're not shocked. This is what you actually said. 9 times out of 10, Dan would have written me back or side messaged me because that's the way he tugs at my heartstrings like he tried to do with Bobby. Nothing this time. I didn't see him fire back. I didn't see him respond. I didn't get any text message. So I think the lines have been drawn after Bobby and the Super Bowl.
So you said you said he was winning you back slowly this season.
Yeah.
Did we take some steps back yesterday?
Yes.
Good. Because this man...
Because it's just disingenuous. He's one of the best I've ever seen at coming across very, very sincere, thoughtful. He makes a personal connection with you. But then he does this whole, I don't know where you're getting this. I don't know. Wait, that's your interpretation. He's like someone he's like your little brother who's trying to tick you off and trying to irritate you. Like, why are you getting so worked up? I have no idea how you gathered that from what I said. And that infuriates me.
Now I could see because I'm an idiot too. So I could play. It's very possible that he believes that Daniel Jones should not be picked at 6.
Sure.
And then what was the other part?
He was shocked when they paid him.
And then shocked they paid him.
Yeah.
but also think that he had a really good year last year, and then going into the playoffs, he was the 8th best quarterback in the postseason. Like, you could say that Dak's a better quarterback, but going into last year's playoffs, Daniel Jones was better than Dak because of the year they had. That's very possible. I'm not going to give him that much credit.
Yeah,
but I think reasonably, if he didn't have a history of kind of trolling, you could kind of give him the benefit of the doubt. I don't think you could do that here.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to spend so much of my free time moving forward just
doing what you said you do
free
for
time
me.
do you
Archiving everything he says about football, period. I'm going to watch every single hit. I'm going to record it. I'm going to store it on my computer, and I'm going to label every single one of the audio clips as takes. And I'm going to go, because I remember he sat down at Super Bowl and he was trying to tell us, that's the thing. It wasn't just like, well, it's possible he thought he was playing. No, he was sitting down going like, Daniel Jones was great this year. He was much better than Dak. You got to watch the tape. He was incredible, blah, blah, blah. You don't just flip like that based on it. Unless, you do something like throw more interceptions than you already have last year. You've got just as many sacks this year, or actually more than Dak got sacked last year. It's stupid.
Back to the Rangers win. Choppy was not happy with the pregame. I thought the devil was banned in Tampa.
Devil.
What happened?
The devil. That's why New York's soft, because the best team in that town is the least followed. The New Jersey Devils. They're the best team in that town.
Back to the Rangers game 1 win next on The Fan. But
back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Texas, it's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground, unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's all gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Trying to close this one out. Here's the 2-1 delivery. Swung on and hit in the air to center. Leote is back. He stops. He's there. He's got it. And the Rangers have won Game 1 of the Wild Card Series. They have shut out the Rays by the score of 4-0.
Eric Nadel, the Hall of Famer, with the call on this radio station. Game 2 today. Tell all your friends. If they're driving around, they're stuck at work, they can't see. How do I get the game? How do I watch the game? How do I listen to the game? 105.3 The Fan with the pregame at 1:30. Our Ranger insider Jared Sandler will join us at 7:20 from Tampa as the three main reasons they won this: Jordan Montgomery, the Tampa defense, and you got to throw Evan Carter in there as well. The sensation, Mike Bassick, is going to float in here today. Now, what is going to happen with Nathan Eovaldi on the mound?
Question. No way of knowing.
I mean, well,
what's the latest with another potential addition in Nathan Eovaldi?
I would lean more towards there. Now, I was wrong about yesterday, and I hope I'm wrong about the series going to Tampa, but I don't know how you feel good at all about Eovaldi out there on the mound.
Because it's the Tropicana Rangers.
That's
they
right.
do not lose in Tampa, baby. That's what it is. Like this game yesterday specifically, it's either a really great or really awful stat when you can say as a team that we had as many errors as runs allowed. And for the Rays yesterday, that was terrible because you get 4 errors, you give up 4. It's just they are so bad defensively right now. Texas didn't even really come to play with the bats the way they normally do. I feel really, really positive heading into this game.
You know who had a nightmare day was Yandy Diaz. Oh, everything that could have gone wrong. It's like when you're in youth sports and you're like, don't hit it to me. Don't hit, please, God, don't let this ball come to me. And everything that went wrong for Diaz did at first base.
Man, make him make plays. That's what you got to do. And that's what they should have done, I thought, on the Heim play. Make him make plays, make the team make plays because they've already had that point like 3 errors. The one issue is, Jordan Montgomery's been nails for a month and Eovaldi is not. And whatever they run out there for 3 innings or 4 innings on tomorrow, if they get there, with Dunning and such, is going to be a wild card too. So that's the concern. The not concern, and this is where it's good.
Does the offense have to win it today?
Yeah. I mean, but
the Rangers need to score blank many runs in order to win today.
1.5. Because the Tampa Bay Rays in the last 3 playoff games have combined for 1 run.
Well, I'll bet you straight up on that, and you won't take that bet. But wait, their last 3 games they combined for 1 run?
So in the playoff games, so yesterday, and their 2 games last year where they got swept, they only scored 1 run combined in the 2 games.
Wow.
7. I need 7 runs.
7?
Today. That's what'll make me feel comfortable is 7. Now, similarly, when you talk about Eovaldi and realistic expectations, nobody thinks he's going to go out there today, throw 9 shutout innings, 2 hits, and strike out 12. Like, nobody's expecting that. So given what we've seen from him, what is the most realistic, most optimistic performance from him? Because for me, it would be if you can get 5 to 6 innings out of him with 3 runs or less, that's what I'm hoping for.
Oh, yeah. A quality start? Hell yeah.
I mean,
the way he's pitched? Absolutely, man. Yeah. I would absolutely take a quality start. I don't know that it's the other question is that the bullpen didn't have to do anything yesterday for the most part, but what's Chapman? We all know what he is in the second day in a row.
Boy,
he has not been good, and you could question. We could look back on this thing. If things go sideways, should they have even bothered using him yesterday with a 4-run lead, or just take your chances? There was a couple of options there because you could be in a 1-run game today. And you need him to close it out, or you need him to get a hold in the 8th, or whatever it is. And he comes in now, second day in a row.
Are we surprised that Leclerc got the 9th?
Not the way anybody else has been pitching. I mean, it's kind of like who's left. You know, like who's he's last man standing out there right now.
I got to look and see what Leclerc's done on ORES because Leclerc threw a lot of pitches yesterday. He threw 18 pitches to get those 3 outs, and he was, 18 pitches and 8 were strikes. He was actually upside down on his ball to strike count, but I don't know. I honestly felt more nervous with Chapman walking in the game than I did Leclerc at the end. Like it was just. Yeah. Even though I feel like Chapman's stuff is better and he's electric, I just sat there going like, please don't let this blow up on
me. Plus the Rays had seen him a million times.
When Aroldis Chapman walks out on the mound, that's how I would feel if I was in a room with him, just like by myself. Seriously, I don't know what the hell is going to happen.
And I'll say this, I don't think in the history of the sport, you've had back-to-back pitchers come out to the mound with a bigger gap in their arm size. Between Chapman and Leclerc. All right, Chapman's like Hulk Hogan out there. He's got like 24-inch pythons. And then here's Leclerc, looking, I don't know, who the hell, looking like Peyton out there. Ooh. You know, no offense, Peyton. Look like Ryan. Look like Ryan out there. Very, very lean, very slender.
Jose Leclerc this season, his ERA on no days rest is 8.31.
Ooh.
So if you need Leclerc today, that's what you're going up against.
And that's what you're getting with Chapman too?
Yeah.
You're getting high 6s in the ERA on pitching in the second day in a row. So this is a tough one. This is a tough one today.
All right, a couple of other things to talk about. The attendance was being joked with on our group text. I think it was Pepe saying less than 20,000 people. Are you kidding me? Now, it was a day game. It's a day game in Tampa.
Nope.
But less than 20,000 people. Choppy is not hearing that as an excuse.
19.7, which, by the way, they claim is 79% full. They claim that place only holds 25,000 because they've tarped over so many seats. I don't want to hear the time of the game. The game started at 3:08 Eastern Time. At 3:30 Central Time, which is 22 minutes later, from the time zone perspective, the Minnesota Twins had 100% capacity, 40,000 people.
Yeah.
Don't tell me. And by the way, everybody in Tampa?
We really did catch a break. How do they have the best home record, number one? Number two, we catch a break because this is a 2 out of 3 series. And then number 3, we catch a break because this isn't really a home field. This was 5,300. Yeah. This is 5,300 people below capacity.
Yeah, so
53.
I think one of the reasons they have a good home crowd, this is just a guess, is that you go down there and there is zero buzz in the stadium. You do not, like sometimes when you go play at Dodger Stadium or Fenway or Yankee Stadium, the crowd's into it. It's a sellout crowd, and you get juiced up for that. When you go to Tampa, it's a crap stadium. It's a danky, dungy place, and on a July afternoon, you're like, I don't want to be here. But a playoff game, you're going to have juice anyway. I think that's part of the reason why they had such a good the regular season record there, is that everybody else goes down a little bit.
Is it the Spencer Strider effect? Like when Spencer Strider talks about, I loved the COVID year because there was nothing. There's no intensity. You just get to focus. You get to play ball. And when there's nothing, no outside effects like you're talking about there, they're so good that when they match up, they're able to do whatever they need to do.
I loved the Rays uniforms yesterday.
Yes. The old school, huh? You like that?
Well, it was like neon up in there. But I was taken aback, and I was like, Devil Rays? I thought that was banned.
Was it canceled?
Yeah, I thought that they moved. I thought we moved away from Washington Bullets. Are they still the Tampa Bay Devil Rays? I thought it was just the Rays.
They're the Rays.
Okay, so they brought back the Devil. I was like, whoa! I'm very surprised. Are we gonna get a Cleveland Indian throwback? Are we gonna get a Washington Redskin throwback? I hope. Is that gonna happen?
So when Sternberg bought the team, right? When he got the team,
yeah.
There was like a 10-year stretch of calls pleading with the team to change the name. They wanted to get rid of the name Devils. They just went to and then the team's new ownership, led by Stuart Sternberg, decided it was best to change the name to 2007 to the Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah, so when I saw that in the uniform, I was like, whoa, I was taken aback. What's the Seinfeld putty reference?
We're the Devil! The Devil!
We're the
Devil, buddy.
Do either of you know that reference?
No idea. Never heard it.
Seinfeld never did it for me.
I honestly can't stand your face the way you even answered it. Like, no.
No, I mean,
you
just because
why would I know that?
No, I totally no. It's not like a rolling my. It's not a rolling my eyes thing at you guys. It's a rolling my eyes at like, yeah, I know it's the biggest social blind spot I have in entertainment is Seinfeld because I couldn't ever get into it.
And then speaking of shows, you're not happy with the pregame lead-in to Rangers Devil Rays.
What pregame lead-in? I tuned
Jared
in.
Sandler.
Yeah, I know, right? I turned on the TV. So I was like, man, this thing's going to be on Channel 8. Got a little ABC game of the day. And it's like 1:45, and I flip the TV on, and I see General Hospital.
Stephen A.
I see General Hospital. I'm like, man, move the game to 2:30. Give me a 30-minute pregame show. People say, you got to go to ESPN for it. I don't want to switch channels.
I bet General Hospital got them a bigger rating than what a pregame show would do.
1,000%. That's why you moved it to 2:30, and then you still get your pregame show instead of going right into it. Now you got to listen to whoever that dude was, wax poetic for 8 minutes.
All right, before Sandler comes on, I'm predicting an RJ Jared fight today. This is the first thing you wanted to talk about, not the win, not Montgomery, not Evan Carter. Go on your Kevin Cash rant that's what really has you fired up.
It is. Look, I defended Kevin Cash when he took Blake Snell out in 2020.
Actually, you know what? Let's save it. Let's save it for the top of the hour. Right. We won't have enough time. I want to give you the full time that you need to go ahead and unleash on the Rays manager. I was planning on playing Fred Warner hyping up Cowboys San Francisco in the rivalry, but apparently this radio show yesterday started a nationwide football debate. How dare Jerry Jones praise San Fran over Philly? What are we missing here? Next.
Let's get you to
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. So many things happening in the commercial break. Chica Lean popping in. Pepe with a fist pump. Howard Eskin is saying hello to us behind the scenes.
All right.
We just booked Sean McDonough for 8:20. He's got the TV play-by-play for the Rangers series. Jared Sandler at 7:20. No other reason to go anywhere else than 105 through the Fan with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto Bell.
I'm excited about this. Sean McDonough was on the call for my greatest sporting event I was ever at. Tennessee, Florida, 1998. Great call he had. Fantastic.
Okay. Yesterday, he had one cheesy line. It was, it was when Vitale was in the crowd. And he goes, Dickie V. McDonough's just got a legendary voice. Dickie V, huge Rays fan. Looking at this score is not so awesome, baby.
That's funny, though.
Well, but the Mendoza and Kirkchin was just like, yeah. By the way, what I was going to say about Tim Kirkchin, before I forget, I'm drafting him number 1 in my fantasy campfire storytellers. This guy has a damn story for every.
Let me tell you about
every little thing, every player. I like it though.
I love talking about Nate.
The guy's so innocent. He loves baseball so much. So I like Tim Kirkchin, who I believe is a local guy. But I'm like, man, if we're
he worked here for a couple years. I think he's from Maryland.
If we're sitting around the campfire, I'm drafting Kirkchin to tell stories because he's got something on everyone.
He is the baseball version of Chris Arnold. He's got all the story and all the background and everything else.
And McDonough comes across kind of like his negative, little cantankerous. Like Jessica Mendoza was making likability jokes towards him, but he's got the voice that never quits, man. Sean McDonough, 8:20 this morning on Game 2.
Trucker to come text line. It's bad when your number 1 fan is Dickie V. The stadium's like a damn nursing home. It is. I mean, there are 19,000 people there on a playoff game. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
Okay, so what happened with this Jerry Jones reaction? Yesterday, we do the Jerry interview. I was like, what's the biggest thing that came from that? Okay, they're going to play San Francisco preview on ESPN and all the other shows, blah, blah, blah. And then we moved on to Matt Pittman and Meat Church. Was there something, before I get into this, that jumped out from Jerry to you?
Yeah, it was Tyron. Tyron's iffy. Like, it was the news to me of, Tyron may not go. And as soon as he said that, I was like, I would guess that's going to be the thing that people are talking about this morning. Tyron can't go. Maybe some of his stuff about the red zone, or we're not having Dak work in the middle of the field, but it's coming. Like, I was figuring it'd be that.
Well, it's not that. It is Jerry Jones disrespecting the Philadelphia Eagles and Ross Tucker calling you out again, just like we did for the Taysom Hill stuff. Ross Tucker, part of the Eagles broadcast, and other people are offended and shocked that Jerry said, right now, the road to the NFC goes through San Francisco. They're probably the favorite to win the championship. It was such an innocent and obvious quote, in my opinion. We didn't even pull it. We didn't even pull this is going to be a topic. This is something to talk about. Yeah, Bobby, you said this blew up?
Yeah, I mean, if you just Google Jerry Jones right now and go to Google News, here are the headlines you get. ESPN, Cowboys, Jerry Jones, road to the Super Bowl runs through 49ers. NFL.com, Jerry Jones, 49ers matchup, chance to see how Cowboys stack up against the best. You go Niners Nation. Jerry Jones says 49ers most likely to win the Super Bowl. I mean, it's just down and down. Jones sees no reason Cowboys can't beat Super Bowl favorite 49ers. That's everywhere.
Number 1, have you watched football this year? That's what I just asked Ross on Twitter, on X. Have you watched football? Nobody thinks that Philadelphia right now is better than San Francisco. Number 2, don't spin it. Don't be, Mark Cuban, what he labels as headline porn. We didn't ask Jerry who's better, straight up, San Fran or Philly.
Settle down just a little
He didn't choose San Fran over Philly. He's hyping up this week's opponent. He's giving them their due respect, and he's saying something clear and obvious. But Ross stooping down to the LCD fans in Philly by trying to feed them this Cheese Whiz garbage, by getting them all hyped up. He tweeted, the road to the Super Bowl runs through the 49ers. Honestly, don't know if Jerry Jones is oblivious to how Eagles would take this or does this stuff on purpose, and I'm not sure which one would be worse. Choppy, did you think that this was going to become something? Was this a mistake A PR mistake by Jerry.
I mean, looking back on it, I mean, you don't usually see somebody put a hardcore stamp on something, whether you want to call it hardcore or not. Because like at the end of the day, like who does the league go through? Now for the Cowboys the last 2 years, it's gone through San Francisco, but it only went through San Francisco last year because you couldn't beat Philadelphia. Like you couldn't win the division. That's why it went through San Fran. Otherwise, it would have gone through Dallas or Arlington against San Fran.
I mean, nobody in the NFL has shown an ability to beat the 49ers when Purdy plays half the snaps. Like you're 12 games in a row where if he plays half the snaps, nobody's beating San Francisco. So, I mean, right now, somebody has to prove they can beat that team when he's playing and when they're healthy.
And if you look at first off, Philly hasn't staked any claim like consistently. Or if you just want to say they were in the Super Bowl last year, okay. They took on San Fran's fifth string quarterback. It's not like Kansas City where it'd be a little offensive to be like,
I get it.
The road goes through Buffalo. Man, this is fake.
Yeah, I get it. It's not nearly the same as Kansas City.
Kansas City has ownership.
Yeah, but like Philadelphia is undefeated. They basically
Did you even put Philly in your top 5 power rankings?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Well, there's the point.
Okay, but that's also not the point because like
you just want to counter. You just want to be defense.
saying.
You should have been a defense attorney.
Yeah.
You would have had 2 lawyers in your family. You know that no one with eyeballs would sit there and look at the season and say that Philadelphia has sniffed San Francisco's job.
No, I'm not saying that. But they are in your division, so they matter more. They are a bigger rival.
Yes.
They matter more. So like we have to worry about Philadelphia more than San Francisco. Because if you don't get by Philadelphia, then you're playing that game in San Francisco. I don't know about you guys. I don't want that. That's the only reason.
I just don't think, for them to be offended, like, oh my gosh, how could you say it goes through San Fran versus Philly? That's nuts, I think.
I mean, if you asked anybody not in San Francisco, Philly, or Dallas, just right now, you asked everybody else around the country who's a football fan, who is the team to beat in the NFC right now? I think 90% of the country is saying San Francisco. Like, that's not why.
Yeah, no, they would probably say they're the team to beat in the NFC. But, again, the Cowboys, I don't think, can beat them there. So the Cowboys have to have the approach, in my opinion, that the team to beat is Philadelphia.
Bobby, you loved what Fred Warner was saying yesterday in San Francisco. The all-world linebacker. We're talking about the Cowboys coming into town after New England.
Cowboys are rolling into town. They're coming off a big win against New England. I think that was at home for them. They needed a bounce back game. You know, they lost to the Cardinals on the road, and I remember watching that tape to prepare for Arizona, and you could just tell like they just didn't show up. You know, their players looked tired. They looked, I don't know, like they were uninterested. It didn't look like they were prepared to go. They maybe thought they slept on the Cardinals a little bit, but they have looked super dominant, especially on the defense side of the ball through, you know, every game besides that game last week, weeks 1 through 3, 2. They've looked dominant, and offensively, you know, I think Dak's being really efficient with the football. I got to watch some tape tonight actually to try and get ahead on that.
Boy, you do not normally hear, even if the Cowboys were saying it about themselves, you don't normally hear opposing players analyzing the effort or the interest of another football team. And look, I think it's sort of accurate. We all said the same thing. I'm always stunned whenever another football player doesn't give us the standard media quote, the safe quote. And instead of saying, yeah, that's a team that looked like it was disinterested, didn't show up, slept on the football team. It's like, wow, that's some pretty aggressive stuff you're saying there.
Fred Warner also was talking about the Cowboys out for revenge after the last 2 postseasons.
Yeah, they haven't beat us since 2020, I think, is the last time they beat us. So obviously it's something that's kind of like been a monkey on their back a little bit. It's something that's going to be talked about all week. Yeah, they're going to get fired up over it because you don't want that attached to your name. Nobody does. I mean, I think for the longest time, who had our number? It was Seattle. I think for the longest time had our number where we just could not win a game against those boys. Like they had our number, and like it's so sickening to hear that every single time you play them. You're going into that week like, oh, all right, yeah, Seattle has our number, blah, blah, blah. All you want to do is win. So anyway, yeah, they're going to be fired up, ready to go. It's going to be it's going to be one for the ages. Last year in the playoffs, playing them was by far the most fun game I've ever been a part of, and I obviously had probably the game of my life that game.
What's going on in the background there?
Good question.
We got two scratchers on the show.
There was a dog.
Laufenberg.
Yeah?
I hear him scratching a notepad. And then
Jerry sometimes.
Jerry now tells us he has a list of things written down. So we know when Jerry is sitting there addressing a topic, he's scratching it on the notepad next to the teacup.
And you know what?
There is a dog walking around. There's a girl holding a coffee cup. He's got a lit candle between their microphones. What an interesting.
I wonder if that's a woodwick. That may be what's doing it. You ever notice? I love this about Jerry. Jerry's a pencil guy.
Yeah, I hate pencils. Really? I hate the sound.
Oh, okay.
I hate the sound of the chalky sound of pencils and chalk. I can't do it. I can't do it. How did you know that was a dog? Is that just because you edited the clip?
Yeah, because there's like 10 seconds and everybody's like, come on, Pookie, come on. Trying to get it. Yeah.
Mark? I thought it was because you're a dog guy.
Oh, I am a dog guy. Yeah. I could hear the bark.
Got that dog in you.
Okay. Jared Sandler, Rangers Insider, joining us at 7:20 this morning. NFL Power Rankings at 8. Sean McDonough, television voice for Game 2 today, is coming up at 8:20 right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got the SEC commissioner checking out the big game this weekend.
Yes, we do. 2 of them. He's going to be in A&M, too, for A&M Alabama. He's going to start here with the Red River Shootout. Don't care that I can't call it that anymore. That's what it is. OU, Texas, at the Cotton Bowl, 11 a.m., and then he's probably going to jump on Air SEC. On Air, it just means more. And he is going to fly down to College Station to go to that A&M game against who are they playing?
Bama!
Alabama! So he's going to go to that game, too. It's a big day in Texas. And I tell you, and I know I'm totally wrong on this. I know this is not the case. But I got scared to death when I heard he was coming to this OU Texas game. I was like, man, this dude he's not here to watch it. He's here to move it. He's here to go have a meeting with Jerry Jones.
Oh. Well, yeah, I'm like, why would he even come around this? Like,
I mean, they've been abandoned by the Big 12, basically. And so, I mean, show up, show some support.
They left.
I know, but
they abandoned the Big 12.
They've been abandoned for this year, though, where it's like they're treating them like you're not even in our conference currently.
Yeah,
and
because
you're actively rooting
it's
for
like
Tech.
you cheated on me, so I'm throwing you out of the house. You don't get to blame me back.
No, I don't blame them. I'm just saying they've said, we don't need your 2 weeks notice. We're done with you. That's how the Big 12's approach it. So SEC is just going, okay, well, cool. We'll hang around.
And Kyle Field and the Aggie fans, they apparently are trying to start a campaign for this. They came out to this because of some of the Kanye controversies. It got switched. It got switched on over, and they're like, please bring this back so we can get hype for the start we need against Alabama.
Okay. It's going to be a good game.
This is a great intro song.
It is, and I think it's going to be a great game. I hope I'm wrong. I hope Sankey's not here for that. I hope he's here to maybe move it to 2:30 in the afternoon. Maybe move it to because the TV time. The SEC's big game is not 11 a.m. It's 2:30.
Mm-hmm.
Now, at least it has been. I don't know how it's going to change when they move to ESPN. If the 6 o'clock game at night's going to be the big game, but the OU Texas might be moving time slots.
Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. That's the 3 of us. If you're new to the station, home of the Rangers, home of the Cowboys, 1:30 pregame, and this is the home of the Expressway, where we go commercial-free for the next 40 minutes. Right after this, it's our Rangers play-by-play and insider Jared Sandler. What can we expect from Eovaldi? What can we expect in Game 2? The Sandman joins us from Tampa next.
Let's get you some help at BetterHelp. If you've been needing to talk to somebody, which, look, it absolutely happens, and it's a huge part of the growth process of life. If you've been having a downtime at work, bad time with your relationships, you got some family issues, it's a great
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
Here comes the pitch. Swung on, and that's lifted in the air to left. In and toward the line is Carter. He dives. He makes the catch. Evan Carter has robbed Isaac Paredes of a base hit, potentially a run batted in, and put an end to inning number 1. A diving backhand catch. What a play.
What?
Oh, man. I hate the Rays. I can't stand them.
Why?
I hate everything they stand for.
What do you mean? They have the biggest overachievers.
I know, and I hate overachievers. I hate underdog stories.
They do the most with the league.
You should love them. They're like the most analytical team in baseball.
Until it gets to the playoffs, and then Kevin Cash decides that he wants to be this gunslinger, shoot from the hip, bunt twice in the second inning. Jerk.
Jared Sandler, good morning. 2 doubles, 2 walks, 1 diving catch for the great Evan Carter. Jared joining us on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Have we settled on an Evan Carter nickname?
Yeah, RJ's a moron. That's the Evan Carter nickname.
Listen, Jared, I love analytics more than anybody in the world. Even Billy Beane says my S doesn't work in the playoffs. It doesn't. So Kevin Cash doesn't know if he's coming or going. He's taking Blake Snell out early, which I defended. It was their philosophy all year. And then yesterday, second inning, 2 bunts. Thank you for the outs, you moron. I hope you're fired. You lost 6 straight playoff games. They've scored 1 run combined in their last 3. He stinks.
He didn't call for the bunts, but that's good.
Hey, you know what? Then bench the guy, okay? Because you put that guy in for defense, and he blew a play out in center field. You didn't start Josh Lowe, and then you decided no respect. Terrible.
Okay.
Josh Lowe was 9 for his last 20 coming into the postseason, and he sits the bench for
against righties.
What?
Against righties, right? If you're big on analytics, you can't. You're speaking out of both sides of your mouth, because if you're big on analytics, or whatever you want to call it, then you start Josh Lowe against righties, but not lefties, because that's what they were doing.
Again,
that's what they've done all year.
Playoff game, man. You start your best 9. Best 9 in the playoffs.
No. I think you do the thing that allowed you to score the most runs in franchise history in a single season and win 98 games, which is more than the Rangers have ever won in a single season. And if you look at their roster, there's no way you look at that roster and think, yeah, it's a 98-win team losing their 3 of their 4 best starting pitchers. Their all-world shortstop who decided that, he wanted to get into some off-the-field issues. I don't know, man. I saw some of your tweets yesterday. I think Kevin Cash, to me, is one of the 5 best managers in Major League Baseball. And I think if you ask people around the league, they would agree wholeheartedly. That's not a $300 million payroll that he's working with over there. And they just won 98 games, and they are a regular in the playoffs and arguably the toughest division in the American League year in and year out. So I don't know. I don't think he's speaking out of both sides of his mouth. I think we need to look in the mirror here a little bit. It's a pretty damn good team.
I would love to know what the clubhouse was like after, because they were talking on television. This has to be an exhausted team. Time zone changes. Bassick was talking about. You're coming from Seattle. You just lost the division. You got the Champagne controversy. I'm just kind of curious to know what the clubhouse was like after this 4-0 win.
Yeah, I'm not equipped to talk about that. You're going to have Brian McTaggart on to. He's all over the place. Apparently,
do you know that guy out of Houston that CY went off on?
Yeah, he's like a lot. I mean, he seems like a nice guy. I interact with him more like over text and DM over the last 10 years. In person, it's just like. I don't want to say all the writers, because it's definitely not the case, but there's some writers who they have a tough time looking you in the eye or like holding a conversation. And I don't know what it is, but that over the years when I've tried to talk to them, they've been like really short conversations. So I don't know. It seems like a nice guy, but he's getting paid for engagements on Twitter. So he's kind of like a scaled down version of Skip Bayless at this point. No, I don't mean like that's. Well, he's doing it to stir the pot. Like that's, he wants more engagements or whatever. And, he issued that apology yesterday. It was like a half-ass apology. It wasn't even an apology, but I'm sure he loved it because he got more engagements and he's going to get paid more by Twitter or X or whatever. But,
real quick on that. I didn't realize that Houston was like this nasty. Like, yeah, we have our fun, the armpit. I joke around, but like they're still Texans. And the stuff with Emily Jones and the stuff they did with her Todd, like why this Philly-like vitriol and nastiness from Houston?
Who cares if they're in the same state? They're the enemy.
No, but I'm asking, man. But I'm asking. I didn't say I cared. I'm asking why. Why, why this nastiness from that part of the state? I wonder.
I have no idea. Maybe it's because they live in Houston and they're angry. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know why. But they seem to have. They want to say that they live rent free in our head, but they seem to love to jump on every single tweet that I send. That has nothing to do with Houston, but that's okay.
Okay.
Because we'll hopefully we'll get our chance with the Astros this year. But I mean, would you want to? I don't want to steal a Joakim Noah line when he was talking about Cleveland. But have you been to Houston? Do you want to live in Houston? Do you want to deal with that humidity? So the answer to your question originally, it was a loose group. Like you wouldn't. There was no like over celebrating or anything. It was like, hey, we won a game. We got more to do. We got to win tomorrow. Take care of business. You would not if you didn't know anything, if you just appeared in that clubhouse, you would not know that they had just won a playoff game. You would have thought, hey, just taking care of business, just won another game, and let's wake up and do it again tomorrow.
You did a nice job of focusing on defense before the series with some of your game keys, your series keys. Why did you think that would be this big a deal? And just talk about that playing out last night in disastrous fashion for Tampa.
Well, it's a strength of the Rangers, and I don't think we talked enough about it throughout the year because it's not as sexy to talk about. I don't think it's that we ignored it. It's a lot tougher to say, oh, this team's good at defense. And a lot of the defensive metrics, some are it's tough to know which ones people trust and which ones people don't. I think there are a lot of variables there that are different than some of the metrics for pitching and hitting. But this is a really good defensive team. And Tampa also has been a really good defensive team, but some of their best defenders are out. Or as RJ pointed out, maybe their single best defensive player just came off the IL yesterday and hadn't played in a month. And Temple looked rusty in a pivotal moment on that Corey Seager single. I'm talking about Jose Siri. But I just think, in the playoffs, you're going to play closer games. They're typically, there's not as much run scoring in the postseason. And most teams get their advantages with their bullpen. And I do think the Rangers bullpen has a chance to play up in the playoffs compared to the regular season because of the freedom that Bruce Bochy will have to be more creative in his utilization of pitchers. But, I'd be lying if I said, hey, yeah, I think the Rangers bullpen is going to be a big advantage for them. Well, what can be a big advantage? What's something where they can win on the on the margins? And that's defense. And this is a team that needs to play really good defense to win. They've got to, because that's how they can save a run or two. And they did it from Jump Street yesterday with the Evan Carter diving catch and, consistently making good plays. And the Rays, I don't know, guys. The Rays, I don't want to say the 4-run difference was because of defense, but what if I told you the Rangers were up 2-0 through 7 innings? How much differently would you feel compared to being up 4-0 through 7 innings? And that's defense. Defense was the difference there because the Rays were unable to make plays that they should have made. Jose Siri in center, and then Yandy Diaz looked really rusty at first base. He was eaten alive on 3 or 4 plays.
Mm-hmm. Jared Sandler joins us here, 105 through the Fan. Before we get to Evan Carter, how will they approach the bullpen today? Because Chapman has not been lights out on the second, straight day, and neither has Leclerc.
But what did you even think about Montgomery leaving and then Chapman and then Leclerc? What happened yesterday?
Yeah, I thought that was the right move. Montgomery was about to face the Rays 4th time through, and the last thing you want, one of the things with Chapman, so we talked about the back-to-back days, right? Another area in which he has struggled is when he comes in the middle of the inning with runners on base. And so I thought it was better to get him in there for a clean inning rather than trying to let Jordan go through that lineup for a 4th time. And let's just say he has a road bump. Maybe he would have been pulled with 1 runner on. You're definitely pulling him once a second guy gets on. And maybe that doesn't happen. But if it does, I feel a lot better about Aroldis Chapman starting a clean inning. And I know you can't play too far ahead, right? You got to take advantage of what's in front of you. But by pulling him after 93 pitches, he's going to have to start on 4 days rest, normal rest, and we're late in the year. And I want that guy starting game one for me in Baltimore if the Rangers are able to get there. And so that's not why Bruce Bochy made the decision, but I do think it's a benefit of that, is that you're not now having to worry about him coming back on 4 days rest after throwing 110 pitches. He's at 93. You feel good about it. You let Aroldis Chapman pitch a clean inning. Now, I'm going to ask you guys a question, because a big part of the conversation is Aroldis back-to-back.
Yeah.
So let's get this on the record now, and I'll give you guys my answer. But if you're in a close game, whether it's the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning, are you throwing Aroldis Chapman, or are you keeping him in the bullpen?
Throwing him.
RJ?
I mean, I would probably throw him, but the only reason I would is because I'm very concerned about Thursday and the pitching that they're going to have going, and Dunning on. I assume it's Dunning on back-to-back short rest.
My counter back,
saying-
my counter back to you is, and again, this is all like thinking 15 steps down the road, which a lot of times you have to do in baseball. Should Aroldis have even pitched yesterday?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
In the thinking that, okay, I'm up 4.
Take your chance.
And then, I'm worried about this back-to-back thing, and then I have him tomorrow.
So I think if you're not going to pitch him yesterday, you throw Josh Sborz, and I guess you can make a case for that. I just think that you needed to get the job done, and you traded for that guy to help you close out playoff games. And my answer today is, if you're up, now if you're tied, I don't know if I do, but if you're up, I pitch Aroldis Chapman. And a part of the problem is, in a perfect world, given the data that we have, maybe you don't pitch him. But the Rangers bullpen is just not deep enough. And I don't expect, if Nathan Eovaldi gives me 7 innings, amazing. Then you know what? I might not need to throw Aroldis Chapman. If he gives me 7 innings and I'm up 4-0, maybe I go Josh Sborz and Jose Leclerc. I don't expect him to give me 7 innings. And I'll tell you, the loss of Jonathan Hernandez, as crazy as this is, because we never would have said this 2 weeks ago, it actually could end up being a pivotal loss. You might see Matt Bush pitch a critical inning. Would be the first inning he's thrown for this team all year, and the first major league inning he's thrown in months. So I just think I'm gonna die with my best. And Aroldis might not be my very best, but he's one of my 2 or 3 best. He's been in this situation, and I'm gonna put it on record now, and I'll take the L if it ends up backfiring. But if you're in a similar situation, I think you got to go with Aroldis Chapman.
So let's say he throws today and they somehow lose. Is he done for tomorrow, or can he go 3 in a row?
Yeah, and that's a great question. I think that's yes, I think he is, RJ. I think you'd have a really tough time throwing him tomorrow, just given the data. Now, if he throws like 5 pitches or something,
sure, yeah,
some wacky, then maybe it's different. But if he throws, what you'd expect to be a full inning, I mean, I'm sure they would say tomorrow before the game he's available, but whether or not they actually pull the trigger and go to Aroldis Chapman, I think that would be that would be a really interesting scenario. And I don't think he hasn't done that this year, and I think they'd have a really tough time using him tomorrow. So that's one of my keys today is the bullpen usage and the decision making, because we're playing the hypothetical of, hey, if they're up 2 or 3 runs, what do you do? But they might not have that luxury. If it's a tie game, you're Bruce Bochy, you got some really tough decisions to make. If it's a swing situation. And so, that's one of the challenges of having a thin bullpen is you don't necessarily have the same sort of forgiveness if you make the wrong decision with what you have left in the tank. And so I'm curious to see how the master, goes to work today.
Jared, I know he's barely been up, but do you consider?
MVP. Yes.
Do you consider moving Evan Carter up in the lineup?
That's funny. I thought about that last night. I think I answered a caller, and I talked about how next year against righties, he's my leadoff hitter. Mm-hmm. And, you figure out what to do with Marcus Semien. And as I'm answering that question, in my head, I'm thinking, well, why wait?
Yep.
And I think a part of it is maybe he's 21 and he's doing so well. First of all, he did kind of struggle ending the regular season. He wasn't as good But maybe you just let the 21-year-old kid do what he's doing in the bottom of the order. And there's there is value there because he's getting on base for Marcus Semien and Corey Seager, right? And the Rangers' success this year has not been because they've had the best 1 through 4 in baseball. It's because their 1 through 9 has been so good. And so I think I leave him. But RJ, I think it's a really fair question because if he has another good game today, I think if it's a righty starter, you at least, if you're Bruce Bochy, you might only think about it for 10 seconds, but you got to think about it for those 10 seconds. But I will tell you, I think next year against righties, not lefties, but against righties, I have Evan Carter lead off, and then I figure out what to do with Marcus Semien, whether that's hitting him third or hitting him fifth or something. But this is your future leadoff hitter, hopefully against both righties and lefties, but definitely next year. I think you got to consider leading him off against righties.
Okay, so we talk about Evan Carter moving up. Jared,
hey, Bobby.
Hey, how's it going? What about Robbie Grossman moving down? There was a lot of tweets yesterday asking about Robbie Grossman hitting third and why they were putting him there.
Yeah, so I think a part of it was Tyler Glass now struggles way more against lefties than righties, and they wanted to separate. Obviously, Robbie being a switch hitter, gives you that sort of flexibility, but I think they wanted to try and give Tyler Glass now as many left-handed looks early. Robbie's obviously not the most conventional 3-hitter. I will say, he kind of fills the role that Nathaniel Lowe filled. Nate wasn't big-time power hitter this year. Didn't have as much power as he did last year, but got on base at a high rate. And, Robbie over his last 25 games is getting on base around 40% of the time. And he can work the count. He's not your traditional 3-hitter in the way, we used to think of our 3-hitter as our best hitter. Seems like, especially with the Rangers, but more and more teams are putting that guy in the 2 spot. But you need a really good hitter there. I don't know if we're going to see, I'd be surprised if we saw that today, unless they're just going to say, hey, we won with this, let's go with it. But I don't know that we'll see that today, but I think that was the reason. I think it was very specific. And if you look at Tyler Glass yesterday, the lefties did damage against him, and I think that's simply why they wanted Robbie Grossman in the 3-hole. I don't know that that's something we're going to see throughout the playoffs.
Jared Sandler, Rangers pregame today, 1:30. First pitch, 2 o'clock for Game 2 on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. What did you think about the Tony Beasley decision not to send Jonah Heim?
So I didn't have as much of an issue with that. Jonah's he doesn't move so well these days or any day. He's not the fastest. And you have Marcus Semien on deck or due up. And so if Jonah Heim, I did not think Jonah Heim was going to be safe. Now, there's always the chance it's a bad throw, but I don't think this was the case of if the throw is just offline, Jonah beats it. I think it would have had to been a really bad throw, and Taylor Walls, who's making the throw, is really good defensively and has a really good arm. He made a great play earlier in the game with his arm, not on a relay, but on a ball in the hole. So I didn't have as much of an issue with that. Yeah, he could have been safe, but you got an all-star second baseman due up. I'll take my chances because I just didn't think it was I thought it was like 30-70 that he would be safe. The one that I think I would have had back was the fly ball that Robbie Grossman hit in that the inning. So right after Corey Seager had the single that Jose Siri threw to the stands, and Corey was at third with nobody out. Robbie Grossman hits a fly ball to left field. Randy Arozarena has a really bad arm. And it's not an accurate arm. It's not a strong arm. And his throw was horrible. I think I would have sent Corey Seager there. I think the thinking was, well, it's just the first out. We still have another chance to score him without necessarily getting a hit. But I think if you're playing the scouting report, Randy Arozarena is a guy you can run on. But thankfully, neither decision ended up hurting the Rangers. But, again, you play these, little things like this in the playoffs seem to really be magnified. And I'll tell you this, the Rangers can't leave the meat on the bone they left yesterday today. Yeah. I mean, they got away with it because Jordan Montgomery was a stud, but, that game could have been 8-9-0, but, it wasn't because the Rangers squandered some opportunities throughout the game.
What has been the main problem or criticism that Ranger fans have had with Tony Beasley this season?
Well, I think some of them think he's too aggressive. I think some think he's too conservative.
Yeah.
I'll tell you. The trajectory of it is, and that's the way it is for a lot of third base coaches. If you're talking about a third base coach's decision-making, usually you got half the people saying one thing and half saying the other.
Yeah.
Earlier in the season, I thought he was a little too aggressive, or maybe even you could say indecisive. And then there was a critical decision in Houston, the series the Rangers lost 3 or 4 from the Astros, in which I think it was Marcus Semien was thrown out at the plate in the 8th inning of a multi-run game. And it seems like from that day forward, or that next day forward, he has been way more conservative. And, I think, Bruce Bochy spoke with him just kind of about thought process and whatnot. But it seems like he has erred on the side of caution more than aggression. And, I just think, listen, being a third base coach is not an easy job. It's way tougher. It's one of those things where no one ever gives you credit for a good send. They always blame you when you don't make the right decision, and you got to make some quick decisions. But I just think you can't think. Like, you can't think about that stuff, right? You just got to go with your instinct. And, Tony Beasley's been a good third base coach for this ball club for years. And, this is also not the most athletic team, right? We're not used to this. Rangers teams are usually a little more athletic. They're a little more forgiving on the bases. But, yeah, I mean, I do think the one that I would have changed was the fly ball to a Rosarena, just based on the scouting report.
Last one, then we'll let you go. A baseball breakfast sandwich from Jared Sandler, live from Tampa, here on 105.3 The Fan. Give us the scouting report on Zach Eflin, and how can you begin to guess what you get from Eovaldi today?
Oh, man, that second one, that's the $1 million question. I don't know, because he's had some innings since he's come back where it's like, yep, this guy's back, and then the next inning it just doesn't look the same. I think for me with Eovaldi, the key is your fastball command. That sets up the cutter, that sets up the splitter, and he's specifically got to be able to command it glove side. That means inside to a lefty, away from a righty. He's had a tough time with that. And with Eflin, he throws the kitchen sink at you. I mean, he throws 3 pitches primarily, but he throws another 4 that he'll mix in situationally. And the best pitch for him is his curveball. He gets a lot of chase below the zone. So he's not as much an elevated fastball guy. In that way, it could be an okay matchup for the Rangers. Glasnow is more high-low with the fastball curveball. Eflin's more sinker curveball, gets a lot of ground balls, but the Rangers are going to have to lay off the breaking balls below the zone. And how about this, guys? One last thing on the Rays. I mean, it's so impressive. Zach Eflin got the biggest free agent contract that this team has ever given out, and he was given this contract to be a starter. He was like a half-time starter, half reliever last year for the Phillies. He was a reliever in the playoffs, and they signed that guy to their biggest free agent contract. And what does he go and do? He leads the American League in wins and is a stud for them. He's a really good pitcher, kind of under the radar, but going to be a tough test for them here today. They've got to lay off the breaking ball below the zone.
Incredible stuff. Thank you so much for the time. We'll be listening in a few hours. Thank you.
Let's party, guys.
Jared Sandler, Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill Hotline. NFL Power Rankings. This is brutal. I'm trying to do mine right now. This is a brutal exercise. 1 through 5. Give it to us on the truckrack.com text line. Right now, let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Oh, how much pizza do you eat a year? This is a survey that blew my mind. A state-by-state poll of 5,000 adults found the average person could eat over 5 slices by themselves in a single sitting. Okay. And the average person eats pizza 3 times a month. An equivalent of 180 slices per year.
3 times a month? So 15 slices of pizza per month? No way. That's way too high.
That seems way too high. But the average American, apparently, according to this study, eats 180 slices of pizza. That's a piece of pizza every other day.
Right. That's insanely high.
Right?
The average person also cannot eat 5 slices. I don't think.
Yeah, I'm trying
to take women into account, too.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some women crush a whole pie.
No, but haven't.
Where are you eating the pizza from? So like Cece's, like my kids love Cece's.
Yeah.
And Cece's is like the thinner, like you can eat like 10 of those because they're just so small. Whereas like if it's pizza, I may have like 2. I'm gonna have like none right now. But if I were to be eating it, it would be
soda.
2, it'd be 2 pieces. Like it's 2 pieces of Pizza Hut, but if I was at somewhere like I had Tombstone or I was at Cece's, it'd be more than that.
Well, interesting you bring that up. Now it is my favorite food. And it is like I still suffer. I suffer the consequences. It's my favorite. I'm not going to stop.
Poor tummy.
My poor tummy. And it is generally regarded as like one of the favorite foods of America.
I was really jealous. I could not go. I think that's a bucket list thing for me. Portnoy's Pizza Festival. I'm going to go.
Yeah.
Coney Island. It's insanely overpriced. I think I got lucky this year. It was miserable weather, but I watch his reviews and I order some of those things on Goldbelly.
Oh, for sure.
Spend way too much to order.
Goldbelly?
Goldbelly.
What is that?
Goldbelly was set up during the pandemic to ship when restaurants and businesses were having a hard time. So like the most famous Texas brisket, if I'm in Maryland, Goldbelly finds the best briskets in Texas and they ship it to you.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so they said like you have a craving one day for clam chowder.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going here to eat clam chowder. You get it sent from New England.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Get some crossbuck barbecue sent to you.
Wow. 74% of the people said they would be satisfied eating it for any meal of the day, and 69%, nice. I actually like to eat it for breakfast.
I've never gotten cold pizza. I would eat warm pizza for breakfast, but not cold.
Yeah. 25% said they would serve it at their wedding, but
no, they would.
This is what really
these surveys. I mean, I don't believe them. I just don't trust them.
There've been McDonald's weddings though, as Peyton told us in the payload.
We've heard about one in my 41 years. I heard about it the other day. I had not heard about pizza weddings unless it's going to be after.
Yeah.
Unless it's that second drunk meal.
Now, it is the center of other celebrations.
And I might be old in age, but you are the freaking geezer in here, and it's not even a question with you limping, listeria, all of it.
Now, the perfect
Every
pizza.
Every day there's a damn ailment from
Ebola.
So shut up.
65% say the perfect pizza is circular. 32% say thick crust. 61% say it uses tomato sauce. And it's topped with
61.
So the other 39 like other barbecue sauce or
This is a made up.
No
survey.
sauce
No
or
sauce,
Alfredo.
yeah.
That's idiotic.
It's way too
that
low.
Needs to be. It's way too low.
Mozzarella, the number one topping, 59%. Pepperoni, sausage, mushrooms, and then Parmesan. Now, here's the question.
What do you order on a pizza?
Pepperoni. That's just the standard. Although I do like the Hawaiian pizza. I know some people hate it, but I do like the ham, bacon, pineapple. I like it.
Great combo.
We're done here. We're done here. Now,
I'll listen to you when you can actually eat pizza chop.
This threw me off, and I am calling BS on this one. The study revealed 30%. This is more than anybody. More Americans prefer frozen pizza than eating it fresh in a restaurant.
All right, we're done with this. Move on to the next story.
Bothers me. Now, what they say is they like the fact that it's ready to bake, hot, fresh. It's hot. It's right there. You have to. Now, if you go somewhere, it's hot and fresh out of the oven there, as opposed to picking it up, taking it home. Yeah. Maybe the cheese is falling off.
A lot of people, my dad always did this. He always picked up the pizza half-baked. Half-cooked.
Isn't that that's a sort of a Papa Murphy's thing or what? Don't they do that?
Yeah, they will. So what Papa Murphy's will do is you go there, and they'll knead the dough for you?
I don't know what they
do. That
do.
thing
They
with the dough.
prep it.
Yeah.
And then they'll put all the toppings on, and they'll wrap it, and then it's all frozen or fresh, and you bring it home, and then you pop it in your own oven.
Oh, okay.
So that's kind of cool.
All right. Next story. That's a stupid poll.
Yeah,
I was really looking forward to that, too.
48% prefer hot and fresh out of the oven.
You're kidding.
How long? I know, right? How long do you stay on the internets a day?
Uh-oh.
Are you addicted to the internet? Researchers found that if the average person 24 years or younger spends 6 hours a day online, while those 24 and over only spend an average of 4. Okay. Now, what is considered an internet addiction?
Are you asking?
Yeah,
are you reading the story?
What I have. Like, do I consider in my time us having the internet open here and working for 4 hours? Should I count that?
See, that's tough.
I was just asking that.
I don't think, because we're not necessarily scrolling the internet for fun.
If you took this out of this, if you just took out the show, I still think from 10 to bedtime, I'm probably on the internet 4 to 5 hours a day.
You definitely are.
Yeah,
Are we counting X, Twitter? Are we counting? We're counting social media, not just like on Google. We're counting all of it.
I would consider social media to be the internet most likely. Yeah,
I might, if you include the show, I might be on the internet 10 hours a day.
The way I know that I'm addicted, if I'm just sitting there, even with nothing to do, and Amanda noticed this, I'm still just like I'm picking up my phone like out of habit. I'm unlocking it. And I'm just like going to the same crap, even though there's nothing for me really to check.
Dude,
I'm checking it. I'll click Instagram. I'll refresh Twitter. I might go to Facebook. That's it. But I keep doing it. I don't know if I could sit there. You would have to handcuff me. You have to put me in a straitjacket for me to just sit there for 2 hours while I'm just laying on the couch and not just pick up my phone to check it out of habit. That's addiction.
I texted you yesterday or 2 days ago, and I told you when I sent the email, I was like, I'm putting my phone up because like lately I'm trying to do
told
that.
me don't message me.
No, I was like, if you need it, like text Kristen, like just reach her on the side if you gotta.
Which I usually do.
Yeah, exactly. But for different purposes. This time it's just to reach me.
Right.
But it's like I'm trying to put my phone up at night more to like because I will just grab it and just cycle apps.
Yeah.
So it is the 6 hour mark is the addiction mark, but it's not just that. It's the feelings of anxiety and awkwardness that you're using it as a crutch.
Right. Elevator
or waiting in line. Nobody waits in line. They don't wait in line.
Sitting in a restaurant waiting for someone by yourself.
Toilet. When was the last time you went to the bathroom without your phone?
Yeah.
And if you don't, I will yell, Sarah, bring my phone here, slide under the door.
No way.
Yes.
That's bad.
I mean, because I don't want to sit there because, you never know. Now, you could be in for a 90-second one. You could be in there for 15, 20 minutes. You have no idea when you walk in.
Wow.
You just don't know.
Are you addicted?
Yeah. Well, so I'm going through my screen time from last week, and on X.
I keep mine off. It's like you don't want to know like certain things about yourself. You don't want to really know what your weight is. I don't want to know what my screen time is.
So on Twitter, it was 5 hours and 56 minutes total time last week, which doesn't seem too bad.
Yeah, you're not counting it right.
No, and then TikTok was 5.5 hours total time last week, 7 days a week.
So you're saying you spent 5 hours on the internet last week on your phone?
On X, and then another 5 on TikTok, and those are just individual apps time.
Oh, yeah. I also like go to sleep with. I changed it. Oh, God. Let's go to break. I changed the setting on my phone. I go to sleep with my stock app up.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll set it like this, right?
Oh, my God.
I'll set it like...
Wait, does it do stuff overnight?
Well, I changed the setting so that my phone doesn't go off. So usually it's 30 seconds. Like right now, 30 seconds, my phone goes off. When 8:30 hits and the stock market opens, you always see my phone.
Mm-hmm.
It's always sitting here on.
Yeah.
It doesn't go off. I change it to not go off. So when I lay down to nap, I keep it like that. So if I turn over on my left side, I see it.
They're spying on you. Ryan's spying on you.
What?
Ryan's spying on you on the fan cam here. Your little setup.
I don't care. You can look at it.
Now it's off.
Because it's not 8:30. When 8:30 comes on and the market opens.
Oh, you changed the setting.
Yeah, so my screen time through the roof. Crazy. Addiction.
Of course, absolutely.
See all that red.
Hey, it is a lot. You know what? We should have ended the segment. Where are the Cowboys? Are the Cowboys
Santa Clara
in the top 5 of your NFL power rankings? Are they there today?
They will be on Saturday.
Well, then shut up.
So I will too. 105 to the fan.
NFL power rankings are next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist Automotive. They are going to hook you up with that brand new Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, or Jeep Platinum CDRJ, Texas.
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Yeah. This is difficult. What are you doing with the Dallas Cowboys this week? And the number one question, in my opinion, here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto, this is your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, and this is Power Rankings on a hump day.
Hump day.
On 105 through the Fan. How much do you punish the Miami Dolphins? 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. What do you do with Kansas City? How are you feeling about Philadelphia? Let us know. Text in your 1 through 5, 5 through 1. I'm still struggling here with the bottom of my list. I will make up my mind as we go around the room. First, let's grade ourselves from last week.
All right, a couple are already coming in on the Tropicana text line. One guy is saying Niners, Bills, Miami, Eagles, Chiefs. Another one, Kansas City, Niners, Philly, Cowboys, Bills.
Okay.
All right. Last week, the three of yous all had the same. San Fran 1.
Genius.
Miami 2.
Not genius.
Kansas City 3.
Okay.
Philadelphia 4.
Got it.
And the Cowboys 5.
Excellent.
I had KC 1, San Fran 2, Miami 3, Buffalo 4, Cowboys 5.
So we all went 4 or 5.
I did not have Philly 4. I had Philly 7th behind Cleveland.
That's right.
Well, I wrote down
I had Cowboys 4, Bills 5.
You had who?
Cowboys 4, Bills 5.
Okay. Yep. All right. You
That's
did.
right.
You're right. You did. I tweeted it wrong then last week. I just went by what I tweeted.
Slandered
That's my bad.
me.
That's
put,
my bad.
Put Philly in my top 5.
All right.
Let's go number 1.
Number 1. We keep Kansas City there. I would pick them on any field against any team with any point spread. I don't know how long to keep saying it, and it's going to stay that way until they prove me wrong.
Even with Yoko Swift. Causing them to just
Swift.
To just cause them to collapse against the Jets.
Yeah, that it is going to cause them to collapse. But again, I don't style point them. I never will style point them. They can win every game by 1 point, and I would still pick them to win the Super Bowl. You guys are all picking them to win the Super Bowl today.
No,
y'all are. Everybody is. If they're playing any team straight up on a field tomorrow, you're not picking against Patrick Mahomes. So I have Kansas City 1.
I mean, I absolutely would pick against them right now, against San Francisco. By the way, with them struggling against the Jets, I saw this note yesterday on Reddit. It was going pretty viral. Passer ratings against the Jets defense this year. Patrick Mahomes, 63.6. Josh Allen, 62.7. Mac Jones, 85.6. Dak Prescott, 112.
Well, God, I hope y'all saw his little glee.
I had to rush to get it out because I saw you were going to try and stop me.
I'm stopping you because that's not about Dak Prescott. The thing that should be talked about more, the New York Jets defense is so severely overrated. It is one of the most under talked about things the entire year. They're overrated. They're not a shutdown unit. Who's your number 1?
The San Francisco 49ers. They would absolutely beat the Kansas City Chiefs today.
How are they going to react to that in Philly? What's Ross Tucker going to say? How dare you? We beat San Fran last year, and you had your 9th quarterback, but we went to the NFC Championship. How dare you? This is the old stale sports saying of, hey, we're the champs until you come and take it. Okay.
So emotional. There's such an emotional little fan base out there. But no, it's the San Francisco 49ers. The Cowboys have the best team in the NFL this week.
Pepe.
Same thing. San Francisco, they're the best team in the NFL, and it's not really close in my opinion.
San Francisco is 1 for me as well. Not a hard decision at all.
Okay, San Francisco is 2 for me. I have them. They're like a 1A, and the only reason why they're not number 1 is because they don't have Pat. They look great. The good news is they're peaking way too early, which means they'll be gone by the end of the divisional round. That's my hot take for the day. They're just peaking too early. You never peak too soon. That's what the ladies always say.
We are throttling up the Buffalo Bills. Mea culpa, Josh Allen. Mea culpa, Buffalo Bills. Terrible apologies for overrating your loss to the Jets in week 1 because they've come out pissed off the last 3 weeks. They've won each of their last 3 games by 28 or more. They've been absolutely dominant. So I've got the Bills number 2.
Did lose Trey White for the season. Michael Lombardi said that he didn't think he was playing that well at the time, but You still lose Tre'Davious White in your secondary. That hurts.
Same thing. I'll follow Bobby for the second straight week. Bills, too. I mean, what they did to Miami was incredible. It was more about the Bills team and what they did than Miami's loss. So I have the Bills number 2. They climbed up, I believe, 3 spots.
I unfortunately will line up behind you guys with the tush push.
Yes.
And
push my tush.
I also have
Sean,
Buffalo too.
Okay.
I've just been waiting for an excuse. I know all the Joe Burrow team doctors are out with all their excuses. Joe Burrow, he's better than Josh Allen. Josh Allen is Dak Prescott. All those people have disappeared after week 1. They went into hiding. It's so funny. I don't hear any more Josh Allen slander. It'll wait until the playoffs, I'm sure. But Buffalo is number 2 with the way that they've been playing.
I have Buffalo 3. It was a statement win and butt whooping of a good Miami team. And Buffalo is first in the NFL in DVOA. It's these 3 teams, like in everybody else, for me. It's Buffalo, Kansas City, San Fran, this week at least, and everybody else.
Number 3, I have the Kansas City Chiefs. And that's where I had them last week. I think they're good. They still haven't hit their stride. They're a little bit in the Georgia category right now.
Yeah.
Just kind of, waiting for them to wake up. I trust that they will at some point. But right now I think that Buffalo and San Francisco would beat them.
Yeah, once again, for the 3rd straight week, I have Kansas City at 3 again. Hasn't been impressive. The Jets won only by 3 points. Not really that impressive to me. So I will keep Kansas City at 3.
Oh, yeah. Say it, Sean.
I have a tug of war. But I'm not going to do it. I can't be that simple. I'm going to have the Miami Dolphins at 3.
Okay.
Wow. I'm not going to overreact. I think last week I had Miami over Kansas City. I thought they would just outscore them. The problems are Miami just got their ass kicked. But Kansas City, that was an ugly performance against the Jets. Now, they were on pace for 800 yards of offense. I was getting ready to shut the game off after the first quarter. It was 20-0, and I'm like, okay, Kansas City's here.
Okay.
And then things just got ugly. Something was off with Mahomes throwing short throughout the entire night. I didn't understand what that was. I didn't get it. So right now, today, if they lined up, I would still think Miami would outscore Kansas City barely.
So I wonder how Kansas City's metrics got screwed up by Mahomes kneeling down at the 1 versus scoring that touchdown at the end.
What do you mean?
Well, that would because they get the first down. There's a minute 15 to go or a minute 50 to go, whatever it is, and he rushes for the first down and he slides down at the 1 yard line instead of scoring.
Uh-huh.
All right. Well, now you get an extra touchdown. It's 30-20 is the final instead of 23-20.
Right.
Your metrics get a boost.
Yeah.
Like, how does everything change for them?
Sure.
Had he done that?
So I go Miami at 3. NFL Power Rankings 1 through 5. Truckmark.com text line 877-881-1053.
All right, at number 4, I have the
Cowboys.
They are 5th in the NFL in efficiency, 16th on offense, 1st on defense. Usually it's the reverse that you want. The number 1 offense and a middle defense. They got the opposite of that one. They're doing it their way. I got them at number 4, the Cowboys.
Last week I had the Cowboys at number 4. This week I don't have the Cowboys at number 4. I have the Miami Dolphins at number 4. And Miami's going to be really interesting.
What is Miami defensively? That's my question.
The Trojans. Like right now they're the Trojans. They're the number 1 offense in the NFL. In terms of,
they're not as bad as the Trojans.
Not yet, but they could get there. When you talk about yards per pass, yards per rush, score, like everything, Miami's number 1 in the NFL and everything. They're the most efficient passing and running team in the NFL this year. But they also have a bottom 5 defense statistically. Yeah, and so
29th.
It's like, okay, how much does the best offense in the NFL by far get you with also a really poor defense? They're the Phoenix Suns from years ago, the Steve Nash Phoenix Suns, it feels like right now. But they're too impressive on offense to drop them too far, so I've got them number 4.
I have the Eagles at number 4. Another week of the Eagles being down there at number 4. Look, they're barely winning these games. They're going to lose eventually. I actually think they're going to lose this weekend to the Rams, but until then, I have the Eagles at 4.
Okay, Ross Tucker.
Kansas City 4.
Kansas City 4.
So that is going to leave me with a decision at 5 in the NFC East. Who's your 5?
Yeah, I've changed this 3 times already, and I'm going to change it again. I initially had Philadelphia there. because they have covered quite a few of their games. I think they've covered 3 of the 4 games, pushed one of them. And then I had Detroit there because they're top 5 in both offense and defensive efficiency. But I can't leave. I don't want to do the same thing I did with Buffalo and make that same mistake by overrating their loss to Cincy. I don't want to overrate Miami's loss to Buffalo. That they got butt whooped. There is no doubt. But that's a damn good offense, man. That is a good offense, and I'll take Miami there for now.
Yeah, this is, I mean, this comes down to obviously Dallas, Baltimore, maybe Cleveland, Tampa. Like, these are the teams that you're talking about here that are left available for me to pick. But number 5, the Dallas Cowboys. And they drop one spot from 4, and it's not from anything that they did. They played well. It's just Buffalo was at 5. The spot behind them last week was so impressive, and I don't think the teams in front of Dallas struggled enough for me to justify pushing them behind the Cowboys. So I have the Cowboys at number 5.
This one I struggled with. I wanted to put the Cowboys there, but it came down to who had the better loss. I kind of went college football playoff committee here, so I have the Dolphins at number 5. Cowboys missing out on my top 5.
I like your integrity.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh,
do you? You're not a homer. You're not a butt kisser. Philly's 5.
Oh my God.
And I really don't see how y'all can sit here with a straight face and make a strong argument that the Cowboys have had a more impressive or better start than the Eagles, if we're being honest about it. Now, don't even look at point differential, which I know you're going to.
No, I wasn't, because the Cowboys have they've style pointed better than Philadelphia.
Yes. What strength of schedule first 4 weeks? Who's faced tougher teams?
Oh, Philadelphia plays Tampa.
Philly's been at New England, Minnesota at home. Minnesota awful. At Tampa, Washington versus Josh Dobbs, Daniel Jones, Mac Jones, and
Zach Wilson. Yeah, it's like the Cowboys defense have faced.
The Cowboys have had
nobody.
A joke of a start.
Very, very much of a joke of a start. They should be 4-0.
Philly's not a great start either, but the Tampa road game is a more impressive game than any of the others.
It looks better.
Yeah. So, how can you say the Cowboys better against weaker competition with a loss?
I mean, because I would look at it and say New England fought Philly and didn't get blown off the field the same way they did against Dallas.
You also said that the Dallas game was a fluke for New England and Mac Jones.
Did I?
Yesterday you said it was more of an aberration. Like, he's been decent. He's been average to above average in the other 3 games.
Oh, like Mac? Yeah. Like, I mean, I don't know if that's an average. It's just he was fine early. But, I mean, overall, I think that
what I'm trying to say is New England that bad? Or did the Cowboys make them look that bad? Or was that a fluky performance?
Their offense is really bad.
Yeah.
Like, they've got bad skill players. But I don't know. To me, like, I think that Philly maybe has had a slightly tougher open, but I don't think that right now you put them on a field, I don't think Philly beats them.
Everyone around the country has the Cowboys at 5, basically. You got 1-4 from USA Today, and you have a 6 from The Athletic. Otherwise, they're about number 5 in everybody's power rankings. 877-881-1053, Trevor.com text line. So I got San Fran 1, Buffalo 2, Miami 3, Kansas City 4, and Filthy 5.
I got KC 1, San Fran 2, Buffalo 3, Dallas 4, Miami 5.
San Francisco 1, Buffalo 2, Kansas City 3, Miami 4, Dallas 5, Philly 32.
San Fran 1, Buffalo 2, Kansas City 3, Philly 4, and Miami 5 for me.
We all the same 5 then, just different orders.
Let's set you up for Game 2 of the Rangers. He's the television play-by-play voice who's going to be calling the game. The great Sean McDonough, next on The Fan.
Let's get your carpet clean. Cleanway, Greenway, Zerez Way, RJ.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Corey Seager here. First pitch is hit into center field. Siri coming on. It falls in front of him. It goes off of his glove high into the air. Carter around third is in to score. The throw to third sails into the Rangers dugout. Simeon will score as well as Seager goes to third Two come across for Texas. It's 4-0 Rangers.
With all due respect to Matt Hicks, and we are the Rangers' flagship, I didn't want this return call, Pepe. Do you have what I asked for? You don't have it? No? Sean McDonough is the television play-by-play voice for this series. You heard him yesterday with the Rangers' 4-0 victory on DFW Sports Station. Good morning, Sean. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I'm a little perturbed. I wanted a different call coming back. Do you have any idea what I
wanted Sean McDonough's call of that?
No,
Well.
I did want a Sean McDonough call. I didn't know if this was cheesy, corny. Everyone does this to you. I just can't get Sid Bream out of my mind whenever your name comes up. It's just it's one of my all-time favorite calls.
Hard to believe it was more than 30 years ago now.
You don't age, man.
1992.
You don't age.
And, what's funny, our producer told me yesterday, we were expecting, we knew for a week or more that we were coming to Tampa Bay when it was obvious they were going to host a wild card series. We assumed for most of it they were playing Toronto. And our producer, Jeff Dufine, told me yesterday he was slightly disappointed it wasn't Toronto for only because he had a clip of my calling the Joe Carter Toronto World Series winning home run from 30 years ago on CBS that they were going to roll in at some point. But, it just means I've been around a long time and, excited to be a part of ESPN and ABC's playoff coverage here. And excited about the game today.
So are those 1 and 2 in your career not even close?
Yeah, I mean, I've been blessed to have had a lot of wonderful opportunities, but, that Sid Bream game in 92, Game 7 of the NLCS, the Pirates and the Braves, it's one of the great baseball games of all time. MLB Network did a series, Baseball's Greatest Games. I think they rated that number 4 in the history of Major League Baseball. So, it was a classic. So many things went into it. I was just on I do a weekly radio hit with All Sports Station, WEI in Boston.
Wow.
Every Wednesday. I was just on with them right before I'm talking with you guys. And we were talking about Tim Wakefield. And, that was the first time I met Tim Wakefield. And he won 2 games in that series and probably would have been the MVP if Pittsburgh hadn't blown Game 7. But that was remarkable. And then when Joe Carter hit the home run in 93 to win the World Series for Toronto against the Philadelphia Phillies, it was just the second time in the history of Major League Baseball that the World Series had ever ended on a home run. So, when I was at CBS, those were the only 2 years I did the postseason because we lost the rights to Major League Baseball the following year, beginning in 94. But if you're only going to have 2 years to do it, those were 2 pretty good years with, very memorable games.
Sean, going into this series, what was your expectation of the series as a whole, of the Rangers, of their chances of beating Tampa coming into the series?
Well, I think the question was, what would the mindset be? And we asked Bruce Bochy about that. Obviously, it looked like they were going to win the division. They've had an amazing season. I mean, I think if you take out all the ups and downs that got them to 90 wins, if you told them before the year started you'll win 90 and you'll be in the playoffs, I think everybody would have signed up for that, especially after winning 68 games last year. But the way it happened, looking like they were going to win the division, for a long time it looked like they'd win the division. Then it looked like they were dropping like a rock and might not even make the playoffs. And then they looked pretty comfortable to win the division again. And then they didn't. You just wondered a little bit. They put themselves obviously in a much tougher spot, having to play a 2 out of 3 series on the road against the team that's been the best in the American League at home this year and is 5 years in a row in the playoffs. So, Bruce Bochy said, yeah, we're disappointed, obviously. We would have liked to play it at home in front of our fans and rested. And he even made a joke about what a long flight it was from Seattle to Tampa when they flew over Dallas. He was wishing, they could just land the plane and go home. But, he said that'll be behind us by the time we take the field today. It's the playoffs. And, and he's right. I mean, his team looked ready to go, and it was Tampa Bay that looked like they were in a daze. I mean, that was so uncharacteristic of the kind of baseball they've played for many years now and being a fixture in the playoffs. So I think that's behind them, and obviously they have a chance to win the series in advance today. But impressed by the season that they've had.
Sean, when you look at the, you just referenced it there, how sloppy Tampa looked in this game. And this was an instance where Texas made a lot of big plays defensively. Tampa had a lot of, problems defensively. And ultimately that may have swung the game, is just how both teams played defensively. Can you recall a team playing in a big game like that defensively like Tampa did yesterday?
No, I really can't. And, there haven't been many just when you look at the notes and stats. It wasn't just the 4 errors, too. I mean, you guys watched the game. There were several other plays that just could have been made that weren't. And, the ball that went off Siri's arm, basically, in center field that went for a double for Corey Seager, that's a ball that ordinarily he would catch. Matter of fact, he'd been inactive. He'd been on the injured list since the middle of September, and he was a question mark right until before the game yesterday. They had to have the roster in at 10 o'clock yesterday morning. We asked Kevin Cash, and he said, yeah, Siri's in. We need him out there for his defense. We need him run around center field and catch the ball. So, that's why he's out there. He's not a great hitter. And there were a number of other plays like that. So, to me, the 4 errors doesn't even tell the whole story because, there were several other plays in the field that really hurt them. So, if they play like that again today, their season will be over. That's for sure.
And on Texas' side, like I said, they played solid defensively. Evan Carter did have an error, but overall I thought he was really good defensively. He made a big impression just with how mature his approach is at the plate. How impressed are you, and just from your conversations, with the Rangers organization, how impressive is Evan Carter?
Yeah, really impressive, right? And it's almost like he kind of got the chance by accident because of, I think it was an injury to Garcia that, got him the opportunity, and obviously he ran with it. And Tim Kirkjian talked a lot about it very eloquently, I thought, yesterday about for any hitter to have the kind of approach that he has at the plate and that kind of plate discipline. But for somebody who just turned 21, I mean, he was on base all 4 times yesterday, got 2 walks. He did make that really nice catch on the line drive to end the first inning by Isaac Paredes. And, he made the error, but it didn't cost them. And, so I think he's really impressive. It's amazing to me, right? I mean, he just showed up. A lot of people who follow the Rangers closely and listen to your show probably hadn't even heard of him not too long ago. And the same thing for on the Tampa Bay side. They have this 20-year-old who's the youngest guy in the playoffs, Junior Caminero, who, came up in September because they've had a lot of injuries, got an opportunity to play and, hit rockets all over the park. So, I mean, you just never know. Guys just mysteriously appear, then they become very important people in the postseason. So it's a great story, and Carter looks like he's going to be a terrific player for a long time.
Sean McDonough, TV play-by-play for Game 2 today here on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. You mentioned Kirkjian. I decided after yesterday's game I'm drafting him number 1 for people to sit around a campfire if I need stories to be told. Does he have a story about every person with any possible detail that he can throw out there? I love every little detail this guy throws out during these games.
Well, he's so well prepared. And I mean, as I said, we thought it was probably going to be Toronto. So Tim went to Toronto and spent a lot of time up there. I had done a lot of preparation for the Blue Jays too. But, he's been all over the country these last couple of weeks, basically watching any team that had a chance to be in this series. As we said, we've known it was going to be Tampa, but would it be Houston, Seattle, Toronto? So he's buttoned up on all these teams. Nobody loves the game more than Tim. And, I don't think there's anybody who's more popular around the game. Just walking around the park with him yesterday, every player, coach, manager, usher, fellow broadcaster he runs into greets him with a warmth that is unusual because he is so well liked and so well respected. And, a lot of players don't want to stand there and tell stories to members of the media, but they do to Tim because they have such respect for him. So I thought we had a really nice balance yesterday of, some good stories because some people, start paying attention in the playoffs. They don't know who some of these people are. And, and the good statistical information and, try to do the big picture of the seasons that these people have had. These teams have had, put that in perspective. So, and in a 3-person booth, you're always trying to make sure you don't talk too much. So there's a fine line, but I thought it was a solid show yesterday. I love working with Tim and with Jess and Coley Harvey, our sideline reporter.
Sean McDonough on the call, Rangers-Rays on ESPN. Minnesota had a 3:30 local start time. They had 40,000 Tampa had a 3:08 start time. They had less than 20,000. What was your take on the crowd yesterday? Was that as disappointing for a big game?
I mean, and I agree with the premise of your question, right? It's easy to say, well, it was a weekday, and they didn't know the start time till recently, and they didn't know who they're playing. Well, not that that should really matter in the playoffs. But, I don't understand, and I'm sure, the Rays have studied this. But to me, for all these years coming here, the biggest reason people don't go to the game is that the stadium is in a hard place to get to. Unless you live over here on this peninsula, whatever you call it, with Clearwater and St. Pete, you're crossing bridges and it's a long causeway. And, if you're on the other side of Tampa, it's a really long drive. I mean, just from the Tampa airport over to here is probably a half hour, I'm guessing. I'm not guessing, really, because I've done it a bunch of times. But to me, and now they're building the new stadium in the same place, which also doesn't make sense. So that was really disappointing. I got a text message from Kevin Brown, who's the fine play-by-play guy for the Baltimore Orioles, has done a lot of stuff for us at ESPN. He sent me a text yesterday. Congratulations on doing the least attended, playoff game since 1919. I thought it was a joke when I read it. I really did. I'm like, reading it. And then I realized, no, he's not kidding. I mean, except for COVID, obviously.
Wow.
That is. So it's a shame. I had crowd envy watching those other games yesterday, right? I got back to the hotel, catch the end of the Minnesota game. That crowd was crazy.
Yeah.
Same thing last night in Philadelphia and Milwaukee. I mean, that's the way the playoffs should be. And, credit to the 19,000 and change who showed up. They made a lot of noise, and it sounds louder in there because you're in a dome. But, that was really pathetic.
Sean, you've seen a lot of Nathan Eovaldi from his years with the Red Sox and seen him pitch in some big games. Him coming onto the mound today, and he's a guy who looked like a Cy Young contender in the first half of the year. He's been hampered by injuries since. What are your thoughts just in general on what you know about Eovaldi from having seen him so much and what you expect from him today?
Yeah, I think he's, if I were a fan of the Rangers, one of his teammates, I'd feel really good about him going out there. He's a proven postseason performer. He pitched he started 6 games for the Red Sox during a couple of different postseasons, 18 and 21. Red Sox won 5 of the 6 games. And I'll never forget the relief outing, when against the Dodgers, when he pitched 6 innings, got himself a new contract. He's not fazed by being out there. He's the shame of it, and you just touched on it, is, he's just had such a history of injury. I think, he's been on the injured list every season starting in 2016 except for 2021. And it's a shame because he has a lot of ability. But, I think you'd have to feel good about handing him the ball. Now, that having been said, Zach Eflin's had one of the best seasons of any pitcher in Major League Baseball this season. He's going for Tampa Bay today, too. So I'm sure they feel really good about him, and it should be an excellent pitching matchup.
Let me hear it before we let him go, Peyton.
He hacked at the 2-0, now the 2-1. Line drive and a base hit! Just as the score of the tying run. Green to the plate. And he is saved! Saved at the plate! The Braves go to the World Series!
I still get goosebumps off of it. He sounds the damn same.
Sounds the same, man.
Doesn't age.
I wish. I hadn't hit puberty. That was like the first of my now famous or infamous voice cracks, depending on how you look at it. And I remember at the time I was kind of embarrassed by it. In real time, I thought, I remember walking out of the booth. Billy Andrade, the longtime pro golfer.
Yeah.
I was now on the Champions Tour. Is a really good friend. He and his wife Jody lived in Atlanta and still do. And they were in the booth, and when we were walking out, I said to them, "Oh my God, that might be the biggest play I ever called in my life." I was 30 years old at the time, and I kind of botched it. But then I got down to the truck, and everybody was hugging me and telling me it was perfect for the moment and that sort of thing. So I'm not embarrassed by it anymore. But you just feel blessed to have been there and to have been a small part of it.
Sean McDonough is calling 3 different sports this week. Wild card, college football, NHL, opening night. Real treat for us to have you on, man. Thank you so much. We'll be watching and listening today.
My pleasure, guys. Always a pleasure, and we'll talk again soon. Thanks for having me. God bless.
Thank you. Sean McDonough here on The Fan.
Who was the hitter?
Sid Bream was the runner.
It was the runner.
Lefty or righty?
He was a righty.
Do you know who it is, Bob?
Tris Speaker.
It's not Tris Speaker.
What position?
He just came up that year. I think his name was. I think it was a shortstop.
Jeff Blauser?
No, it was Francisco Cabrera.
Francisco Cabrera.
Of Stan Belinda.
A deep dive into the storied history of the Cowboys and 49ers next and below the belt. But let me go ahead and get you.
it's all gone. This is Texas. This is classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Packers, Bears, no way. Cowboys, Eagles, This weekend is the best rivalry in the history of the NFL. San Francisco, Dallas. Not even close to me. Best one. When you talk about prestige, the history of these teams and how much their games have impacted the legacies of these organizations over 60 years, the animosity and how it's different generations of players going back to the 70s, 80s, 90s. They are so intertwined in each other's history, and I love it. It's my favorite rivalry.
You went down a rabbit hole yesterday of memory lane.
I did, yeah.
So biggest in the NFL.
I think it's the best in the history of the NFL, and I know a lot of people would push back against that. You look at in their history, 19-19-1. That's the series record between the 49ers and the Cowboys. They are dead even. They played against each other 6 times in the conference championship. No other matchup in the history of the NFL, AFC or NFC, has met more than 3 times in the conference title. Like these are the 2 teams that have played in the most conference championship games. They have the most Super Bowls of any of the NFC teams. Like, this is, to me, the deepest, richest rivalry. And we'll go through why some of the history is really embedded in this rivalry, the history for both organizations. First, Fred Warner was doing his podcast yesterday, talked really directly and openly about the Cowboys, and he touched on the history of this rivalry.
I mean, just the fact that so many eyes on that, because like the history of the Niners versus the Cowboys, you know, back in the 80s, 90s, like that was it. And then now being able to kind of be a part of that now, and you know, you have all the legends on both sides at the game, right? Wanting to see like, all right, what's the new regime look like? What's the new players like? How are they going to compete and do their thing? And so that's why last year meant so much to me to show up in that kind of moment.
Yeah, and so it's a huge thing. And he says they're 90s and 80s. It goes back way before 90s and 80s. So if you jump all the way back to 1970, that is the NFC Championship game, and it's between the Cowboys and the 49ers. This is a game that was started by Craig Morton. So in the history of the Cowboys, the earliest, biggest quarterback controversy, and still probably to this day it's the biggest quarterback controversy in the history of the organization, was Craig Morton and Roger Staubach. And Craig Morton was the starter in the 1970 season. Cowboys beat the 49ers on the road 17-10. They go to their first Super Bowl appearance, lose to the Colts in Super Bowl V. The following year, the 71 NFC Championship game, Cowboys win 14-3 at Texas Stadium. They go on to win their first Super Bowl against the Dolphins a couple weeks later. After that game, Lyndon Johnson, this is the game that Roger Staubach started the following year. Lyndon Johnson goes into the locker room and says, "You're the best. They should rename this place Staubach Stadium." And so big support for Roger Staubach. They had alternated snaps earlier in that 71 season. Yeah. They stuck with Staubach, and then Roger had carried
with that.
Staubach, the following preseason, gets hurt because he wouldn't go out of bounds. He wouldn't slide. He wouldn't do whatever. Tom Landry was furious with it because Staubach got hit, separated his shoulder. He needed surgery. He was going to be out 8 to 12 weeks. New York Times wrote about it at the time. Tom Landry said, "It's not very good. You can't run over big guys. You got to run out of bounds." He's a great competitor. He was going for the goal line. This is the worst injury in football. And Staubach refused to talk to the media after it had happened because he was just so depressed. So Craig Morton takes over again and leads the Cowboys to a pretty great season. They get to the 1972 NFC divisional round against the 49ers. And this is the first game the Cowboys would ever play in Candlestick. And it was brutal. They were down by as much as 18. It was 28-13 late in the third when Craig Morton was finally benched. And they brought Staubach back because Morton had kept the job because Staubach didn't look right. Staubach comes in, leads them on 3 scoring drives in the fourth quarter. They recover an onside kick, go ahead, and they win that game 30-28, stun the 49ers, and Craig Morton would never start a game for the Cowboys ever again after that.
Now, if you didn't want us to ask Jerry Jones about 20 years ago, how are you feeling about this deep dive 40 years ago?
Well, I mean, like, when we're talking historically with the history of the rivalry, I think it's a little bit different than asking, like, the current GM about the only period of success they've ever had. 30 years ago.
Yeah, and those, when you want to talk about how the biggest quarterback controversy in the history of the organization was essentially settled by these 3 playoff games against the 49ers in the 70s. That's what ultimately set in stone that Roger Staubach was the quarterback for the 70s for the Cowboys. And
I disagree with your take.
Why?
The biggest quarterback controversy in the history of this team was Romo Dak.
Don't do that.
How many tweets were sent about the Morton Staubach quarterback controversy?
Why?
How many phone calls on Sports Talk Radio were made on the Staubach Morton controversy?
Brad Sham versus Mike Fisher versus Norm Hitzkiss versus Galloway on the air.
Hey,
nobody.
Vern Lundquist took a ton of calls. We don't have to spend a ton of time on it because I know nobody wants to. Of course, 1981. The 49ers dynasty domino gets pushed over when Dwight Clark makes the catch to beat the Cowboys in the NFC title game.
Again, the most overrated play in sports history.
As they will tell you, as Cowboys players will tell you, Everson Wallace to this day will tell you, he was trying to throw the ball out of bounds. He was not trying to hit Dwight. He was not trying to hit Dwight Clark.
Didn't Joe say that?
Joe Montana's always been kind of cheeky about it.
Yeah.
I don't know. We practiced that play a lot. And this started just a brutal run for the Cowboys against the 49ers where they lose 42-17, 31-16, 31-14. In fact, the Cowboys had not beaten the 49ers since 1980, when in 1992 they faced off in the NFC Championship game. And this was a huge game for the success of the Cowboys heading into the 90s because they were considered to be a year early. Everybody thought the Cowboys were a year early. Everybody thought San Francisco's a better team. They've got veteran players who just went through a whole decade of this. They've got a coaching staff that went through this. This is the young, cocky Cowboy team that doesn't know what they're going up against. And they go into this game and hang with the 49ers. This is when Bill Walsh was famous for the scripting the first 15 plays on offense. And that was continued in with George Seifert. Dave Wanstadt, the defensive coordinator that game, decided to change things up. And he said, I'm going to script the first 15 plays on defense.
We got some breaking news.
Is this real? Ooh.
Yeah, it's real. I mean, it's not mega.
I can't tell anymore because of Twitter's fake stuff, fake Twitter stuff.
The Patriots are trading for J.C. Jackson, a reunion compensation of late round picks. So J.C. Jackson, after getting the big money with the Chargers, going back to New England after he had the inactive, a lot of drama in L.A. J.C. Jackson going to the Pats.
They've done that a lot, haven't they? I feel like the Pats have rescued people out of situations after teams have gone, well, we'll pay this Patriots player, and then they just go back and scoop him up like Malcolm Butler. But the Cowboys, they're leading 24-20 late in this game, and they make the famous call 896 F flat. After Jimmy Johnson told North Turner, I want to score. Put these guys away late in this game. I don't want to play it safe. I want to score. And that's always been a funny story because Michael Irvin, every time that play was called, Bakerman kept throwing to the curl route, which was Alvin Harper. So Michael Irvin said, all right, fine. I'm going to go line up on the other side. I'm switching sides with Alvin Harper since this is getting called here late, and I'm going to catch the curl. And on that play, Aikman threw it to the post, which was Harper. Harper makes the 70-yard run downfield. They score a couple plays later, ice it. And, of course, that then gave us, in the post game, the most famous quote in the history of the Dallas Cowboys.
Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. Every single one of you. I mean, I'm not just talking about these last 60 minutes. I'm talking about the quarterback schools, the mini camp, the off-season, the training camp, down in Austin when it was hot and you were tired. Everybody, you did one hell of a job. And the only thing else I got to say is, how about them Cowboys?
So that started a dynasty for the Cowboys, gave us the most famous quote. 93, they run them. 94, the 49ers go out in the offseason, acquire Ricky Jackson, Deion Sanders, Ken Norton. They do it. They spend like wild men the first year of free agency to we're chasing the Cowboys. We've got to beat them. And that 94 NFC Championship game, Dallas falls down 21-0 in the first 7 minutes because they turn the ball over so many times.
I love it. This is how Bobby's obsessed with this. He's reciting all this without looking at anything. Very, very Pat Doney-esque. Very impressive.
Bernie Kosar come in that game?
Bernie Kosar came in the 93 game when Aikman got knocked out. 94, they fought their way back. That's the famous Deion interference on the armbar. And then, you look at the history of even when they've not had great teams. 2000. Terrell Owens run into the star, George Teague hitting him. There was a lot there. Of course, Jesse Holley, Romo punctured lung game in 2011. And then these last 2 years, the way it's contributed, and I'm convinced they're going to play twice this year. They're going to play this weekend, and it just feels like this is setting up for you are going to see them in the playoffs again. And I think the contribution to each team's story from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, I don't see another rivalry that has impacted as many different versions of a team over as many different decades as this one.
Well, if they meet again this year, that means one of two things. Either one of them is a wild card team or it's the NFC Championship game.
I think we're getting number 7.
Because we're probably very I don't see either one of these teams facing off in the divisional round outside of one of them being a wild card. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I would think it would either be because Dallas is 1 or 2.
Well, the Cowboys would be a wild card.
In that instance,
no. If they meet in the divisional round, yeah. But I'm saying
that's how they're going to meet in the divisional round,
right? And I was saying I don't think if they meet again, it's either A, the Cowboys didn't win the division, or B, it's the NFC Championship.
Yeah, that's the two ways that it would happen because San Francisco is going to be one of the top 2 seeds. That's locked in, and this is a huge game this weekend. I think just for their mental state of playing that team again.
Below the belt with the historic dive back down memory lane. We went baseball memory lane with Sean McDonough, and then with young Roberto on your home of America's team, Brett Boone on the Rangers at 9:20. Around the rest of the NFL, overreactions or not, Eagles defense is their number one problem. Tampa Bay is legit. We should keep waiting on number 1 picks. The Bills are the team to beat in the AFC. Around the NFL, overreactions or not, next.
Let's get you to QC Connects. Get you healthy and keep you healthy, boys and girls. You've been dealing with joint pain, knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows, ankles, wherever.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on a hump day.
Hump day.
What a time to be alive. You got the home of the Cowboys, San Francisco build up. That's all the national TV shows are playing. Jerry Jones on with us yesterday. The Rangers going to Tampa, stun the Rays. They win game 1. We'll talk about the Rays defense. We'll talk about Jordan Montgomery. We'll talk about game 2 with Brett Boone, Odyssey Baseball Insider. He's got the Brett Boone podcast, an Odyssey original with the former Seattle Mariner, coming up at 9:20. Then we will crosstalk with K&C, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys Insider, Bobby Bell. Before we get back to the Rangers here at 9:20, 1:30 pregame today, first pitch 2 o'clock. Choppy, let's go. Actually, you know what? Let me play this real quick before we go around the NFL with overreactions or not. We had on Sean McDonough. You know that Tim Kirkjian is on the television call. Well, yesterday, they also exposed their baseball insider, Jeff Passan, at the beginning of this game.
There's a guy who hits his name Randy Arozarena. Every time he takes a swing, it is a thing that's Cosa Buena. Running around the bases, he's as fast as a hyena. Arozarena. There's a guy who hits his name Randy Arozarena. Every time he takes a swing, it is a thing that's Cosa Buena. Running around the bases, he's as fast as a hyena. Arozarena.
So there you go.
Very disappointing.
No.
I appreciate the effort. I love a good song. Love a good song. And, I mean, who doesn't like the Macarena?
Oh, I can't believe that Spittle didn't have you do a Rangers song before this little mini-series. Maybe for round 2.
I don't know.
Quick turnaround, right?
I
you get another 24 hours.
I can't help but feel like maybe this is your fault, Sean. Like maybe if Jeff Passan didn't cross paths with you in Kansas City, he would have been on a different life path.
Well, if Jeff Passan didn't act like a big dog and come on here, I would have told him don't ever sing. But he's Mr. Big Time now.
That's true.
So there you go. All right, Choppy. Other NFL overreactions or not?
All right, here we go. Number 1. Well, actually, I shouldn't say number 1. It's in no particular order.
Item.
I cannot believe, by the way. I actually, what am I saying? I should believe it. I cannot believe that all these shows are turning Jerry's San Francisco compliment into a Philly insult. These snakes. They really are. They are hyenas. They're the hyenas. These weasels, these serpents are changing it to, did Jerry Jones cost the Cowboys by hyping up the Eagles? Is San Fran really the road to go through? Are you dumb? Have you watched at all? Have you looked at the NFL season so far? Ross Tucker, you're guilty of it as well, our buddy.
All right, here we go. Speaking of the Eagles.
Sorry.
The Eagles' defense is their number 1 concern.
It's not Jalen Hurts throwing, Bobby.
I mean, that's something that they've already figured out and game planned around. So I don't think that's anything new.
3 for 3 something.
What else would it be?
Yeah, it's the defense.
I mean, it's definitely not an overreaction.
Let's go Birds! E-L-G-S!
Not an overreaction for the Eovaldi or whatever she just spelled. No, not an overreaction. Defense is something that look. Washington marched down on you.
Yeah.
When it was everything was on the line, they were able to get whatever they wanted. And if they would have gone for 2, they would have beat you probably.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Now their defense is 10th in efficiency, but still, it's definitely their weak link.
Yeah. Not an overreaction.
Not an overreaction.
By the way, we now know why J.C. Jackson was traded for, because sad news, Christian Gonzalez is done for the year.
Wow.
And they're giving up, Philly's defense is giving up 22.5 points a game. So a little bit just below league average.
All right, next one. The Bills are the team to beat in the AFC.
No. Overreaction. Still Kansas City. When we get there to the playoffs. The Bills got to show that they're not this awesome, amazing regular season team that is definitely third behind Cincy. Cincy ain't going to be there this year, but that they will come up short against Cincy and KC. Overreaction for me. And I love the Bills.
This comes down to like I think it comes down to are they the favorite? They're the best team to me right now. Does it make them the favorite? No, like Kansas City I think is still like they hold that mantle because of what they've done, but I don't think it's necessarily an overreaction if you have that take. I think they are right there with Kansas City. So I'll say just by the idea of is that an overreaction? No, because I think you can make an argument that Buffalo is the best, like the team that everybody should chase right now.
If I told you tomorrow you had to bet on them in the AFC Championship game, who would you pick?
Whoever's at home. So if Buffalo's at home, I'd bet on Buffalo. If it was Kansas City, I'd pick Kansas City.
Okay.
Well, home is, I mean,
And you would lose.
Home field
in
is going to
Buffalo.
be a nightmare to go to Buffalo and play up there. Although I shouldn't say that because Cincinnati did it like crazy last year.
I don't even think the home field matters that much after what I saw last year.
Yeah, that was bad. That was
Kansas City's used to that.
they lost in every single facet.
Yeah.
Last year in that postseason game.
And it's so cold there too. Taylor Swift probably wouldn't show up to jinx it. So maybe the Chiefs would win in Buffalo.
Do they even have suites for her to sit in?
Yes, remember the DeMar Hamlin idiots that thought it was a fake DeMar Hamlin?
Oh, yeah.
He was breathing when he showed up to the stage. That really wasn't him. He had a turtleneck on over his face. How do we know?
All right, here we go. Next one.
Aaron Rodgers.
The Bengals should have sat Joe Burrow to start the year and let him get healthy.
Not an overreaction. I mean, it's easy to say in hindsight.
Right. Because they're screwed. They're at the point now.
They're
now
done.
they can't sit him.
Well, I would, Bobby.
If he was cleared, then I think we would all have a huge problem if we heard he was cleared, and since he wasn't sitting, since he probably loses these games with whoever's filling in anyway, and we'd be talking about these idiots. Why aren't they playing Joe Burrow?
Because the beginning of their schedule, you could make the argument they should shut him down now.
Yeah.
Before making it worse. At Cleveland, you're going to be favored. Baltimore at home. The Rams in Cincy should have won. At the Titans, that's a game you're going to be favored. At the Cardinals, Seattle. That's a 5-1 start.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 5-1 start on paper for the Bengals. So maybe they felt the pressure. It's a tough decision. You know how? I mean, he's clearly something is wrong. He's not even throwing it down the field.
No.
Hey, I mean, you think Mike McCarthy's offense is bad? Cincinnati's saying, "Hold my beer."
Hold my beer, man.
Right? What was his air yards?
So he has 150 attempts or whatever. He's averaging 4.8 yards per attempt. That's the first quarterback to have that many attempts through the beginning of the season and have yards per completion under 5 or yards per attempt under 5.
It's tough, man. Like, if you sit him this week, I mean, you lose again. Like that.
Get ready to shut him down for the year. Get ready.
Get a high pick.
It's not going to get better, is it?
I would not think it's going to get better by playing. Maybe you shut him down. Sit him today. Get a shut him down for the year. Who knows? Get a high pick. Trade back because you don't need one player. Just take trade back, get a bunch of players, and get that roster recouped.
And then, as Gavin Dawson brought up, when Joe left practice that day, we need to start having some injury bug. Always hurt discussions about Joe Burrow.
Yeah,
we do.
He is banged up
because he had the ACL, and I don't remember what he had other
he's
time.
He's had little bumps and bruises. He's popped up on the injury report pretty frequently.
Okay, overreaction or not? Baker Mayfield and Jared Goff prove number 1 overall picks deserve your patience.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a great
I'm proud of Baker, man. I'm happy for him. I'm proud of what the hell I care. I'm happy for him, though.
I am too. He's a punk, but I'm happy for him.
I mean, that used to be the standard, was that the number 1 picks would get 5 years basically to figure it out. And then it became the concepts between college and the pros started to blend so much that there were fewer excuses for why aren't you coming in and playing pretty well pretty quickly. And so I don't know. I still think that if you see after 3 years somebody doesn't have it, I think that's an outlier. But even if it's not number 1 picks, you could just say first-round picks because a lot of people say Geno's part of that.
What is Baker's QBR? Would you guess?
I know he's I think he's 7th in the NFL. It's
is he that high?
Yeah, it's like a 68 or something.
Dead on. 68.9.
Better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
He's not lighting the world on fire, right? He's got 7 touchdowns, 2 picks over 4 weeks. He's completing 69 point. Gosh, all his stuff is 69.6% of his passes. Look, I watched him play. Obviously, the other game, the primetime game. I'm still not blown away at all. Baker Mayfield is always going to be limited. He's always going to be a try hard. He's limited. There's nothing special about his game. So factor that into however you want about number one picks. And who was the other guy you brought up?
It was Goff, the other one, and obviously Geno.
Well, Goff had the ascent and then the fall, and now back ascending. So they didn't punt on him because he was bad early on. He was magnificent early on.
It's the Judge Roy scream. He's just going to keep doing that.
Wow, that's a good reference. That's still open.
Why don't you answer this, because you probably have the strongest opinion on patience?
No.
Chop it.
Look, I think that I understand what Bobby's saying about offenses blending.
You met your word quota.
I think now I have to go back and see were the offenses from college and pro blending in 2016 when Geno came in. So when Goff and Geno came in as much as they were when Baker came in.
Goff it was because McVay was part of that explosion.
Sure.
Geno less so.
Goff is 6th in QBR at a 69.
Hey, nice. All right.
But he hasn't. He's thrown for 1 touchdown in 3 of the 4 games with 3 picks, 6 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Man, the numbers that can get you a top 7 QBR these days.
Running helps with that. He doesn't run much.
He's run for 12 yards on 12 carries.
And but a lot of it is. Fourth quarter numbers are boosted for QBR. Close game numbers are boosted for QBR, so that kind of helps. I think that quarterbacks, I would give them 5-6 years before obviously that doesn't mean that you make that decision right away, or you let them hang on that long. But I do think that you can make a decision and just hope that they don't figure it out, because a lot of guys will figure it out as it goes along. One more thing with Tampa. Tampa is a legit playoff team. Not contender, just they're a playoff team.
Not an overreaction. I mean, especially given where they're at in terms of their division. They'll beat up on some people probably. And I mean, they were, I don't know if it's still this case, but I know through 3 weeks of the season that if you take the percentage of plays that had 0 yards or lost yardage on defense, Tampa was top 5 in terms of the most percentage of their defensive snaps either stopping yardage or losing yardage. Wow. And on offense, they were top 5 in fewest percentage of their own plays that got no yards or lost yardage. And they were the only team in the NFL who's top 5.
Good for them.
They're the positive surprise of the season, right? Is it even close?
I think so. I think you're right. I think it is them.
Now, so far they faced Minnesota, Chicago, lost to the Eagles, beat the Saints. I mean, they handled the Saints 26-9. Carr was back, right? For this last game?
Yeah, he didn't miss a game. He had an AC joint sprain. I'm surprised they even played him.
Well, he's a hero, RJ.
He's a hero. That's right.
He played for free.
That's what here's Tampa's future schedule. Lions in Tampa, Falcons in Tampa, at the Bills, at the Texans. So it's not an overreaction, and my number one reason is because of the division. I like all Bobby's stats, but the division sucks.
It's Tampa or Stroud as my favorite positive development of the year.
All right, last one here. Zach Wilson and Justin Fields turned corners in losses.
No, overreaction.
Yeah, I mean, objectively, they played well. And so, but in terms of will that be something that can be sustained? I don't think so. I find it really odd just how much everybody seems to be handling Zach Wilson with kid gloves around the league. It almost feels like there's just they all feel guilty about, man, we don't want to mess with that kid's head too much. Like everybody feels guilty talking about him.
Right.
I don't understand it, especially
because of the word. I told you, it's because of one word, garbage.
Yeah.
If Rodney Harrison used any other word, we wouldn't be having this counselor session. We wouldn't be sitting here rocking him.
He's just got to hold it down until Aaron Rodgers can come back by the end of the season.
Aaron Rodgers saying there's nothing normal I'm doing with this rehab. He said I'm supposed to be in a boot for 6 weeks. I'm in a shoe in 13. And Aaron Rodgers also taking his shots at Travis Kelce.
Didn't have a crazy game, and Mr. Pfizer, we kind of shut him down a little bit. He didn't have his crazy impact game. Obviously, he had some yards and stuff, but I felt like for the most part, we played really tough on defense, especially the last 3 quarters.
And that was on McAfee. You know who the owner of the New York Jets is?
Woody Johnson.
Dak Prescott.
And why would that be?
He owns Johnson & Johnson, or used to be the family owner of Johnson & Johnson.
Brett Boone joins us to talk about the Rangers next on 105.3 The Fan. But first, let me talk about that next step. Have you done it yet?
Here brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-333-3333 or to go to truckwreck.com.
Siri having a fine year in terms of power production. Shows bunt here and pops it up toward first. Diving for it, Montgomery. He makes the catch. Jordan Montgomery, the pitcher, comes off the mound and makes a diving catch midway between home and first, just inside the line to retire Siri.
He did not sell the Texas Rangers. When they were collapsing at the end of the year, he told us that his brother should be and probably would be the manager of the New York Yankees next year. He is staying on this show as long as the Rangers are alive. He is Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone Podcast, an Odyssey original featuring the most notable names in baseball and all around sports every week. And our producer told us you were in a great mood this morning, Brett. Why is that?
Well, I don't know if I'm in a great. I just woke up early, so I'm probably more awake than I normally am.
Okay.
How about that?
Okay. All right. That'll suffice.
I wake up every morning in San Diego, and it's sunny and about 78. And, we're gonna go to the beach here in a bit with my dog. It's tough.
Yeah.
To come up with excuses to be in a bad mood.
What road city did you hate the most?
Did I hate the most? Usually players. It's not necessarily the city as much as where do you play the best. So the places I hit the best are usually my favorite cities. Love coming to Texas. Love coming to Dallas. Houston as well. All right, you asked the worst. I didn't like going to Baltimore. Camden Yards.
Really?
Especially it was brand new. It was the state of the art. It was the place to be. Hitter's Yard.
Awful city.
Wise. I couldn't get a hit there. I couldn't stand going there. I didn't like playing in Kansas City for whatever reason. Didn't hit well there. Anaheim, loved going to New York. I could have lived in New York. Loved hitting there. Loved everything about that city. Dallas and Anaheim were my three favorites. Actually, I love going to Oakland because of the Coliseum, probably the worst stadium in the big leagues right now.
Yeah.
I loved hitting there. So that's usually what players will come up with. On the pitcher side, wherever they pitch best, that's the cities they love. Hitters, wherever they hit the best, that's what they love.
How stunned were you by Game 1 yesterday?
I'm not stunned by anything. Now, going into the postseason, I've liked this Texas team all year. I love the Bochy factor. Didn't like the way they finished. It was kind of a twofold for me. Yeah, Seattle's kind of my team. They beat them 3 out of 4, but I didn't like the way Texas, as far as their future going forward, the way they limped in. They went from winning the division in one game to having to get on a plane and go to Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay is a really good team, but yesterday they imploded. And it was all about Mr. Montgomery. What a great performance by him. He's been 2 years ago kind of a cast-off from that Yankees team to go into St. Louis doing a good job, to kind of a throw-in trade at the deadline when all the emphasis was on a Max Scherzer. Oh, yeah, and we got this Montgomery guy. He comes in, pitches Game 1, shuts him down 7 innings. That was pretty awesome to watch. And Tampa Bay imploded. You played that opening clip as I was coming onto the show with that safety squeeze in the first inning. I'm going, what is going on here? Hit a sac fly in this situation. Was it really that place to do that? That kind of set the tone. Montgomery made the great play. They made 4 errors behind him. And that was all she wrote. Texas wins 4-0 in a laugher. The positive things I see for Texas yesterday was a Chapman coming in the 8th inning, having a clean inning and looking pretty dominant actually. And then Leclerc finished it out. I thought all around it couldn't be better than that. And it's so important in the postseason, especially these first series, when it's a 3-game series and you're not going to be in your home ballpark for one of those games. To knock them down in the first game for Texas was absolutely huge. Now it makes it really tough for Tampa Bay to beat this good of a ball club 2 in a row.
That's okay, because you brought up 2 things there that I wanted to touch on. First off, You don't see teams bunt twice in an inning in the second inning anymore in baseball.
Oh, my goodness.
Does that tell the other team that they can't beat us? Is that what that move tells them? They know they can't score off us?
I don't necessarily think that. I don't know what he was thinking with the bunt. Is he thinking, I forget who tried to lay the bunt down in the first inning, that kind of safety squeeze, but he hadn't played in 2 weeks. So he's kind of not feeling that good. But I mean, it's righty on lefty. He's got 25 home runs. And for me, I would never think about it against a lefty dropping a bunt down. It's like, okay, I got a nasty righty. I've got a history with him. Ball's going away from me. I'm not seeing that spin on the slider. Let me just get a point here for my team and move on. But the lefty-righty matchup early in the game, I can do anything here. They're giving me the run. I got to touch it. I got to put this ball in play. I got to hit a can of corn fly ball or just stay out of a double play. But the bunt for me, not that it screamed like a desperation move, but it really flipped the script real quick. Like, wow, they tried that. They didn't get it done. Thank you. It's 0-0. Let's go to our side and see what we can get going. And then they imploded defensively, Tampa Bay. I mean, they made 4 errors. Really good for the Texas Rangers, really bad position. And it's not the loss that it was 4-0. It was how they lost. It was an ugly loss. I really like that for Texas going forward. It's going to be really tough for Tampa Bay to come out of this as a winner.
Brett Boone here on Sean and RJ via the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. So my theory is now all the pressure in the world, it was on Tampa, but now it's really on them. Talk to me about the reality of getting tight. A nicer word for choking when it gets in their head, when it got in your head of, oh my gosh, like we're about to get taken out here by a team that we were supposed to beat, or what's happening with all these errors. When did that happen to you? And if it did, and is it a real thing?
It's a real thing. It never really happened to me where it was just, wow, such an unbelievably bad play. And I was never in a 3-game series. That's the difference. Mm-hmm. We always had – the minimum was 5. You lose game 1 and you kind of implode off, on your side of the field. And just as a team, you can get past that. All right, it's a 5-game series. They got to beat us 3 times. But in a 3-game series, when one more loss and you're going home, those bad games really are put under a microscope, and they're so much worse than they could be. The fact that Eovaldi's going tonight, that now you're the Texas Rangers ace with the DeGrom and the Scherzer thing, they couldn't be in a better position. And I talked to Bruce Bochy about a year ago. He came on my podcast, and we talked about what he's learned in the postseason and all his runs. He was in the World Series with the San Diego Padres in 1998, and he won 3 World Series, infamously with the San Francisco Giants in 10, 12, and 14, respectively. And I asked Bruce about that. I said, what'd you learn from that first World Series you went to with the Padres? He goes, Boone, that was my first thing, and I managed, and I wanted to make sure I managed like I managed all year for 162 games. He said, since then, in my San Francisco experience, he said, you have to manage with urgency when you get to the postseason. So he said, I went with all hands on deck from game 1 of the first playoff game, and I managed differently. I played the hot hand. Maybe I did things in the postseason that I wouldn't normally do. Obviously, at this stage of the game, with Bruce's track record, he's about as experienced and as I couldn't imagine a better guy right now amongst the 12 teams in the playoffs. I couldn't imagine a better guy at the top than a Bruce Bochy for these times. So I'm excited to watch this Texas team because it's kind of been a roller coaster for them all year. And I wrote it with you guys. It's like, man, we got out of the gates and this team is way better than I thought they were. And they're going to set offensive records. Then they hit a real lull, and when they had some real tough times. And then in the end, they got 10 games to go. They got 7 with the Seattle Mariners, who's going to be their nemesis in that division. It could go either way. They set the tone right away. In Texas, they sweep the Mariners. And then at the end, when they I think you have a tendency to let your guard down. Mariners were out of it. They had to sweep the Texas Rangers to even have a chance. And you got a 4-game series. You tend to let your guard down. I think that's what they did in Texas. I think the players did is, hey, we just got to sneak a few out. We're going to win this division. Next thing you know, Houston wins that division. They're on a plane in Tampa Bay. So maybe they learned their lesson late in the season this year. To really not take anything for granted. But, man, they're back. To fire the way they did game one and win that one was huge. So I think that completely changes how that team's feeling about themselves with how they finished. They limped out of the regular season, losing 3 out of 4. But this game one win, I think it's gonna breathe a little life into that team, and they're in great shape now to move on.
Brett, we've talked about the injuries that have decimated the rotation, and the bullpen has just not been good this year. Is it feasible for Texas's offense to just catch fire enough to, go all the way through 4 series to get to the World Series? Is that a sustainable method, or will they have to get pitching that's better than it looks on the surface?
You're gonna have to pitch as good as these guys that are available for you in that rotation, and there's some very capable people there. It's going to be interesting to me to see how the Gray situation shakes out. But Dunning is very capable. We know Eovaldi is very capable. He's been there, done that a lot with the Boston Red Sox. I heard Scherzer was throwing a bullpen about 5 days ago. Whether he's going to be available later in the postseason, I'm not going to put my, I'm not going to plan on that if I'm in that clubhouse, because he wasn't available down the stretch. Max Scherzer, knowing him, his competitiveness, he's at the end of his career. This might be his last hurrah. If he could pitch, if he could have physically pitched down the stretch for the Rangers, he would have been there. So I got to go into this planning that Max Scherzer's done for the season. But they're very capable. Chapman's very capable to be a big stopper late in the game, but he's also capable of imploding. We've seen that a lot. So I think the Rangers, as far as, you get past this series, you go to another tough series. You're going to have to pitch. The guys in the bullpen that's been their weak link this year, they've got to pitch their best. And we're talking about World Series. At this stage of the game, I don't want to talk about moving on if I'm a team. If I'm in that clubhouse, it's not about, let's get through this series and we'll have a nice series and the fans will say, way to go, we didn't expect that, we'll get them again next year. No, these players are thinking, we're getting to the World Series, we're going to win the World Series. In order for them to do that, because Texas does have some weaknesses in the pitching category, those guys in those positions are going to have to be at their best, and then the offense will come with that. If they don't pitch their best with their current roster, no, it's not going to be a World Series championship for the Texas Rangers. Everything's going to have to really go right for them in their bullpen and in their starting rotation for them, and then the offense can come through. But these guys are going to have to be as good as they can. They can't have lapses. They're never going to be the dominant bullpen that some other teams in this tournament have, but the guys they have got to be at their best.
Brett,
it can happen. I've seen it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, and we hope to be talking again next week. We appreciate you.
I think we will. All right, guys. Have a good day.
Ooh, Brett Boone, his brother Stan in New York as manager of the Yankees. Yeah. Did that shock you?
That did not shock me, because as the year wore on, that they were saying more and more that he was going to stick around. So that didn't stun me.
That was Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone Podcast and Odyssey Original. Make sure to follow the Brett Boone Podcast on the Odyssey app or subscribe wherever you get your podcast. Ranger Crosstalk with KMC next.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct, and due to the overwhelming response.
Classic Chevrolet. Texas is Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented and one-time offers. Claim yours before it's all gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, it is playoff time in Texas.
You made it back.
Man. That just goes to show you how ready it was.
You look like you ran the steps up here.
I feel I was fighting for my life, man.
That was you?
Yeah, that was me.
That was wretched.
Oh, really? I'm sorry,
You
man.
were just in there with him?
I had to go one, and
I'm sorry, man. Now somebody was in there
I
before
had to
me, so
hold my breath.
I got sloppy seconds in there.
But it's
Somebody was in
still,
there.
you know, it's sometimes it infiltrates the nose just a little bit.
Yeah.
And I was holding the breath, and I was just like, this is bad.
Oh,
all that protein.
You know what? I don't even know what we had chicken last night, but she diced up and grilled some jalapenos.
Yeah.
I think that's what did it.
Just even talking about pizza and marinara makes him go now. Yeah. Like, that's how bad it's gotten.
What's funny is you look like you don't want to engage in this conversation after you were just singing that loud song while the commercial was being read. So don't act like this conversation is beneath you.
It is beneath
No,
me.
it isn't. Not with what you were doing.
I
in the
thought you just
commercial.
had to pee. You ran out of here after your commercial going, I got to pee.
Oh, it was liquid.
No, I said I gotta go.
Mike, let me ask you an honest question. How do you approach that type of talk with like your kids? Do you laugh at it? Me and Bobby are like disgusted. I don't want to hear it. It's just the way I was raised. I know everyone makes fun of me. I'm not, I'm the old man.
It matters what mood I'm in, but my wife hates it.
Yeah.
Really?
So,
like where they just walk around, like raise their leg and like pass gas.
well, it's just like
Mom, smell that dad.
She gets mad at me at times because I have taught the kids how to say you got to take a dump, and she hates
My kids say that too.
when they say dump.
Ugly phrase. Such an ugly phrase.
That is gross. I don't know why that's
gross.
It sounds really gross.
Sounds really, really gross.
Yeah.
Say that.
There's just certain things.
We all said it though. Like it was in our vernacular whenever we were growing up and younger. But come on, Mike, we're adults now.
Yeah.
What's coming up?
Drop a deuce.
We do have Sean Merriman joining us at 11:20 today.
Mavericks legend.
No, not Sean Marion. Sean Merriman, the linebacker and the guy, the front man for Lights Out,
The Matrix.
And we also
Celebrated
have
him last night with a little men's tea clinic. You know what I'm saying?
I don't want to cancel it.
Yeah, that's great.
And then Derek Holland will join us at 12:20.
Wow. He's still alive?
He is alive. He is his rehab is going great. He really misses baseball.
Yeah.
That dude misses baseball so bad.
I can see that.
All right, Mike, your thoughts on Chapman? Is there any argument to be made that they shouldn't have pitched him yesterday in case you need him today? Then, Corey, I'm going to go to you for what to do with Tony Beasley.
I see that argument. So I understand that, hey, he doesn't do well back to back. So a lot of people have said, even me, I'm like, gosh, should you pitch him today? Like, will you regret pitching him today? If you have a 1-run lead in the 8th inning, will you regret it if Chappie comes in and gives up a hit, then walks the next 2 guys, and you're just like, oh my God, like, why did we bring him in every time? We know it. But I will say this. You're up 4-0 going into the bottom of the 8th, right? If you bring in Spores, who was warming up in the 7th, so he's loose, he's ready to go, and Spores comes in and gives up 2 runs, and there's a runner on base after 3 hitters, and now you bring in Chapman. Are you like, dude, why didn't you just start Chapman in the inning? You know how vulnerable, how fragile this bullpen is. Why don't you just go with a guy who's rested? We know Chappie on normal rest, 2 days off, is usually pretty darn good. We know if he's pitching back-to-back, 3 out of 4 days, it is not going to be good. It's usually going to be a negative, but I just don't think that's the tough thing. I listened to Sandler. I thought he brought it up. You are so vulnerable in your pen. You have so few arms you trust that you're up 4-0 in a 2 out of 3 series. if you decide to start manipulating the last 2 innings to try to not use Chapman and maybe not use Leclerc so they're more ready for game 2, and you get into a bad situation and then all of a sudden they hit a big homer to tie the game, you're like, dude, you can't try to manipulate these guys. We don't have the arms to try to be like, today we're going to use Spores and maybe Will Smith because we're up by 4 and not by 2. And it's tough. That's why usually when you get to this point, you usually have 4 bullpen guys you like.
Sure. So do you today, because having the playoffs zero, do you throw out, because it's the postseason, his numbers on back-to-backs? Do you throw that out and say, look, we can't worry about, how he pitches the day after. We have to use him today.
I would say you probably have to use him today because let's face it, Eovaldi has a 9 ERA in the month of September.
Yeah.
I think it's 9.6.
Because if you use him today, you can't use him tomorrow.
Right. But Eovaldi throws 4 innings today, maybe 5, and you're tied. If you're tied or up by 1, you're probably going to have to use 4 or 5 bullpen guys today. Let's say to win the game, this is the way that the Rangers are constructed right now. You have 1 starting pitcher. You used him yesterday. He was tremendous. You have no starting pitchers left in this series that you can really trust. So Eovaldi goes out there and goes 5 innings. He gives you 2 runs, and you're tied at 2 after 5. You tell me the 4 guys you're using to put up 4 zeros to keep the game at 2 to win the game 3-2 or to win the game 4-3. I don't know who you use in this situation. Leclerc 1. That's your 9th inning. Now you tell me the 6th, 7th, and 8th. Spores, who you're hoping is the good Spores and not the he's Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde on the mound, but you're gonna hope that he is Dr. Jekyll. That's a good one, or
honestly, I don't know.
Yeah, Dr. Jekyll's the good one.
He's
Mr.
the good
Hyde's
one.
the bad one.
So you're hoping that he's Jekyll and not Hyde, and so now you have 6 outs left. So who else are you using for the 6 outs?
Eric Gunderson and Mike Venafro.
Were you surprised it was Chapman, Leclerc in that order yesterday?
No, I feel like going into the playoffs, that's what you have. 8th inning is Chapman, 9th inning is Leclerc.
Let me ask you a basic.
That was established. I would say the last 10 days or 2 weeks of the season, that's what's been established.
Basic B question. I'm just going to ask a stupid question. Because on the surface, it's like, okay, Chapman threw 14 pitches, so why would he be fried today?
He's like, to me, I don't know exactly. I'm not
all the warm-ups beforehand.
He's Lamborghini.
I'm not a car guy, but that's what I equate it to. He is a race car. He is the perfection of a race car, and as soon as you hit that gas as hard as you can for one day, for some reason, like you have to put it into the shop and make sure all the parts are back together perfectly, and until everything's perfect, then you just don't want to send it out there because you know it could explode.
What about relievers in general? Like, how bad did the numbers get on the second day for relievers across the board, I wonder?
I mean, Leclerc is just as bad as Chapman. They both have ERAs in the 8s. But that's lower than the 9 ERA from Nathan Eovaldi since August. So.
A sinker ball guy might be better day 2.
Corey, what did you think? Did you want Tony Beasley to send Jonah Heim?
I like being aggressive on the base paths. But I was talking about it with Mike beforehand, and it changed everything, like the way I think about it, because of who was coming up to the plate. You had Marcus Semien coming up. That dude, you can say we're going to double up runs. We're going to get something going here. The idea that could happen. But I want to be aggressive, man. I want to put runs on the board. So I do want him, but I feel like you're going to have to tell him, hey, be aggressive today. And that's the only thing. I don't know, Mike, in my opinion, if he's going to be back at third base next year. I don't know that. Right. He's beloved by all the guys. He's a great dude, like one of the nicest guys. And he understands the game of baseball. He was the interim coach for a little bit, but I just don't know if I love him as my third base coach all the time. But I want to be aggressive, man. I need runs.
How bad is it? Like is it considered just bad form to blow off a third base coach's stop sign? Like, will you?
Bryce did it.
Yeah.
A guy like
Jonah
Jonah
Heim
Heim's
did
not
it
gonna
against
do
the Yankees when.
Did they try to hold him up?
Yeah.
But how's that received? Like, does the coach get mad, or would like Bochy be mad about that?
Not if you make
safe,
it.
You're fine. if you make it, it's like made the right decision. I do think I can't remember. It might have been Eduardo Perez on that Philadelphia game. I thought he explained it well. When you disregard your third base coach, the easiest time to do it is when the ball is in the left field corner because you get to see that ball almost until you're getting close to getting to third base, your eyes are on that until you're getting close to touching the base. Everywhere else, you're blind. If the ball's even in the left center gap, you get blind. By the time you're halfway to third, you're blind on what is happening to the ball. So
that's a tough relay too with the runner coming in.
What percentage, Mike, would you have given Jonah Heim of scoring?
50-50.
Okay. Tell me if this thinking is wrong. So Simeon is a 275 hitter.
Right.
So I'm thinking in my mind,
4 for 9 with 2 home runs off of glass now coming into the game.
Okay. That changes things. So that's the way I'm thinking. I'm like, okay,
he knows all this. So Beasley knows he's 4 for 9 coming in. He might not know he's 4 for 10. Like he did pop out to start the game. So now he's 4 for 10 in his career, but he does know there was very little information on Glasnow versus our Texas Rangers. I believe Seager was 1 for 5, and even 4 for 9 is not tons of at-bats, but having 2 home runs and 9 at-bats coming into the series against that guy makes you think he sees him well. He has a good chance of hitting him well. So all that, Jonah not being a fast runner, Marcus Semien being on deck, Marcus Semien being 4 for 9 with 2 home runs goes into play. All those things, Beasley knows when that ball is hit. That being said, the reason I say 50-50 is the ball had not even got to the relay man by the time he was touching third. Now, you have to make your decision before he touches third base as the third base coach, but I think he was very conservative in that. To me, even though Simeon's on deck, even though he's 4 for 9 with 2 homers coming into the series against Glasnow, I say, you know what? I put the pressure on them. If the outfielder throws the ball good to the relay man throws a good throw home, and the guy catches it and places the tag on us, I tip my cap to them and I say, hey, 2 outs, I put pressure on you to have a good relay. You made a good relay. Congratulations. We go on and we keep playing, but I put pressure on you to make that throw. I think that's where Sandler talked to you guys about the shallow ball to left field. Just put pressure on them to make the relay and make the throw home. If they do, they do.
Yeah.
But it's a 50-50 proposition that they do, because we don't hit the ball well anymore with runners in scoring position. We are not a team that has been clutch for a while hitting the ball.
So I can't tell what your opinion was on it.
I would have sent him.
Okay. I thought you were keep Simeon
I
up.
would have sent him.
Just took you through the whole process of thinking in 5 seconds.
I understand why Beasley, before the ball was hit, was like, I'm only sending Heim home if it's a jog home.
All right, you're going to get that and much, much more right before pregame at 1:30. Game 2 today, right here on your home for Rangers baseball. The K&C Masterpiece is next on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, it is win in advance. That's what we do. Go take it. Hashtag go and take it from the Rangers today. And I see this right here. Simeon, Seager, Grossman, Garcia, Lowe, Heim, Tavares, Young, Carter, and Eovaldi. That's the lineup today, man.
They're going to not hit Eovaldi.
Yeah, Eovaldi's not going to hit. I just read it.
That's the 10th guy.
That was the last one on there. So we'll see how that all goes. That's the lineup for you. Rangers fans, 877-881-1053. How did you feel after yesterday's game? I had a wild listening experience yesterday where I sat down and watched 1.5 innings, and then I moved on to the car to go pick up kids from school, and then I was out at dentist appointments. So I was listening, watching on my phone, doing everything I could. But, man, it was just as intense as playoff baseball is, Mike. That's what it felt like for me.
It was great to watch. It was like fun, emotional to watch because I went into it. I'm going to say what I said yesterday. I feel like you have nothing to lose. You almost kind of made the playoffs, and it was kind of written off after all the injuries, after Max Scherzer got hurt. Eovaldi didn't seem to be coming back the same. Then John Gray gets hurt, right? You know, as you start pretty much the end of the season road trip. And you're just like, we just got nothing left.
Mm-hmm.
And even though, yes, the offense had come back somewhat healthy, Young came back, Garcia, like, I know that I shouldn't be starting the show with this. How lucky were we that Garcia hurt his knee jumping up for a home run? Does anybody ever think of that?
No.
If he doesn't do that, do the Rangers even call up Evan Carter?
There's part of me, Mike.
And you don't make the playoffs without Evan Carter.
There's part of me that wants to believe that was part of the plan. They were like, how do we get this guy on our roster? Hey, we need you to fake an injury. But there's no way to fake that. It was perfect timing. That was, as Jerry Jones would tell whoever, maybe Dion later down the road, it's your destiny. It was our destiny for that moment to happen yesterday, for that moment to happen so that kid could be in the lineup.
But just yesterday, it was so fun to watch the Rangers in a playoff game. It's weird because 2016 isn't that long ago, but it feels like a long time ago. And you got swept. And unfortunately, you were the number 1 seed in 2016, and you got swept. And it wasn't that close. There were really not any close games that I remember. I mean, you got hammered 2 times here at home, and then it quickly got out of hand in Toronto. And then it was it. So yesterday was really fun to be part of playoff baseball. The intensity of each inning. When you get a 0 on the board, when you're hitting and you get a 0, you're like, lost opportunity when you had runners on base. And then when you put a 0 on the board and no matter what happened, you put a 0 on the board, you're like, yes, that's 3 more outs. That's 1-0. All right, that inning's like the intensity of each inning. And when a runner gets in scoring position, the opportunity, whether you succeed or fail, there's just so much riding on it. And David Murphy talked about it really feels like football for like the first time after 162. You're having to tell yourself to calm down for the first time in a long time. Playing baseball is awesome.
I'm going to get to the bats in just a minute because there are a couple of bats that were missing that I'm like, dang. And I see where Josh Young is hitting in the 8 hole. Bochy explained that on the pregame show yesterday about how he found it early and came back and then kind of lost it. And he's trying to re-find it right now. And he looked like he was struggling a little bit there yesterday. But Jordan Montgomery was that trade acquisition that's a Cliff Lee type trade acquisition that changed everything.
Except he was the extra. He was the. Because at the time you're thinking, hey, Eovaldi's going to come back. It's only July 31st. Yeah. At that point, he'd been on the injured list. They were saying it wasn't very serious. It's just kind of fatigue. He'll be totally fine. And this is July. So you're like, okay, so you got Max Scherzer. You have Eovaldi, who's been one of the 5 best pitchers in the American League this year. He's coming back. Gray's having a solid year. So you're like, all right, so is Montgomery going to be in our rotation?
Martin Perez.
He'll be in our rotation, but will he be in the playoff rotation? Because he's kind of coming in and you're thinking number 4, maybe number 3, maybe he's better than John Gray. That'll be a 50-50 deal. And then Montgomery, like I said yesterday, I remember Sean looked at me a little bit surprised when I said this. I said, nobody's pitching better in the major leagues than Jordan Montgomery going into the playoffs. And I was like, wait a second. Because, look, it's football season. I get it. Like, a lot of concentration goes to football season in September, even with the Rangers on this run. But you look at Toronto, 7 innings, 4 hits, no runs. Next start, Boston, 7 innings, 5 hits, 1 run. Seattle, 7 innings, 5 hits, no runs. At Seattle, 6 innings, 5 hits, 1 run. And then yesterday, 7 innings, 6 hits, no runs. Tampa, Seattle won. If Seattle wins on Saturday, they're in the playoffs. So I know they're not a playoff team, but you look at Seattle and go, dude, that team almost won 90 games. So you go Tampa 99 wins, Seattle almost 90 wins, Seattle almost 90 wins. Boston really floundered in the end, but they were above 500 for most of the year. And then you have Toronto, who's the 6th team in the playoffs, the wild card team. Those were his starts. It wasn't Oakland, Kansas City, Colorado. Those were solid lineups that he was shutting down, and then he just continued it yesterday. His mastery of really mixing up his pitches, mixing up his speeds, mixing up his locations had Tampa Bay going, I don't know what the hell to look for this next pitch. His sequences weren't consistent, so he never fell into a pattern where you're like, all right, now he goes curveball, now he goes fastball up and in. He kept changing his patterns up because when you're locked in, like he's locked in, you can throw fastball in, and then you can throw changeup away, then you can throw curveball just below the zone, then you can throw fastball right above the zone. Every time he touches the ball, he feels like he's going to execute the next pitch.
Yeah, and Jonah Heim has complete faith in whatever pitch he calls. That's the one he'll throw right where it needs to be. I was kind of curious from who do you think they were mad at? The hitters for Tampa Bay. Were they mad at the umpire or mad at themselves for not swinging? Because that outside breaking ball that you said backdoor, that one
to
was
righties, yeah.
They were the ones that right-handers, you could see their faces. They were just like, I don't know if they didn't think it was a strike or if they were just like, damn, I can't believe he got me again.
I think he got some favorable calls early. They weren't horrible calls, but the Rangers had to deal with the same thing.
Yeah.
The outer half was open. So I'm sorry, I don't know the umpire's name behind the dish yesterday, but he was giving an inch or two off of the outside corner, especially, I'll say even to lefties too, because there are a couple of borderline calls to Seager and Evan Carter. I was like, but that's okay. So the thing is, you just want consistency. Especially as a pitcher, because you're the one that's dealing with the strike zone every time. The hitter's dealing with the strike zone every time that they come up to bat.
Right.
But there was a little bit of consistency. Well, what happens is when you're frustrated, I'll hear hitters come back pissed off in the dugout, is when they feel like one of the first two pitches was a ball and the umpire calls it a strike. This is where your mental approach really has to stay strong because you expand your zone.
Yeah.
It's human nature. He's effing me over, and now I have to swing at some pitches that I don't think are strikes, but he's calling it out there. So Montgomery, being very smart, goes, all right, I got that call an inch off the plate. Now for my put-away pitch, I'm going to throw that ball 2 inches off the plate.
Yeah.
Now for that put-away pitch, I'm going to throw it an inch off the plate, but then also below the zone. And so he just did a great job of manipulating the hitters and going, all right, if I can get ahead, this is why it's so important to throw strike one. And if you don't throw strike one, why am I drawing a blank on Bud Black? Bud Black taught me this when I was in A-ball and I was 19 years old. And I remember being in Columbia, South Carolina, and he was there as a pitching instructor with us. He wasn't my pitching coach, but he was like pitching coordinator at the time for Cleveland. And he was telling me, being a former lefty, he goes, Mike, because a lot of times you hear first pitch strike, get a first pitch strike, because then you can expand, and the hitter usually has to expand with you.
Yeah.
And he'd say, Mike, it's not so important that the first pitch is a strike, because maybe you have a really aggressive hitter and you want to see if they'll chase a pitch first one. You make it close, you make it look like a strike. But if you throw that one for a ball, the next pitch has to be a strike. Because just think of the difference of 2-0 versus 1-1.
Yeah, the way you're pitching.
And so
yeah.
Jordan Montgomery yesterday, if you look at no walks and you look at the counts that he was in, when you're pitching in 2-0, 3-1 counts, you have to come to the hitter because the hitter's zone shrinks. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch right now, you have to, as a hitter, you have a zone, 0-0 zone, and then you have an 0-1 zone, and then you have an 0-2 zone. Well, if you have an 0-0 zone, then you have a 1-0 zone, and you have a 2-0 zone, and you have a 3-0 zone. All of a sudden, the hitter's just looking for specific location. The more he has the advantage, the more the pitcher has the advantage. The expansion of the hitter's zone has to be there because you don't want to take. Guys don't want to take strike three. And a lot of times, battle, foul off tough pitches. Well, that expands your zone because if you're like, I got to battle and try to make contact with this tough pitch, if you have Jordan Montgomery stuff or you have Aroldis Chapman stuff, you can get expansion and get swings and misses.
Dude, I'm tearing up right now. I hope the Tolos out there understand what Mike Bassick is doing when he's talking about playoff baseball. He does it differently. Nobody else does what Mike Bassick can do on radio, man. That breakdown's amazing.
Can you imagine if you don't watch baseball like some of our competitors do?
Yeah.
And they're like, baseball, like I can't imagine you'd listen to them over there talk baseball. It's because they don't watch baseball. They have no clue what's happening.
Yeah.
And so what they do is they tell you don't listen to them because it's really embarrassing to them. In a way, it's really embarrassing to them because they're like, I don't want you ever listening to Mike Bassick talk baseball, because if you do, I know this sounds very braggy, and I'm sorry. I don't want to sound braggy. I know I need to be humble, but it's kind of like, don't listen to Mike on the radio, the fan, because if you do, we can't compete with that.
It can't. Nobody else can, man. It's been one of the things that even when you were on G-Bag and I was on Nights, I was like, man, I love listening to his baseball content. Mike, one of the other things about Jordan Montgomery before we move on, do you think you could have made that diving catch and then got back on the mound? That was awesome, dude, seeing him do that.
One, what great effort. Two, that was a tough decision because there's first of all, he didn't care that Nate Lowe was getting close. He went after it. He didn't hear Nate Lowe call it. He was going after it. To me, what great effort and energy to go after that one. And some first basemen, not knocking Nate Lowe here, because hey, I'll tell you what, when we get more into game 2, just hit the ball to the first baseman. Yandy Diaz sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does. Like, he is horrible over there.
He needed the day off.
It's Nate Lowe doesn't cover a lot of ground. He does not have fast feet. He's not going to cover a lot of ground. Nate Lowe's gotten better at defense throughout his career with the Texas Rangers.
His glove has gotten better, yes.
But it doesn't mean that he's a good defensive first baseman. It just means he's gotten better at defense over at first base. He was very slow to react to the bunt and very slow to react to the ball being in the air off of the bunt. But Montgomery was, like, to his size, he's not like a fast, guy, but he immediately saw it in the air and he's like, I'm going to get it.
Yeah.
Nate Lowe had I don't think I can get it, so I'm not going to be aggressive. And it kind of worked out, because if Nate Lowe is super aggressive, I think they both go after that ball, and then that could be danger. And the other thing too is the ball sticking in his glove was huge, because if that ball falls out of his glove, it kicks towards our dugout. So now you're obviously the run's going to score from third, and the runner from first is going to get to third, and maybe Siri, I believe, was the one who bunted. Maybe he gets to second on it.
I can't remember. Was that after the Evan Carter diving catch then? I think it was after.
I think it was too.
So he was inspired by Evan Carter then is what's happening.
Dude.
He's like, if Evan Carter's going to do that, I got to go all out too.
I love Tim Kirchin because, look, I'm in love with Evan Carter. I remember calling up Jared Sandler during that draft and going, hey, do you know anything about this Evan Carter kid? Because they're making fun of us right now. And look, the Rangers do not have a good history of drafting, especially pitchers, but also sometimes players high in drafts. I'm like, they're making fun of us. He's like, I have no clue who he is either. It's not like me and him studied the top 500 kids in the draft. And so since he wasn't considered a top 300 kid in the draft, it was very confusing, but there wasn't a high school baseball season. But then early on in his minor league career, I start talking to a couple of the scouts that I know that used to be players. And I'm like, hey, dude, this Evan Carter reminds me of Christian Yelich. And they're like, and this is when Christian Yelich is MVP and everything like that. They're like, look, I'm not saying he'll be Christian Yelich. I'm not saying he's going to be a future MVP. I hate sometimes doing comparisons like that because that's a lot to put on him. But this is when he's 18, 19 years old. And they're like, he looks like the real deal, man. And they're like, look, he needs to put on 20 or 30 pounds. You can look at him still today and go, he probably needs to put on about 20 pounds. But they're like,
get him a kitty belt.
They're like, he can play and he is athletic. And I'm like, can he play center field? Will he be a center fielder? And they're like, yes, he will be a center fielder. So that being said, you have a center fielder in left field right now.
It's great.
Most left fielders are your worst outfield defenders. Most, not all, but most. And he was able to get to a ball that most left fielders who aren't center fielders don't get to that ball. That's a hit. But you have a center fielder playing left field right now.
Yeah, man, it's awesome to have him out there doing what he's doing, and we have plenty of time today to discuss so much more of what happened in yesterday's game and what to expect from today's game, as we will have Derek Holland joining us at 12:20 during the lunch rush, during the expressway today. We'll talk with him as well. Got a lot to get to, though. So coming up next, we do have a little bit of former Cowboys breaking news. And when it comes to San Francisco, are you more concerned about their offense or their defense? Next on The Fan.
DFW's number one.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Back here on the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. This is one of those weird things, Mike. It's a little off of everything else. My son, both of my kids, in the last 3 days now, have been talking about, this is wild, how the COVID shot got us the chip, and they're going to send the emergency alarms out today, and everybody's going to turn into zombies. All right, so my kids are like, oh,
why today?
I have no clue why today. It doesn't, I don't know.
Are these your two boys?
This is like TikTok, YouTube, like theories and stuff like this, and they watch a lot of that.
China. Yeah.
And so my son, like, they're prepared. And I'm like, look, guys, y'all, I'm going to make it. I'm going to be fine. Y'all are the ones that I'm concerned about because I know I'll be okay. I'm smart. I'm smarter than y'all. I'm stronger. I'll be okay. But they're like, no, we're prepared for it. Anyway, a few moments ago, Carter has been like all morning. He was like, Dad, I want to tell you I love you before I go to school today. He's like, if something happens,
serious?
He's like, he is locked in. I'm like, Carter, the end of the world's been happening for years, like since I was little. And he was like, I'm just letting you know. I'm letting Landry know. I'm letting the whole family. And I'm like, oh my gosh. He said, I hope I'm in like cello class or whatever. A few minutes ago, I just got a message from Carter's school that says they are insecure right now, which means that there's police activity going on around the school. And that that, Mike, all this stuff that he's freaking out about, and he's in school and they just went into secure mode. He's got to be freaking out right now. And I'm freaking out a little bit too. So if anybody knows what's going on, you can text me or text into the show and let me know, because I would appreciate some information about what's going on in Plano. All right. There is a little bit of breaking news regarding a former Dallas Cowboy. And Mike, I know you're going to be all about this. The Broncos are releasing Randy Gregory. The team says they want to focus on young players, and Gregory will be a free agent now. So that is the guy that there was a lot of question of, does he really want it? I know Bobby's a huge fan of his. I love the person, but there were things that kept him off of the football field, and it was a struggle. And now here comes Sean Payton, and he says, all right, we're not doing well. I got to move. We got to start shedding some pieces and move on here.
Yeah, I mean, good for Randy Gregory. He got his bag, right? I mean, I don't know how much of the $70 million was guaranteed. I forget his contract. I just remember it was weird because the Cowboys were kind of like, well, we had to move on when they offered pretty much a similar contract, just with less guarantees or kind of manipulation of the contract as Randy Gregory saw it because of his possible. I know marijuana is legal to do now in the NFL, but there was some stuff in there that Randy Gregory thought was unfair, and the Cowboys it's weird the way they put it, but yeah, man, good for Gregory. He got his money. Most likely, if he's smart with his money, he doesn't have to work a day in his life. And okay. I know that playing football is tough. I understand playing baseball is tough, but they say playing football. They don't say working football. So good for him. I don't know if he's going to retire. I don't know his passion to keep playing football. I just know that the Cowboys avoided a major mistake.
Okay. Yeah. No, I agree with you, man. I'm more along the lines of, I need everybody in this place that's going to be here to say their hands in the middle, let's go. Not, hey, I'm going to do my own thing, and if I get suspended, no big deal. I can't have something like that. I need you prepared to win.
Yeah.
So whenever they moved on, whenever he said El Paso, if that's what he really said.
Now, I will say this. I don't know how bad he's been. I know that he was hurt most of last year.
Uh-huh.
But you don't release him if he's good, because you would say, hey, we can maybe get a 7th-round pick or something like that.
5 years, $70 million deal. He was in year 2 of it.
Right.
So that's what it means, Like that, it means that this we're not willing to deal with him.
The Cowboys were willing to give him $70 million 2 years ago. They just didn't want to guarantee as much as Denver guaranteed.
Yeah, if he missed games.
I have no clue. I like this defensive front.
I'm not trying to go add anything to this right now.
So if he would come back here for a league minimum?
No.
Okay.
There's no way that he can assure me that something won't happen because everything happened while
but
he was
you're only
here.
on the hook for What?
I don't care about the money.
$50,000 a game.
I care about that.
$100,000 a game.
That
most.
room, keeping that room focused is all I need to worry about right now. It's keeping that room of guys in the mindset of focus.
Okay.
And if any of those guys had a problem with him before, I don't want to bring that back into it either. I'm not saying that it did.
No, and I think that you're making a great point. If DeMarcus Lawrence, I know Micah Parsons was only with him for 1 year, if I have my timeline right. So I would say the guys that were here in 2021, I think that was his last year at the Cowboys. Am I correct about that? I hope I am. Is that if they're like, hey, we're great. We love Sam Williams. We love whoever, Dorrance Armstrong. We got these guys. We're cool. We don't need Randy Gregory. But if Dan Quinn's like, Jerry, I can use Randy Gregory for a 25 or 33% of plays. Hey, I can do this with him or I can do that with him. He can take us to another level or our depth becomes even better. I don't know. Randy might be done. Randy might not have the attitude to play football anymore. There could be Dan Quinn's like, hey, I'm happy I don't have to deal with Randy Gregory. I don't know any of those answers, but I do think the Cowboys are probably kicking it around because they do know the guy well.
Yeah. You know what? You might be right, Mike, because they did offer him this kind of money before. I don't know. Also, you got to weigh this in. Does he want to be here? Because he did say, you guys are not offering me what I want. I'm going somewhere else. So maybe that would be the case too. I don't know. But
most likely he's going to sign with another team. I assume he's going to play football because he went to training camp. He got ready for the season. He's going to get signed by another team at veteran minimum contract. And it'll probably not be the Cowboys, but I'm sure the Cowboys are talking about it today.
I will say this though, Lyle Collins, Randy Gregory, Ezekiel Elliott. I know Zeke was more money than anything else,
right?
But when it came to Lyle Collins, it was less about money and more about desire to win.
Right.
And when it came to Gregory, it was like, is it really worth all this time and effort? So that's where I would be standing if I'm in Stephen Jones' shoes today.
In a weird way, Lyle Collins and Randy Gregory, different people, different situations, but it seemed like I can't find one person in the Cowboys organization or that covers the Cowboys says Lyle Collins loves football. I cannot find a human being who covered him. To the 20 people or so that you could talk to about the Cowboys who are connected with the Cowboys that could tell you Lyle Collins loved football.
Yeah.
They'll tell you he's good at it. They'll tell you he's productive at it. They'll tell you some things about it. But if you said, does Lyle Collins love football? 100% of your answer would be, no, he doesn't love football, but he is good at it.
Yeah. And
Randy's a little bit different. I think you could find some people that says, no, he loves football, but he has some demons that he struggles with.
Yeah. No, I agree with you there. And that's not all these moments are going to be the same, but you got to make the decisions for your team and what JD, I thought, did a really good job for a couple of years of making sure the chemistry in that clubhouse was right, and saying, well, that guy's might not fit in here.
Yeah.
And so I think that's an important thing to take into consideration. You can't just say, plug him in there and you just deal with it, coach. That doesn't work that way. All right. So I was kind of interested in this. This weekend's going to be a tough battle. Like it's going to be, I don't know if the Cowboys are going to come out on top on this one. I'm very nervous about this game. And we'll get into more of your conversation, Mike, at noon today. But the San Francisco 49ers, what are you more concerned about? Their defense or their offense?
Defense.
Their defense, because why?
Because I think that they can disrupt Dak, and they've made his life a living hell for 2 straight playoff games. Dak's looked horrible. Going back and watching that game before last year's playoff game, I can say that Dak outplayed Jimmy Garoppolo. It doesn't mean we won the game. Dak was horrible. Garoppolo was pathetic. But pathetic won because they were able to just have a few more opportunities to score points. But last year, Dak wasn't good again. And a lot of times when we have Mickey on at 11, like a lot of times you say, hey, the offensive line or separation or drop pass, whatever it is, right? But ultimately, did Dak play? The answer is, did Dak play good or not? Dak has had 2 bad games against San Francisco in the playoffs. To me, their defense has made life a living hell on Dak Prescott when he plays in those games. I'm not saying Dak's going to have a great game on Sunday. I think it's very tough to have a great game against San Francisco's defense, but he has to be solid. So I worry about their defense once again putting us in horrible situations, and then you don't put any pressure on Brock Purdy to make any big plays. Just like Jimmy Garoppolo never had to make a big play in that whole playoff game, and he didn't make any good plays, and they still won. And then last year, Brock Purdy did have moments of having some nice plays, but you never put tons of pressure on Brock Purdy to have to win the game. And can the Cowboys do enough offensively that you say, Brock Purdy, if you don't drive them 75 yards this time, if you don't drive them 50 yards for a field goal this time, you're going to lose. So Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo have never had to prove themselves against the Dallas Cowboys in these playoff games because the Cowboys offense cannot figure out the San Francisco 49ers.
I think it's great, man. I think that's great. I am more concerned about their offense for this reason. The defense, I think, is like that's one of those things I'll just put a pin on the board and say that's going to be there. You're going to have to deal with it. It is what it is. Their offense, though, will make that defense better if they do what they do very well, and that is drive down the field and wear out the Cowboys defense. That's what I think their plan is going to be to do. Hey, we're going to keep you on the field on third downs. We're going to make some explosive plays happen, and then we're going to go back to the run game and wear out your front. And throughout the game, your dudes are going to – I know y'all have waves on the defensive line that y'all can bring at us, but you don't want to be out on the field more than 48 plays. Like, that's your goal, is to be out there for a short period of time.
Can you imagine if the Cowboys, to your point, could put up 24 points? And let's just say it's a 60-minute game. In 55 minutes, put up 24 points and see. Now, maybe they can. Maybe they do. Maybe they run all over us. They hit plays, but they have never put pressure on that 49ers offense to have to score 25 points.
No, they haven't.
Against our defense now.
And see, here's where that might be a possibility, Mike, with our offense, is I feel like because this offense is more side to side than it is vertical, that's what Bobby keeps telling us, but it is a very side to side offense. And that wears out linebackers. That wears out the guys that are trying to make the plays in the middle of the field because they're on chase all the time. I mean, you see what happened to Micah in the game against Arizona. He was getting run at, and then he was chasing, and so he was getting worn down. The way that this offense does run now, as opposed to the way it ran with Kellen Moore. When Kellen Moore was running it, it was, hey, man, we're going to wear these cornerbacks out by some point. But, man, we want to be able to wear down the defensive front at some point, and that's what I'm hopeful that they can do. But, man, that's what what Kyle Shanahan does so well against the Cowboys defense is he wears it down just enough. But I think that's the reason I'm worried about their offense is because they can keep the ball for a long time if the Cowboys defense can't get off the field on third downs. And then that puts the Cowboys offense in a bad situation because now you're saying, all right, Dak Prescott, you have less time and less possessions to be able to do what we need you to do out on the field to get this win. So, man, I think this is the great thing is we have two very competitive teams on the field ready for this matchup. They're looking forward to it. They both got their quarterbacks. Their team's mostly healthy. This is going to be an exciting matchup on Sunday. I can't wait to get to more of it. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
The Rangers have to do more today offensively if they want to win the series. Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's Game 2 at 2 o'clock. Rangers.
It's Classic Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
I felt like I was watching Cliff Lee yesterday, Mike, as Jordan Montgomery was just mowing down the Tampa Bay Rays.
He's taller and heavier.
He is taller and heavier, but it felt so nice watching a lefty just go out there and dominate. People freaking out. Hey, why didn't you go 2 more innings with him? I was like, no, man, this is the way you want it. You want these guys to step up in these moments from the bullpen. That was awesome. So really good day yesterday for us Rangers fans, and you'll hear all that action right here at 2:08 will be the start time. 1:30 is the pregame. But you know what, Mike? Let's start the pregame a little early. Let's start at 1. Let's start at 12:20. Let's start it right now. Let's get all the baseball action with Mike Bassett.
All right, just a reminder, the game is on ABC, Channel 8 here. So if you are listening and wondering, hey, I didn't get to watch yesterday, I was busy, have some free time to watch some baseball this afternoon, the Ranger game will be on ABC today again, and it will be obviously here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll be talking 100% baseball from approximately 12:45 till 1:30 leading up to the pregame show. All right, so the Rangers need more today from their offense. Jordan Montgomery is not pitching today. Nathan Eovaldi in the month of September had a 9.6 ERA. That was since he came back. I'm not saying he's going to give up a run per inning. He might. That's what he's been doing. He has not come back the same pitcher. His velocity on his fastball is inconsistent. He has ramped it back up to 97, so it's there. But it's not consistently there. Location with his fastball isn't there. Location with his breaking stuff isn't there. It doesn't mean he's going to have a bad game. But you do have to look at this in reality and say, Nathan Eovaldi has not pitched well since coming back from injury.
Yep.
So if he pitches great, it will be unexpected. Just like the way Montgomery was pitching, if he would have got hammered yesterday for, let's just say, 4 runs in 5 innings, you'd have said, gosh, that was unexpected. He was pitching great going into this. But it happens. You never know. Right. You never know if the guy's going to keep pitching great, and then you don't know if a guy who's been struggling is going to keep struggling. Nathan Eovaldi has been in these situations and pitched great in these situations. It's just unfortunate. Since coming back from injury, he has not been the same guy. So we've talked about this for a long time now. We talked about it at the All-Star break. This team has to be led by offense. If this team offensively is struggling, they will lose. This team is based off of offense. Yesterday, they won. Montgomery led the charge. And why do I say they need more? Well, the Rangers did 50% of the battle. Getting runners on base, getting runners in scoring position is G.I. Joe half the battle. Okay, but you got to take advantage of those chances when you get it. The Rangers probably should have won 10-0 yesterday. To be honest, if the Rangers were good offensively yesterday, they win the game 10-0. Let's go over each inning, and I'll tell you how they squandered opportunities, because I think when sometimes you look at 4-0, and I rewatched the game last night, I'm like, wow, the Rangers really could have been regretting lost opportunities. I called you about one of them.
Yep.
But then when the game ended 4-0, you're like, Montgomery, awesome. Chapman, Leclerc, awesome. First inning, no threat. Good job, Glasnow. Yeah, you got a guy on base in Seager, but there was no threat there. That's good pitching. A guy got to first base. Big deal. There's nothing you can do there. Good pitching. Next inning, the second inning, you get a sac fly from Josh Young. Great job. With less than 2 outs, especially first and third, you don't want to hit into a double play. So you got to get the ball up in the air, and you got to get the ball approximately 250 feet away from home plate. Gives you a chance.
Okay.
Obviously, if you can get the ball 300 feet away from home, you're going to score 99% of the time, unless like Yadier Molina's running for you from tagging up. So, I mean, good job. Josh Young does his job. Batting in the 8-hole yesterday, batting in the 8-hole today. Lineup is the same, correct? Exactly the same today
looks exactly
as
the same.
It was yesterday. So, great job by Josh Young. But here's what happens next. Leody Taveras steals second. They throw the ball into the outfield. Leody goes to third. Evan Carter's up. So 2 outs, runner on third base. Man, this is an opportunity. Evan Carter draws a 3-2 walk. Evan Carter on the first or second pitch steals second base. So now Marcus Simeon is up for the second time in the game, but this time it's 2nd and 3rd, 2 outs. He doesn't get the job done. He gets out. I believe he grounded out there. He might have popped. I think he popped up on that one, but that's not like a wasted opportunity because there were 2 outs, but you had your second best hitter up with 2 outs, 2nd and 3rd. The bottom of the lineup got a run in and got 2nd and 3rd for the top of the lineup to do damage. No damage was done by Marcus Simeon. He's going to be a key part of today. He has to be better today than he was yesterday. 3rd inning, nothing. Good job, Tampa Bay pitching. 4th inning, Carter hits a double with 2 outs. Heim is on first. We've kind of discussed this. You've heard this one. Heim was held at 3rd base. Heim, to me, it was going to be 50-50. I think the throw would have beat him there by like a step or 2, but it had to be a perfect throw. If the throw's up the line, if the throw is towards the first base side, Heim is going to score on that. Beasley trusts that Simeon coming into the game is 4 for 9 with 2 home runs off of Glasnow. So he's saying, all right, I believe that Simeon gets the job done. If they walk him, I got our best hitter, our MVP candidate in the hole. He'll be on deck after this double happens. I'm going to trust Simeon is going to do something or at least get on base. And then we have Seager up. I'm going to trust my 2 best players. I'm not going to take the 50-50 bet on Jonah Heim. What happens? Simeon grounds out to shortstop. No run scored. Simeon, by the 4th inning, had 2 opportunities with runners on 2nd and 3rd and goes 0 for 2 in those opportunities.
Yeah, doesn't even drive a run in either, yeah.
The next inning, the Rangers get lucky. And I don't want to say lucky because they did 50% of the job. What's 50% of the job? Getting runners on base. Now the rest of it is getting runners in. In the 5th inning, the Rangers get the bases loaded. They score a run on a wild pitch, and that is it. Bases loaded, nobody out. And the only run they scored in the inning was really the sacrifice of catching on one knee. If you are a catcher who squats, It's weird to me that I will admit, listen to me, new baseball people, I will admit catching on one knee has some benefits, but it's not perfect. It can hurt you, and it can hurt you tremendously with a runner on 3rd base. Luckily, catching on a knee is the way it's done, and they're supposedly, through every catching coach, there's no downgrade to catching on one knee. That ball by Glasnow was 97 miles an hour, and it was up. It's a very catchable ball if you're in a squat. Think about if you're squatting, you easily can jump from that position. You can get up out of your position easier.
You can use both legs, yeah.
Like every catcher in baseball now, it is what it is. It's the way it goes. They've decided this is the perfection of catching. But let's be honest here. The Rangers, if the Tampa Bay Rays do old school squatting, they don't score in that inning. He catches that ball easily, but because he's on one knee, he can't get up and get that ball quickly enough. Luckily, the Rangers score on a wild pitch. But think about that inning. In the 5th inning, it is 1-0. You get bases loaded, nobody out, and nobody comes through. Nobody hits a sac fly. Nobody gets a base hit. Nothing happens there except luckily they catch on one knee and Glasnow throws a wild pitch. That's the only way you scored with bases loaded, nobody out. So you're through 5 innings. You've had Marcus Simeon up with 2nd and 3rd 2 times, and he's 0 for 2. You have bases loaded, nobody out in the 5th, and you only score on a wild pitch to make it 2-0. Thank God for Jordan Montgomery, because you are blowing opportunities in this playoff game. That's when I called you and said they're going to regret these first 5 innings. This game should be 5-0 right now, and 2-0 is scary with this bullpen. We get to the 6th inning. Thank God for Tampa Bay's defense, because it stunk. And all the credit in the world to Jared Sandler, because he let us know yesterday, if you're listening to us, 1 o'clock to 1:30 leading up to the game, he said, hey, Texas has good defense. Tampa does not have good defense. Let's see if it plays a role. It played a role in this game. So luckily, the Rangers get 2 guys on base. What happens? Seager gets a base hit to center field. And Siri messes up. He comes in charging a little bit too quickly. Luckily, he got his glove on it. If he misses that, it's an inside the park home run. But he nicks the ball, and it goes straight up into the air. Then he throws the ball into the dugout. 2-run score on the Seager single/error. So it's 4-0. But let's just think about this. Seager's on 3rd base with nobody out. We don't score again. So in the 5th inning, bases loaded, nobody out, you score on a wild pitch. The top of the order / Carter, right? Carter, this is why he was a hero yesterday. Carter gets on base. Simeon draws a walk. Seager gets the base hit. And now you have 3, 4, 5 coming up with a runner on third and nobody out, and you don't score another run. Luckily, it's 4-0. Luckily, Jordan Montgomery pitches his butt off. In the 6th inning, that was the 6th inning. In the 7th inning, you get nothing. Good job, Tampa Bay pitching. It happens in the playoffs. 8th inning, Carter, leadoff double. 1, 2, 3 coming up. Simeon again doesn't do anything. Seager draws a walk, and then you get strikeout. So you had an opportunity in the 8th inning. You get a leadoff double from your 9-hole hitter with your best guys coming up, and you go 0 for 3 in that opportunity, but you do draw a walk. And they pitched around Seager a little bit. They challenged him, but not really. They were like, we got to throw perfect pitches here, and if we walk them, we walk them. And they're like, let's let Simeon, Grossman, and Garcia beat us. If they beat us here, they add another run, and we're probably done anyways. 9th inning, the Rangers do nothing. That happens. But when you start going through this game, you can't do that. Jordan Montgomery's not pitching today. Yep. Most likely, Eovaldi's not giving you 5 or 6 shutout innings. Most likely, they're going to score 2 or 3 runs off of Eovaldi, and then your bullpen is going to have to get 12 to 15 outs today. 12 to 15 outs from the weakest bullpen in the playoffs in baseball. You better do your job. You did most of it. Congratulations to the Rangers getting on base. Don't pee away these opportunities today, or you'll regret it.
Do you think today, and this goes for 2 different things. One, Rangers with runners in scoring position, will it be better, worse, or the same as yesterday?
Well, I don't know. It's a great question.
Yeah.
If it's the same, they'll lose.
And for the defensive side from Tampa yesterday,
hit the ball to first baseman. Hit the ball to Diaz. Find Diaz. You got 2 strikes? Find Diaz. He will F it up.
All right, coming up next on the K&C Masterpiece, we're going to go to the Mike McCarthy press conference. But if he's not on time, man, we're going to talk about some bold predictions next on The Fan.
DFW's number 1. in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, your home of Texas Rangers baseball and Dallas Cowboys football, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up here at 11:20, we'll have Sean Merriman join the show. He is a former linebacker for the Chargers, the front man for Lights Out. We'll have a nice little conversation with him about some stuff the Cowboys are doing, maybe what they can do better. And we will also have Derek Holland join us at 12:20 today. He'll hop on with us. We miss that guy. And then Jared will join us at 1 o'clock for the entire pregame. We'll get that rolling. Before Mike McCarthy hops on for his pregame press conference, brought to you by Ford. Ford is the best in Texas. I wanted to go into some of this conversation about some bold predictions for the playoffs, the baseball playoffs, Mike.
Okay.
And this one already passed. This is actually a positive. This one would have been a good for yesterday. The Twins will end the losing streak. Do you know what the losing streak was?
18.
It was 18 games and counting from 2004 to now. And that's actually the longest. That was the longest losing streak in sports.
I'm not 100% sure about this, but I think Joe Mauer became a Twin in 2002.
Okay.
And he played in 10 playoff games.
I think so.
And went 0-10. So, it's just some of their guys, Justin Morneau, some of the guys that they had good teams, they made the playoffs, but literally never won a playoff game. We're not talking about a series. We're just talking about a playoff game.
This is interesting. The Blackhawks of Chicago, hockey, 16 games. The Detroit Pistons, 14 games and counting. And the Kings of Los Angeles, 14 games and counting. And then there are several teams tied at 13. So, hey, you're not there, Rangers. You got one. You're back in action right now. Number 2, Acuna will set a stolen base record for the playoffs.
I have no clue what the record is.
The record in the playoffs, 8 stolen bases, 0 caught stealing.
By who?
Ricky Henderson.
Okay.
Of course. Lou Brock also had 7-2. And 7-0. Ron Gant had 7-0 in 91, and Willie Wilson 7-0 in 92 ALCS.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I just don't know the year that they went to divisional round, because obviously it used to be, if you look at Lou Brock, there was just National League Championship Series, American League Championship Series, then World Series. So, obviously that's when you look at Derek Jeter's numbers versus some other former Yankees numbers, you get more games when you're playing a whole nother series. So I can see that happening. Now, the one thing is if the Braves were in this round, he would have at least 2 games to accumulate more stolen bases. So I can see it happening. It'll be interesting. I'm really hoping that Philly wins, because I just think Philly versus Atlanta, huge rivalry, really fun to watch. And then I'm hoping Atlanta versus the Dodgers in the NLCS. Those to me are the 2 best teams in baseball.
No player has ever stolen 5 bases in a single postseason series since Omar Vizquel went 5 for 5 in 97 against the Marlins. Okay. No player has ever stolen 5 bases in a single series. So could Acuna do that against their opponent at some point? We'll see. Number 3. Kerkering will be this year's K-Rod. This is Orion Kerkering, who has a 0 ERA and a whip of 1.33 in 3 innings pitched.
Okay.
2 walks and 6 strikeouts. 2 decades ago, Francisco Rodriguez burst onto the scene in September call-ups for the Angels. And so, you know what, Mike? We'll get back to that. Let's go to Mike McCarthy for his presser right now.
Hurting for a young quarterback, especially where he's drafted, has had a lot of success early. What are some of the overriding traits you see in him that's allowed him to be able to do that?
I think the biggest thing is he's, you can see he totally has command of the offense. Having a chance to see him play live last year, I was very impressed. His instincts and awareness, ball placement. So, he's playing probably a notch above where he played last year.
Is that a rare quality to see someone have that sort of awareness and pick up some of the things he has that early?
You look at his career. So much is made about measurables and things when these young men come out in the draft, but you definitely, he's played high quality football his whole life. This guy was born to play quarterback.
Clarence Hill, four-star telegrams to David. That's housekeeping for me. What do you anticipate your injured guys doing in practice? Zach, Tyron, Micah,
Well, we're getting to the point now with our veterans, we would be resting them on Wednesdays anyways. So we're going to hide under that blanket today. But I would put Tyron and Zach, limited. Who else you want to know about?
Michael good to go?
Yeah, Micah's would be limited, but yeah, he's good to go.
Mike Toller's with ESPN. You told us before if you're going to call it, you have to install it. What's the most important part of that? Well,
Clarence left.
Fumble. Ball security. What's the most important part of that? Or why is that so important?
Well, I think the biggest thing is, you got to be totally engaged in the game planning. Now, we still do things, I'd say similar to what's done in the past and in my past. When I first got in the league, the coordinator installed everything, the run, protection, in the pass game. We break it up amongst the staff. So Mike Solari primarily does the run, Brian does the protections, I do the pass game. So, and we have situational and there's more elements to that because, part of our responsibility, especially with as long as the season is make sure we're giving some of our younger coaches and other assistant coaches a chance to develop. And, it's a great experience to be in front of the room, so, and throughout our staff, it's the same way on defense, we have our younger coaches, install things. We have our younger coaches do look team presentations in front of the team. So it's a really, it's a philosophy that's in place here because there's the development part of it. And the other part too is I think is what you find is the players enjoy seeing their position coach get an opportunity to present the red zone if he's in charge of bringing, the opponent tendencies and ideas to the table too. So it's definitely a group effort.
Side
used to be athletic. Mike, special teams is often the third in the pecking order in terms of the phases of the game, but your special teams this season has been really impactful. Has that become an expectation that the special teams is going to make a difference on week in, week out, and how's that become the case?
Well, sometimes, special teams impact is really just keep the field position from getting tilted because, where you play, when you play there, all those things that occur during the game, there's a lot of little variables that, that doesn't really show up in the stat sheet. And I think that impact is really felt since, day one when John arrived. I don't remember what the special teams was in 2019, but I John Fossil and our approach and philosophy to special teams made an impact right away in 2020, and I think it's held pretty true here in our time together.
Are you kind of surprised? When you think about these first four games, the kick block, and then on the other side, the Turpin hold, and then this time the extra point. Are you surprised at how much of it, I guess, it's being highlighted for you guys?
I'm not sure what's being highlighted, but no, I'm not surprised by it because just because I think John does a tremendous job of game planning. We're very fundamental, technique driven as far as our time that we have on the field. We have team fundamentals every single day. We have special teams components that are built into that. So yes, I'm not surprised by it. And highlighted, you talking externally or like?
Well, just how much it's like showing up.
It's I think our production as a football team has been very high, and the special teams have been a big part of it.
Garrett.
Burrell, CBS Sports. Mike, last year against the 49ers, CeeDee Lamb had 11 targets, no other receiver more than 3. How much of an impact can Brandon Cooks make in matchups like these, particularly against the 49ers? Is the kind of game that maybe you made the move to go get him?
Well, I think the biggest thing is that they're really two separate focal points. Brandon is obviously someone that we actually talked about for quite some time. So it was great to get him here. It was definitely a relationship that was mutual. So, and I think he's been a great fit for our football team. Locker room, receiver room. So, but yeah, now as far as how it applies to the 49ers, that's part of the game plan, and we're looking forward to playing that game on Sunday.
Skyler Dixon with DAP. How much do you think a win might help the psyche of your team if there is another January meeting, or do you think that matters much?
You talking about psyche today or in January? I'm not sure what you're asking me.
If you win this game, what it does for your psyche against the Niners?
Well, I think we're, we know who Captain Obvious is here. We know who we're playing Sunday, and and this is a team that, frankly, it's how our season ended last year. But we're not, it's not part of our charge. I mean, our charge is really, watching the way they've played. I think they're playing very well. Their video's good. Their stats are good. So the good thing is we have video of our game last year, which is probably the best video for our team to watch, because you still have a lot of the same matchups, a lot of the same players. So there's a lot of carryover. Sometimes you would throw this game into a category of uncommon opponent. We don't, because we just recently played them. So, but yeah, we understand. It's still only one win that we'll be able to achieve Sunday. But yeah, there's definitely some extra confidence that goes with this.
Cal.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. How difficult is it to contain McCaffrey when you watch him?
Well, they're super. I think they've been really creative on how they're utilizing them. As far as the different positions and the stress points of the shifts and motions, and creating leverage opportunities for him. And he's dynamic. He's obviously he can play in the eye, but he can play. He can be an eye back. He can be a far near one back. He could be a one back behind the center. Obviously, his ability in the slot. Coming out of the backfield, matchup conscious, and so how you match them, how you zone it, all those things play into it, and so you're seeing a full arsenal as far as how they utilize them. So, and they do a good job of creating that, and it's obviously been very productive for them, especially last week against Arizona.
Kyle.
Kyle Yeomans, Dallas Cowboys media coach. Now that you've seen this defense the last 2 years in a head coaching role, has your philosophy or your approach to this week, now with the play call role in there, changed a little bit this time around?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think you're, when one guy calls it one year and another guy calls it the next year, it's definitely going to be different. And this is the defense. You look at the structure of the defensive front. I've competed against it a lot in Detroit. We obviously just competed against it a couple weeks ago against the Jets. So, I mean, it's a challenging front, but most importantly, it's challenging because of the players they have. These defensive lines in today's NFL, I don't recall the depth you see across the board if you just look at the fronts we've played so far this year, and this is definitely one of the top fronts. So, and that's where it starts. That's where it starts with those guys, and that'll be the focal point.
Michael Galpin, Dallas Morning News. Will any of the 21-day practice windows start today?
No.
What's impressed you most about Brain operations since his time started here?
Well, obviously his talent. I mean, you can see that, right away. I mean, just I've always, my whole head coaching career, stand behind it. When you stand right behind those guys, you can really feel the strength when the ball comes off their foot. So first impressions was just, his leg strength is top notch. But I just really like his approach, his personality. He reminds me a lot of a young Mason Crosby, just extremely consistent in everything he does.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. I know it's early in the season, being week 5, but do you talk to the team at all this week about this game potentially being a playoff positioning type of determination, or is it just kind of understood in the locker room?
I think you got your answer right in the question there. I mean, it is week 5. We really just completed September football. I kind of look at this as kind of, this week and next week kind of wrapping up the first quarter of the season. There are characteristics, and I think there's trends and patterns you watch early in the season. These are kind of games you live to play in and compete in, so we're definitely looking forward to that. We love the matchup, and this is what it's all about. So, yeah, these are great games that so much can come out of it. There's so much to gain moving forward. So, we're just really focused on the preparation part of it. But, yeah, it is week 5.
And that is the Mike McCarthy press conference right there, brought to you for it is the best in Texas. All right, coming up next, let's talk with our good friend Sean Merriman next on The Fan.
info.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Back here on the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget Rangers pregame starts. Hey, we'll say 1 o'clock actually here on The Fan as we get ready for Rangers and Rays. And also we will have Derek Holland join us at 12:20 to discuss yesterday's game and today's game as well. Let's get this one closed out and move on. Right now it is time to talk with our football friend and lights out frontman, Sean Merriman. Sean, how's it going today, man?
Hey, what's up, my man? How you doing?
Dude, football's been fun the last few weeks. This is this has been an exciting run here. How have you been handling all this so far?
It's been wild, man. I mean, ever since that the first game of the year when the Lions won, and it's been wild because all the teams that we thought that were going to kind of take the league by storm and be great teams, they're not right now. And that's, Cincinnati Bengals and, a couple other teams. We just didn't expect the start like this.
Yeah. And, one of the things we're looking forward to this weekend around here is, Cowboys and Niners. And this is two really stout defenses. But, I guess whenever you see that as a player, do you have respect for what those guys do on the other side, on the other defense over there?
Oh, no doubt about it. Especially when you come into a game like this, and you got two big names, stars really on both defense, and Micah Parsons and Bosa. So you're going to be watching that matchup, and trust me, they may not come out in the media and say, "Hey guys, we want to outplay them," or I want to be the kind of the big dogs of this game. But it's talked about in the locker room. I mean, to play defense the way these guys are playing, it's a lot of pride involved. You want to be known as the best, and they have an opportunity to go out there and prove it.
Dak gets talked a lot about in extremes. I know that you're not a current player on the 49ers or another team, but what do you think defensive players think about Dak Prescott?
That, one thing you're going to get out of Dak you're going to get his best. Every week he's going to go out and lay it out in the line. He's going to do everything possible. You're going to get his best effort. I don't think anyone's going to the game and saying, Dak is this, kind of super elite quarterback that can light us up at any given time. Like, no, he will beat you on the plays he's supposed to beat you, and he will make some things happen. But that's not necessarily a focal point going out to the game, especially when you talk about an offensive line that's kind of banged up a little bit. It changes the dynamic going into this week.
Yeah, whenever one of our co-hosts here on the afternoon show, he's former scout Brian Broaddus. He always says that when it comes to Dak, that he's better whenever he gets hit. He's one of those guys that once he gets in the mud, he gets better. And I always wonder, like I saw quarterback with Mahomes, and he's getting sacked or knocked around, and he's telling guys, "Hey, good sack there, nice job, I appreciate that," and stuff like that. What was like whenever a guy says nice things to you, are you like, "Hey, I don't want to hear that"?
Yeah, nobody ever said anything nice to me, so I heard the exact opposite. But somebody like Dak, who is a physical guy. I mean, he is pretty physical. He plays the game hard. So when he gets popped or gets hit, they're not shying away from contact, or they're not shying away from competition. That's why I've never really talked really too down on Dak. I know he's not this upscale elite quarterback, but man, as a player, a former player, you can play with Dak because he's going to go out there and lay it on the line each and every week.
Mike, he's given a dose of reality from the perspective of a defensive player on what Dak is.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, that reality we try to discuss all the time.
So, Sean, let's talk about the other side. Both defenses we know are good, but a lot of these games have come down to Dak playing better than Garoppolo or Dak playing better than Brock Purdy. What have you seen from Brock Purdy this year, and are you seeing improvement? Are you seeing the same guy you saw at the end of last year?
Well, the year that Purdy had last year, was remarkable because we didn't expect that to happen. We didn't know who he was, right? And so whenever a guy that has no film, that's not really talked about that much, come on the field and do what he did, he's kind of shocked a lot of people. So those expectations is high. Now, the good thing is for the Niners is they have a running attack that's playing well right now. They got guys up front. They're a very physical team, and they get a lot of help from that defense. So, yes, Kyle Shanahan's a great coach, but, man, they're playing great defense, and they're very physical. So, it's always going to kind of give Purdy the upper hand. This is going to be a physical football game, man. I don't expect it to be high-scoring at all. I'm looking at these one-on-one matchups against, Niners' great left tackle, Michael Parsons, and I want to see who can go out there and block Bosa for 4 quarters. Like, there's going to be a matchup. I know it's a team game and 11 guys on the field, but there's a lot of one-on-one matchups that's going to determine this game and how it ends up.
All right, so your job is to try and stop Christian McCaffrey from busting open the can throughout the entire game. What's the best approach to try and slow that guy down?
Yeah, well, first off, see if you can stop him with just 7 men in the box. I wouldn't even come in this game looking to drop an extra guy or a strong safety, anybody in the box. Let's see if we can stop him with 7 in the box, because we know if we can do that, we're okay in the pass coverage. Now, they'll get themselves in trouble if they start having to bring up an extra guy in their box to cover up that run game. And then that's what's going to happen when they get beat, especially, with Diggs going down. They got a couple of soft spots in that defense. But if they find a way, man, I do believe the Niners are the best team in football right now overall. But I think if they go out there and stop this running game, they got a really, really good chance of winning.
Sean, this might not take into impact this week with Brock Purdy, but it seems like the Cowboys have had 3 unbelievable defensive games this year, but they went up against Joshua Dobbs, who's a below-average quarterback in the NFL, but he's an athletic quarterback. He's willing to run. He's willing to escape the pocket and then take off running, and that seemed to give the Cowboys problems last year. In the one game
Daniel
this year,
Jones did it, yeah.
It gave them problems. I'm just wondering, is there any time that a defense says, hey, we have to do better with that, or you just have to live with that because you're such an aggressive defense and over-pursuing at times?
It's the high-risk, high-reward, man, where – You want to get as aggressive as possible, but sometimes, when you do that, the other team is going to hit a home run. Now, you got to, as a defense, you got to be able to live and die by that, because if your mentality is to add as much pressure up on the quarterbacks as much as possible, you're going to get beat sometimes, and that they got to live and fight off those bad situations. But it's going to happen, especially when you're that aggressive.
We haven't really seen the offense for the Cowboys do what we kind of expected whenever they were saying, all right, we're bringing this West Coast. We're going to run more West Coast schemes. And they started calling it the Texas Coast offense and everything. We haven't quite seen that. In your experience playing against a West Coast style offense, what's the biggest factor that you're like, if we keep this from happening, we'll be okay? Because so far we haven't really seen the Cowboys open all that up yet.
It's get the West Coast teams out of a rhythm. Once they start throwing quick slants and quick outs, when they're throwing everything on time, that's when it's most dangerous. But if you step up in quarterback's face and start this right now, I'm not talking about going out and getting a sack. You have to keep somebody in this face, get them off the spot, get them running on the edge, and have to throw some plays that they don't want to throw. And that's how you get West Coast teams, because the second they start to feel comfortable in throwing these timing routes, they can really light you up and put the points on the board.
Sean Marion joined us here on the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Got the first opportunity to talk to him was the Super Bowl this year, and he's hopped on with us a couple times since then. Really always enjoy when you hop on. And your Chargers did get Kellen Moore from the Cowboys. What have you liked the benefits of a Kellen Moore offense so far?
Yeah, and I always say this, right? And then I say this after the Cowboys just blasted the Giants on by 40 points. It's not like one of these things where you have one game and we're going to the Super Bowl. I believe that most teams aren't in their fourth stride until week 4, week 5, especially because a lot of these guys aren't playing in the preseason.
Mm-hmm.
You got new coaching staffs, new players. You're trying to figure everybody out. You can try to a little bit in the offseason, but it's not live action. You can try to a little bit during the preseason, but again, the speed tempo was different. And so around week 4 or week 5 is where we're going to start to see. So far with Kellen Moore, man, I like it. They've shown now that they can go into a game and put up 30-plus points. Obviously, that defense has to play better. But they've seen the most explosive team in football, and that's the Miami Dolphins that they lost against. Other than that, man, I think that they have done a pretty good job.
So looking at this Cowboys-49ers game, I love that Chargers kind of analyst there is I feel like this probably isn't fair because it's week 5. If the Cowboys lose this game, they're going to have to go on the road again to Philadelphia and go on the road again to San Francisco if they have a chance to getting the Super Bowl, and I feel like that is impossible. So that's the importance I'm putting on to this game. Is that way too much to put on this game?
I think so, because you can't hang your head. You're about to play, probably the top 2 best teams in football, right? Somebody got to come out with the win. Somebody's going to lose. And also, you're going into this game with your horses up front. They got a revolving door, that offensive line. So there's a couple key factors when you look at this game going in. It's not the end of the world if they lose. But I think that this week is going to be their first true test on what the team really is, right? I mean, we know what they can do on defense. Hey, can you stop, one of the best running backs in football? Can you stop this Kyle Shanahan offense? On defense, man, can we stop this, this running game? So it's going to be their first real test where everyone is going to say, okay, this is what we got. Right? They look great against the Patriots, look great against the Giants. They had to fall out with the Cardinals, and look, they had a letdown game. You're going to have one of those every year. You just caught the Cardinals at a bad time where they were feeling confident. You let some things slip through the cracks. This game will show where they really are as a team.
Sean Marion, Lights Out 11 is going on Saturday, October 7th. That is this Saturday. I know in the main event, Morales versus Tolliver. What can you tell me about what you're expecting from this card?
This is our biggest card. Saturday, October 7th. We'll be in Long Beach, California. Lights Out Extreme fighting 11. We'll be live on Fubo Sports, Fubo TV. If you guys don't have Fubo, make sure you get this one. We got almost, 16 fights lined up, including a couple amateurs. A.J. Hodgkins, actually, who lives down there in Texas, we brought out, play linebacker. He'll be in this card, play linebacker at Oregon. Watch out for him. He's going to be a star in this sport, A.J. Hodgkins. And, we'll be live at 6 p.m. Pacific on Fubo Sports, Fubo TV.
There it is. Thank you very much for talking football with us and getting us set up for this Lights Out event, man.
You got it. Thanks for having me.
There you go, Sean Merriman. He again, Saturday, October 7th. This is Saturday. Lights Out 11, main event, Morales versus Tolliver on Fubo Sports. Now, Mike, I did want to throw this out. This is something that I just think is cool, and I needed to get this out there in the world today because I met a guy. Mike, this is, how this happens. I was at the donut shop the other day getting donuts for the kids.
And you?
And, no, I did not have any donuts.
Oh, man.
I try to avoid them, but as I was getting into my car, I heard somebody go, "Hey, are you Corey Majors?" And I was like, "Yeah, I am. How's it going?" And he was like Big Tolo and everything. And so we started talking for a second, and he opened up and said that he works for a place called Joni and Friends. Joni and Friends it's very similar to MP, and they can work together. They got a lot of things that they can do together. They are a global nonprofit committed to serving people with disabilities. They announced a partnership with the State Fair of Texas. Today, they are hosting a sensory-friendly morning. So from noon to 1, the Midway is going to be accessible with bright lights and sounds that can overwhelm visitors with sensory-related concerns. So beginning at 10, Joni and Friends will also provide 1 to 2 volunteer buddies to accompany each registered family and assist with waiting in lines, guarding wheelchairs, strollers. Whenever you go to the petting zoo at the state fair and you're like, man, I got to put my wheelchair out here. I got stuff out there. They're going to provide assistance for all of that. And they're going to provide some opportunities for some very friendly things for people with families with disabilities. So they can go experience the state fair the same way. Like, this is one of those things where Lucy will get to a certain point on the Midway and she's like, I can't do this right now. It's too overwhelming for her. And so through this support, Joni and Friends in the State Fair, Texas, they're offering this opportunity for individuals and families with disabilities to experience the State Fair in a fun, beautiful way. I'm really excited about this. This means a lot to me personally, so I'm really happy that Joni and Friends is doing this. I wish I would have gotten this out earlier, but I did want to talk about it, let you know that it exists, and you can go check out joniandfriends.org to find out more information about that. So really cool opportunity, really excited for, go enjoy the State Fair, man. There's a lot of fun stuff going on out there. All right, coming up next on the K&C Masterpiece, It is time for some gridiron gravy. We're getting information the right way. Next on The Fan.
This is Sean Shreve here with Jeff Jr., owner.
Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet. Like you, grit runs deep. They're determined to get you the toughest trucks with the biggest savings. Over 300 new Silverados on the ground. Unprecedented one-time offers. Claim yours before it's gone. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Back here on the K&C Masterpiece on 105 through the fan, Mike and I off air cannot stop talking about this Rangers game that's going to be going on today at 2 o'clock. 2:08 will be the first pitch. 1:30 is the official pregame. We'll have Jared on at 1 o'clock, though, just because we want to maximize our time with this and have an absolute blast. It's just so much fun to talk about every single little detail about what's going on, and I probably benefit the most because I get to ask Mike questions that they're just, I'm curious about this, and I get to ask him, and I learn more about baseball, a sport that, Mike, I thought I knew very well. But when you play it on a different level, you learn even more throughout the process. It's like going to doctoring school, just like Sue knows more about doctoring than we do.
I heard the kid who's an unbelievable pitcher for the Braves, Strider, and he said, you can either like baseball, love baseball, or live baseball. And for me, I lived baseball. My father played it in the major leagues for the Rangers and Twins, so I grew up in that environment and then obviously played it through high school and professionally, and now I'm lucky enough to have a job where I get to keep covering baseball. So, for me, I know a lot just because I've lived baseball. You like or love baseball, but you've watched a lot of it as a kid. You've watched a lot of it as an adult. You love baseball. I'd probably put you in a love category.
I'm a lover.
And so you know quite a bit, but when you live a sport, when you have to live, like when it is your life, when like literally if you don't understand this or do well at this, you have to do something else in life, you're dead to that.
Yeah.
Then you know a whole bunch about that.
No, it changes everything that you get. And also your teachers along the way are advanced. You got Charlie Huff teaching you, the pitch for that day, the pitching lineup for that day. Everything is just at a different level, and that's why I benefit. Like I said, the Tolos, they get great content when they're listening. Off air, I happen to get a little bit extra, so we'll have to get a podcast. Off air is what we'll call it. But I did want to add this: if you are like, I'm excited about let's go around the entire NFL and dip in some gridiron gravy. Thank you, Alec. If you're excited about this weekend's game, and you're like, hey, I don't want to just sit at the house. I want to go somewhere and watch this game. KG and Reggie are going to be at the Old 75. They're going to be at Old 75 this Sunday night for Cowboys against San Francisco. You need to get ready. You need to get there for this one. A, they give away awesome prizes all night. B, you get to hang out with Reggie and KG, and that's awesome. You'll learn new words because Reggie knows all the words, all right? He knows every word.
I was on with those guys last night at 8:20 talking some baseball.
That's awesome, dude. See, that's why you live baseball. And so Old 75 is right there off of Central Expressway in Richardson, off of 75, if you will. And they got great, their Miller Lite deals. I walked out of there with such a low tab. I was like, this is awesome. I'm coming back all the time. Sunday night, Old 75, KG and Reggie will be there. And I'll be back the next week. But I got to go take Lucy up to Cleveland this weekend, so they're filling in for me. But I'm really excited about this one. This is Cowboys against San Francisco. Big game. It's going to be a wild environment. It's an all-outdoor facility, too, so you'll love it. We start with Brian Schottenheimer. As you called him, Young Shotty.
Young Shotty. Great interview we had with him in Oxnard.
He was asked, this is via NBCSportsBayArea.com. And he said, Trey knows a little about what they're doing. The cool thing is, like I said, the Cowboys know them well. I know them well from being in Seattle. Trey knows them well. He said, and he said, like last week, it's kind of in good fun and humor. We all use pieces that we have in place, but we don't get too far into it. We know exactly what they're going to do because they don't do much that, we're really surprised by. But Trey definitely knows what's going on over there.
How did Will Gruyere cheese help out New England?
Well, not much.
I just don't get it. I don't get. I understand Trey Lance watching some film this week with maybe the defensive coordinator or defensive coaches or a defensive player and saying, hey, when they line up like this, they do these three things out of this. But those three things can be very different. They run to the left. They run to the right. They play action and throw the ball to George Kittle. Like, at least Kittle's their first read. Like, I get it. I get that Trey Lance can help a little bit, but I just don't get this like fear of like, oh no, Trey Lance, he's not going to be able to give you a whole game plan of what they're going to do. And he's not going to be like, if they're in this formation, they only run this one play. No, they probably have 5 or 8 plays out of that formation, and they're going to be somewhat different.
From the 817, now I see why they got Lance in the first place. Mike, this was Jerry's plan all along. He was like, what can I steal off their
Bill
team?
Belichick, maybe the greatest defensive coach of all time. It helped him out 0.
I would say this, if I'm planning a defense like this, and I'm like, hey, how can I set somebody up just a little bit? That's what I would try to do is, okay, like you said, on this third run, do they typically do this? Can I bait them just a little bit into something? And that could be my big play of the game. But you're right, man. It's not like there's any secrets that are going to change the world.
They're so scared. And by
the way, young
it's football
Shotty,
in general. It's high school, it's college, it's pros. Somehow there's this fear of, hell, talk to anybody. Everybody knew what the Cowboys were doing for 3 straight years, and they won 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah, they were like, hey, we're going to line up and run the ball.
Yeah,
good luck
here it
stopping
is.
us.
I'll call out the play.
I do love, but you remember the Cam Newton play where he was like, oh, you've been watching film, watch this. And then he ran a different play in that, and it was a touchdown. So, hey, it's the bait, Mike. But I will say, young Shotty did say this kind of jokingly. So that was, don't get too upset about it. John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin are going to coach against each other for the 34th time on Sunday. Do you know who has the most coach againsts in history?
The most coach against, like one coach versus another?
Yes.
So, gosh, I'm going to guess Don Shula is one of them.
No, I would say go back a little bit further.
Lombardi?
No,
Landry.
actually a lot further. George Halas and Curly Lambeau.
All right.
They coached 49 games between 1921 and 1953 and faced off more times than any pair of coaches. So that's 49. That was 40. Halas coached the Bears for 40 years. Lambeau with Packers for 29.
All right.
These two coaches, though, are at 34. And I know they play against each other a lot because they're in the same division, but that is pretty significant. They know a lot about each other at this point. Through 33 games, Tomlin is 18-15 against Harbaugh. That's pretty stout right there. You're getting a 3.5-point favorite at Pittsburgh this weekend. That's pretty fun. I like those little nuggets because that's two really good coaches over the history of their careers that might not even get the credit that they deserve for being as good as they have been. Von Miller says, if I was a betting man, I'd expect to see me play in London. So he is out there gambling, and the NFL has said, do not gamble.
I have no clue. I like what you just said there. I have no clue if it helps out Jacksonville that they've stayed overseas.
That's good. That's a good question.
Because obviously Buffalo's traveled overseas. I'm assuming they're either traveling today or yesterday or tomorrow. Like, they need to get over there, right? What I'm saying is you don't show up on Saturday on that big of a time schedule.
They fly out Thursday.
Okay, Thursday. So they have Friday and Saturday to somewhat prepare their bodies and everything for that. I wonder how big of an advantage it is because Buffalo looks way better than Jacksonville. I've been super disappointed in Jacksonville. They're 2-2. That's not the end of the world, but they'll most likely lose and be 2-3 to start this year. 2 of the losses, I don't mind. You lose to Buffalo, you lose to Kansas City. It happens. But, it's hurting my heart. My Jacksonville love is hurt a little bit that they are falling into that category of it's Jacksonville.
Devontae Adams became the 53rd player in NFL history on this weekend with at least 10,000 career receiving yards.
How many? 51?
53.
53.
Can you name all 52?
No.
All right. How many of the current players can you name that have 10,000 yards?
I know Hopkins does.
Hopkins is one of them.
One
of them is not a receiver, nor is a running back.
Kelsey?
Travis Kelce. That's very good. And there's one more.
That's active?
That's active.
Crap. Older player. Thielen?
No. This dude's a stud. Like, he is an absolute
stud today.
Still a stud. I think he got injured this weekend. and Baker Mayfield's throwing him the football.
Oh, Mike Evans.
Mike Evans is the other one. To add to that, though, Keenan Allen is about to join the group. He's at 9,689. So he has. I think he added another 32. So he's about 9,700 right now.
Was I anywhere close with Thielen?
I do not have Thielen's numbers there.
Sorry.
But I can go look.
No, it's okay. I just was thinking he's an older receiver, and I felt like he had plenty of 1,000-yard seasons where he would have maybe got to 10,000.
He is currently at 69.69.
Are you serious?
Nice.
So he's not even close.
He's got some work to do, and I don't think much time
So he's not
going to
get there.
Yeah, so I think he's probably done with that. But what a great career for a guy who grew up in Minnesota, loving the Vikings, and got his chance to play there, and then made something of it, man. That's awesome.
And we know that 10,000, it's a great number. No, it's a huge accomplishment. It really isn't a number, though, that gets you close to the Hall of Fame.
Where's Jerry Rice's number? What's his?
I think he might be at 22,000.
Jeez, dude, that's just so nuts. That dude for so long. I know there was a lot of people would be like, yeah, but he just padded on stats at the end of it. No, dude, he was dominant every single year. He was the best receiver, and nobody could get into that conversation.
When they only passed 25 times a game.
Yeah. He was having, let's look at this. 100 receptions in a season. Okay? He did that in his first year that he had 1,500 yards. But they weren't passing it like they were out there saying, hey, we're going 47, 50 times, 22,895. That's where he is all-time receiving yards.
I
and
wonder
he got 19,000 of that in San Francisco.
I wonder if that could be broken because of the way you have one more game. If a guy plays a long time, the way you pass the ball now in the NFL versus the way you pass the ball in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
Now, you're going to have to play close to 20 years. But if you can be healthy enough to play from about age 21 to close to 40 years old, the way the game is going, the rules are going, I do think there is a possibility, nobody active now, but I do think there is a possibility that could be broken way more. Like Emmett's good. Emmett doesn't ever have to worry about anybody coming close to his record.
Coming up next on the K&C Masterpiece, from the mind of Mike Bassick over the Cowboys' next 4 games. If you come away 2-2, are you feeling good? Or did the Cardinals game mean that you have to be 3-1 or 4-0? Tough stretch coming up. We do it next on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it's Corey and Mike today. We got Alec Medford hanging out with us as well, and hopefully I can talk in the noon o'clock hour here. We got Derek Holland joining us at 12:20. Mike likes it, and then we'll set you up for the entire pregame for the Rangers. Do not miss the 1 o'clock hour.
Kevin's supposedly getting off of coke.
Kevin is not with us right now. All right, he will be back hopefully Monday.
They said it's a 1 week treatment.
It is a 1 week treatment. Did I just burp on air?
I don't know.
Okay, it is a 1 week treatment for Kevin. For those that are concerned about him, go follow him at Oh Thank Kevin. Go to the Facebook page on Facebook at the K&C Masterpiece.
Is he posting?
Jess is. I haven't seen him post anything.
Oh, when she gets to visit him?
Yeah, well, just keep an eye out there from the 469. I really miss Kevin. We do too, man. He's always fun to have around. Hopefully we'll get you through this thing as we get the week rolling, because we got really important baseball actions happening. But before we get to that, Mike asked this question yesterday, and I think this is a really interesting approach, a really interesting thought, because if you look at the Cowboys' next 4 games, this is a tough stretch for the Dallas Cowboys on their schedule. And this game is probably the one that I think is the most significant for them emotionally, because they can't get over this team. They can't do what it takes to beat them, and it's just like, it's frustrating. Why can't they beat this team? We play close games. They're fun, exciting games. They come down to the last second. They come down to the last minute.
And supposedly you have the better quarterback in these games.
And so whenever you look at this one, like this is one that it's not a must win, but man, you really want to win this one. But you got the Niners, Chargers, Rams, and Eagles. And that 4-game stretch right there, it's not necessarily what you have later in the season when you have the Eagles and Bills, Dolphins, Lions, but it's very similar.
Yeah.
And so, Mike, you asked this question, 877-881-1053. Do the Cowboys, if you come away 2-2, are you feeling okay because of what you have here?
I think it's an important question because you don't know what Philadelphia is going to do. They do not have that tough of a schedule. And this is my belief. It doesn't have to be your belief as a Cowboy fan. It's just a belief that I have. If the Cowboys are a wild card team, they're finished. They might beat Detroit or Tampa or whoever they'd have to play in the first round on the road. I just don't believe that either San Francisco, Philadelphia, or the Dallas Cowboys are good enough to go to those 2 places and win 2 games to get to the Super Bowl. And maybe your expectation as a Cowboy fan, I totally get it. If you're just like, I don't care, I just want to win 1. I don't care if we lose 40-0 in the NFC Championship game. At least we got to an NFC Championship game in my lifetime. I totally get if that's where you're at. But I look at it and go, man, I think this team can get to the Super Bowl. And watching the AFC, it's very early. It's only 4 games. They're not as dominant so far early on in the season as you thought maybe the AFC would be compared to the NFC. So I don't look at this as if they lose, I'm totally writing off the Cowboys. But I do think they have to win the division if they're going to make a run to the Super Bowl. They are not going to make a run to the Super Bowl as a wild card team. Just get in. I just don't see the Cowboys just getting in and going to Philadelphia and going to San Francisco and winning these games. This is a very tough game to predict. I think the Cowboys do have a chance to win on Sunday, but when I look at this 4-game stretch, if they would have beat Arizona and they go 2-2 and you're 6-2 after 8 games, I'm like, thumbs up, man. We're all right. That was a tough 4-game stretch. You're 2-2. You get an easier stretch here. Let's take advantage of the schedule. Hopefully you're healthy enough to take advantage of the schedule. But that you lost to Arizona, I feel like in this stretch of those 4 games, you need to go 3-1. You need to make up one of these games because you're not favored on Sunday. I think you'll barely be favored against the Chargers. Like, it'll probably be Cowboys by 3 is my guesstimation right now. It might be better than that. It might be Cowboys by 5. And then you'll be favored against the Rams. That's at home. And then Philadelphia, I believe, is at home too. Am I right about that?
Philadelphia is going to be on the road.
Okay, so you're going to be underdogs there by 4 or 5 points.
You have them at home in December.
So you're going to be underdogs Sunday. You're going to be underdogs against Philadelphia, and most likely I'm predicting a split against Philadelphia. You lose on the road, you win at home. We'll see if it plays out that way, but that's how I look at the Philadelphia series this year. But if you go 2-2 here and you're 6-2, and that loss is, let's say, at Philadelphia, it just starts getting a little bit tougher to see, all right, the second half of the season, you can only lose 2 games at most, and it can't be to Philadelphia. That starts making it very tough when you just talked about Miami, Buffalo, Philadelphia,
the end of your season's
Detroit.
tough.
So you're going, all right, we have 2 more losses left. If you go 2-2 in this stretch, you have 2 more losses you can get and maybe still win the division, and you can't have that loss be home against Philadelphia.
From the 2-1-4, Cowboys will be 7-1 after 8 games. From the 9-4-0, the Cowboys are -2.5 at the Chargers on the early line right now. So that's a positive for the Cowboys there too. Mike, I agree with you on the Arizona thing because you should have been walking into this game 2 undefeated teams, looking at each other saying, man, this is about to be awesome. And I guess, it's interesting because with baseball, you're rolling into Tampa and you're like, hey, this is positive that they're the underdog. Like, this is a good thing. There's less pressure on this team. The takeaway from it, if everything and this is, maybe we can discuss that more later. The takeaway though is if they don't get this thing, you're like, well, I mean, there's something to build on. With this Cowboys team though, it's a completely different thing where you're like, we need wins.
Right.
Like you can't look at it that way. So from the 9-4-0, the Cowboys will not be 8-0 after 8 games. That is not, you can't do that. Somebody said they'll be 8-0. I do think, though, I agree with you. The Arizona loss was so brutal. You need to be 3-1 out of that 4-game break here. All right, and I will look at the one loss as the Niners, just because it's a coin flip kind of game for me. But the Niners have proven to be the dominant team in these two outings. But you can't lose to the Chargers.
Dominant. Better. Do you feel like dominant's too strong of a word? Or
I felt like they were winnable games. You're right. I say dominant now in retrospect, but within the game, it felt like they were winnable up to the last minute, man, in each one of them. So I will say you've been dominated because you haven't been able to beat them.
Right. They bully us. They definitely bully the Dallas Cowboys, and they defeat you physically, and it seems like they've defeated Dak mentally. I get Dak's a great leader. Dak's this. Dak's the greatest. But we just had Sean Merriman on, and it's like, guys, he's good. I don't think you can dispute if he's good. He's a better than average quarterback in the NFL, but he's not great. Teams don't fear Dak Prescott. They never will, but you do respect him. You respect him as a good quarterback, but Dak, man, he's got to figure it out. One time in his life, he's got to figure out how to be better than a better team than him. A better team than they, you know what I mean? Screw it. Let's get to baseball.
Bobby said this the other day, and I didn't really take it into consideration, but it's really weird. Mike, you're on the road at the Niners, on the road at the Chargers, on the road at the Eagles, right? And in this 4-game stretch here, you're on the road
3 road games,
At the end of the season, 3 of your last 4 games are on the road again.
Yes, you have a lot of home games in between, though.
Yeah, it's just like you have one road game in the Panthers in November, and other than that, like you're at home there, but in probably the most significant points of your season, you're heading out to somebody else's stadium. And I think you got to beat the Chargers. I think you have to beat the Rams. And then for division purposes, you have to beat the Eagles. So that's why I'm I can't be 2-2. I have to be 3-1 coming out of this 4-game stretch.
I'm with you. And so I'm with you on that's the way I'd want it. If you're going to lose a game, I would lose the San Francisco game. I guess if I wanted to lose a game, you would lose the Chargers game because it's a non-conference game. But if you're looking at the 49ers and the Eagles, those are the 2 games you will be underdogs. I would rather lose to the 49ers. I don't want to lose any of them. But to go 4-0 when you have 3 out of 4 games on the road, and those teams are all 2 of them you're competing to go to the Super Bowl with. The other one on the road, the Chargers did make the playoffs last year. So these 3 road games are against teams that made the playoffs last year. So you have to beat the Rams. You have to beat the Chargers. And hopefully you can figure out one other win in this 4-game stretch because you crapped your pants in Arizona.
Yeah, that was a bad game. It happened. Again, this goes to Sean Merriman did say they came prepared. You didn't expect it. You got caught off guard. Now you have to pay. You have to pay for it later in the season.
And I know it happens to everybody. I get it. It happens almost to every team, every season that wins 12 or more games. They have a loss on their schedule that is really bad, and the Cowboys have had theirs. The issue is, with me, is you had that in week 3.
Yeah.
Now, I know it can happen in week 3. We pointed out Kansas City last year to Indianapolis, all those things. I totally get it. But you kind of can't have another one. That's the tough thing. It's like you wasted your crap your pants moment in week 3 of the season. And so now you look at the rest of the way, because most likely you're going to lose 2 of these 4 games. You're going to lose San Francisco, Philadelphia, Buffalo, Miami. If we want to throw Detroit in there, they've impressed me. I'll be honest, they have impressed me more than I thought I'd be impressed. But you're probably going to lose 2 of those 5 games. If you go 3-2 in those 5 games, great job. Now, win most or if all of the rest of those games, okay. Like, I hate saying that. I'm not quitting the season if they lose on Sunday and just saying, oh, who cares to watch the Cowboys anymore? But it becomes really important. I just don't think the Cowboys can win 2 road, and it would really be 3 road playoff games. So I don't believe they can go 3-0 on the road in the playoffs. So they have to win this division.
Man, I also how terrible, Mike, would it be? You win against the Niners, and then on the next Monday night against the Chargers, you crap the bed again.
Oh, so we have Sunday night, Monday night?
It's Sunday night and then Monday Night Football the next week on October 16th, which that's where I'll be at Old 75 again.
Okay.
So Reggie and KG are going to be at Old 75 this Sunday night, and then next Monday night, I'll be out at Old 75 having a fantastic time.
I just think as a Cowboy fan, concentrate on Sunday, but just know this 4-game stretch, if you go 1-3, you can pack your bags and say, hey, let's just make the playoffs, I guess, and that's who we are.
It was a good run. Time to rebuild.
But 2-2, you're okay, but you leave yourself small room for error the rest of the way. Unless you can blow out, like somebody blows out their knee or something like that. I mean,
what are you, Mike?
It changes everything. If Jalen Hurts blows out his knee, it changes everything.
Coming up next.
Well, I guess it hasn't, because Carson Wentz did, and they still won the Super Bowl.
Coming up next, let's dive into this Rangers-Rays game, and let's chat with Derek Holland, our good friend, next on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free K&C Masterpiece?
Yes!
here on the K&C Masterpiece. It is the Expressway, everybody, brought to you by QCkinetics.com. And it is 35 uninterrupted minutes of sports content right there in your ear holes as we set you up for Rangers and Rays Day 2, Game 2. Had an excellent game yesterday. If you're saying Jordan Montgomery had an excellent game, everything else could be a lot better, Mike.
Well, the bullpen did great too, right?
Oh, yeah, the bullpen did really good.
2 innings, 0 runs, and the Rangers did enough offensively. In that game, you did enough. You're not going to be perfect when you get a guy to second base with nobody out, or you do get bases loaded with nobody out. You're not going to be perfect. You're not going to score all of those runs. But really, when you break down the Rangers game yesterday, if they get those opportunities and only score 4 today, they'll probably regret it.
And let's go now to the Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill hotline, where our friend Derek Holland is, I believe, very pumped still from yesterday's game. How's it going, Derek?
Let's freaking go.
Dude, you did the pregame, you did the video by the pool yesterday. I know you were all into it throughout the entire day. What was the experience like? Did that bring back the juices from playoff experiences of the past?
Man, it was awesome to watch. You know, I'm very excited for these guys. You know, they're getting to do something that we haven't got to see since 2016. So it's definitely excited to see what's going on. And, you know, as a fan, getting to be a part of it. That's the main thing now is I'm a fan, supporting my guys, just continue to watch the greatness unfold.
So I was wondering this, Derek. How cool is it? Or maybe it's not cool at all to you. Maybe you're really above this. But how cool was it when you're watching the Rangers game and Jordan Montgomery's having a solid game and they bring up Derek Holland in the 2011 World Series 8 1/3 shutout innings?
Man, that's awesome. But at the end of the day, you know, it's cool that they gave me a shout out. But this is about these guys. It's not really about me. I want all the credit to be towards what these guys are doing.
I'm not giving you any credit. What I'm saying
I know.
No.
Hey, you let me talk, but it's my interview now.
Go ahead.
But it's awesome. What Jordan did is huge for the guys. I think they use that momentum going forward into this playoffs. The main thing is we need the pitchers to keep doing what they're doing. We know what the offense is capable of. So if they just go out and do what they did yesterday, we're going to see some great things. This series will be done, and we'll be heading to Baltimore.
And I know everything's different. You know, each game's its individual game. Each pitcher's their own individual pitcher. When you get into the zone like that, obviously you did in 2011 in a World Series game, and Jordan Montgomery had everything working. He had those guys on a string. So I'm just wondering, when it comes to yesterday and you approximately 10 years ago, what's the feeling like? What's the conversations like in the dugout? I know it can be very different individual to individual. And how much are you going, dude, whatever you're putting down, I'm throwing?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they have a good connection with Heim behind the plate. He does an outstanding job of calling games, keeping those guys in control. You know, I saw it yesterday. One thing that I don't think a lot of people see, and it should be something that's recognized, is what Heim did with Leclerc. You know, he got 2 quick outs, and then obviously I think it was he walked the next guy, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, on 4 straight pitches.
Yeah, so Heim, if you watched him, and this is where he deserves a lot of credit, is he kept telling him, easy, let's go, just me and you, we got this, don't worry about that. I think that shows a lot of his leadership skills, and it shows how much he can control those pitchers and keeping them locked in, because what happened right after that, get the out, we get to go to game 2 now, Rangers up 1-0.
What did you think of the kids yesterday getting out there? Josh Young had a great defensive play. I mean, Mike was saying that he had like 5 different steps. And then Evan Carter, man, that dude he is everything we were told.
Yeah, what he's doing right now is awesome to watch, especially to see such a young guy carrying himself the way he is. I mean, he's not letting any of the pressure get to him. He's staying locked in, being himself. I like him in the 9-hole right now. And then, as I said yesterday with G-Bag too, is having Tavares as the 8, and then you have, gosh dang it, no, I just lost his name.
Oh, no. What are you talking about? Tavares, Young, Carter.
You have Carter at the 9-hole, 8-9. I think that's a deadly combo right there to have them go there and be able to set the tone getting on base to let Simeon and Seager do the work and get those runs in. I mean, that's huge what those guys are doing down there at the bottom of the order.
So I just compared you to Jordan Montgomery and the greatness of 2011 in your World Series game. Now I'm going to go to 2015. You were hurt that year. You only made 10 starts. You did pitch in the playoffs in 2015 for your appearance, and you struggled. Right now, obviously, Eovaldi had a great year up till the All-Star break. And then in the month of September, he had a 9.6 ERA. I know that you weren't feeling great going into the 2015 playoffs. How do you feel Nate Eovaldi is going into this game? Because I feel like you have a similar experience in 2015.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is we can't worry about what had happened before. Yeah, he's had some struggles, but it's like I've said before, the playoffs, it's 0-0. But now, Rangers 1-0. So I don't think we can worry about what has happened before and how he's kind of struggled. I think he's going to come out and set the tone early. You saw before, he literally had bad shot. He literally.
That's what you're doing.
Playing golf right now, Derek?
What are you doing right now?
I'm just practicing golf. But hold on, let's stick to the baseball topic here.
All right. You're practicing golf, or are you playing a round of golf right now?
I'm kind of doing both. I mean, I'm not really playing because I'm not allowed to take full swings. So I'm just out here working on some short games.
Okay. All right.
As we were saying, with Eovaldi, the one thing that sticks out, and I want people to see this too, is he came out and he was lights out first 2 innings, and then the third inning hit him. I think going forward, we're going to see him progress. You're not going to see him have that third inning hiccup. I think he's going to come out strong. I'd like to see, I'd say, at least 5 innings from him. And then you got Martin out there waiting to come in. He can attack the same way that Montgomery did. And I think the bullpen is going to do their job. I feel very confident with our pitchers and what we're doing now because, like I said before, the playoffs is a clean slate. Doesn't matter what you did before. It's what you do now.
Bochy, I'm wondering this because you talked about Martin Perez. There's Andrew Heaney, who might start tomorrow, Martin Perez, who might start tomorrow, and Dane Dunning, who might start tomorrow. How do you feel like Bochy's communication is right now with those 3 guys, letting them know possibly their role today and possibly their role as a starting pitcher in Game 3?
If it's me, I would say that Bochy is going to probably sit them both down, both Martin and Heaney, and say, look, all hands are on deck for today, but one of you will not throw today, and we're going to go with the other guy. So whoever it is, just be prepared. You want to have them in the mindset that they're going to be in this game to help out either way, and then you go from there. So don't worry about tomorrow. Let's worry about today. So if I'm talking to Heaney and Martin, hey, you guys are available today. We'll see what happens. If we use one of you, know that the other one's not going to be used, and we're going to need you for tomorrow.
Derek, I always like talking, and this is one of the reasons I like asking Mike these questions and stuff, but I always love hearing kind of the conversations on the mound. When Mike Maddox walked out there to talk with Jordan Montgomery, it was essentially his last batter that he faced. It was in the 7th inning. What do you think he said to him? Because in my mind, he was up there and he's like, "Hey, this is your last batter. Give him everything you got."
Yeah, it's like I told you yesterday. We're not going to go out there. You don't want to say that because some things could change. Let's say he gets him out quick and they talk to him when he comes back in the dugout, and they're like, "Hey, how do you feel?" 9 times out of 10, he's going to say, "I feel good. Let me go back out there." And then they go hitter by hitter. If you go out there and tell a guy, "This is it," and then all of a sudden, he checks out after that hitter, and he might have to face maybe one more because they might like the numbers in that one or whatever. You can't sit there and tell him it's over. Like, this is it.
Well, Derek, hey, man, we really appreciate you hopping on with us today, and we will obviously be calling you for more conversation as these playoffs go along, dude.
Well, I appreciate it. That stinks. This was such a short interview.
It's all right.
You guys.
It's all right, man. We're gonna let you get back to your golfing and enjoy it, and so you get back in mode, man. But we'll see you up here soon. All right.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Love you, buddy. There he goes, Derek Holland, right there, joining us from the golf course. I did see this, Mike. I wanted to throw this your way. I think this is pretty cool. John Gray was awarded the Bob Feller Act of Valor Award for this year. So John Gray got an award for it's proudly announced as Carlton Fisk, formerly of the Boston Red Sox and the White Sox, and John Gray as the award winners for the Bob Feller Act of Valor Award.
The original Pudge.
Yeah, that is the original Pudge.
That's interesting because John Gray also was the nominee and won the Roberto Clemente Award for the Texas Rangers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he has 2 very big awards for using his gifts that God gave him on the field for off the field.
Yeah, he will be joined by the Navy and Marine Corps recipients and honored during the 11th annual Bob Feller Act of Valor Awards ceremony at the United States Navy Memorial in D.C. on Wednesday, November 15th. So congratulations to John Gray on that right there. I did want to throw this out, too. There are two other bold predictions I didn't get to earlier this morning.
Yes, let's do this in baseball.
Yes, in baseball.
You're talking first about a Phillies reliever,
yeah,
right?
We'll move on from that. I'm done with that one. Moving on to this bold prediction. The Astros will not make the ALCS.
So they play the winner of Minnesota-Toronto.
Uh-huh. Only 4 teams making the championship series each year. So predicting a specific team won't make it is not very bold, but the odds always favor the field. The Astros are not most teams, though. They've gone to the ALCS in each of the last 6 seasons. That's the longest streak of the championship series appearances in the wild card era.
It's amazing. I mean, that's why, one, I understand why Astro fans are so cocky and arrogant.
They're the Chiefs right now.
But at the same time, you guys need to tell some of your Astro fans to settle down and be decent human beings.
Yeah.
But I look at it and I go, okay, Minnesota, I didn't get to watch much of that game. Obviously, I'm seeing the highlights. Royce Lewis comes back. He's the number 1 overall pick in the 2017 draft. And when he's been healthy this year for Minnesota, he's made a huge difference. And he's had a hamstring injury. Look, they're up 1-0 in the series. That series isn't over. But if Minnesota wins today, they're playing at 3:30 on ESPN. Rangers 2 o'clock on ABC. If they win and Minnesota goes there, I'm not so sure that Houston's going to win that series. I would still, though, pick Houston to win the series. I've just seen them win too much. It's as much as we don't like the Astros and that they win so much, I have to respect Altuve, Bregman, Yordan Alvarez, Kyle Tucker. They got Verlander. Framber Valdez has been somewhat inconsistent throughout this season, but he's still one of the best starting left-handed pitchers and one that people fear when he's on the mound, and when he has it going, he's unhittable.
Yeah.
So they have, decent rotations. They have a pretty good bullpen. I won't say a great bullpen, but they have a pretty good bullpen, and their lineup is pretty loaded. I mean, it is a pretty loaded when they're healthy and they're going into the playoffs healthy. Michael Brantley, they can use him off the bench. They can use him in different ways if they want to start him against a righty and then take him out of the game if they feel like obviously defensively or whatever they don't want to use him. Chas McCormick has had a very good year for them. So I am scared of the Astros once again making the ALCS, and then also scared of them. Baltimore has no experience in the playoffs. Great young team. I think they're going to win a World Series in the next 3 years. Could it be this year when it's like, whoa, this is way too quick for Baltimore?
They could be the Rangers from 10.
Rangers have one healthy starting pitcher going into the playoffs. Minnesota's solid. I do think you just look at it and you're just like, you look at Houston, you go, that experience and that talent and the way that they win and have won for 6 straight years, it's tough to pick against them in the American League.
It's real weird when you talk about the pitching, Jordan Montgomery being who he is, and he may have been second or third, kind of depending on how he might be the 4th guy in the rotation if everybody's healthy. DeGrom, Scherzer, I'm kind of trying to put him, maybe he's 3rd.
Yeah.
But even still, it's just wild. And then you're like, we might never get Dane Dunning right for the entirety of the playoffs. Like the entirety of the playoffs, we might never get him or have him right to be that 3rd guy.
Yeah,
Weird. Now,
if you do make it, we'll talk about it later, but obviously you'll have no starter for Saturday against Baltimore because you'll be Heaney or Perez, I guess. But they might have had to pitch on Thursday to help out Dane Dunning, who's going to go 2 or 3 innings. So then you'd have Montgomery game 2, Eovaldi game 3, and then Dunning game 4. So at that point, if you make it to the DS and there's a game 4, Dunning would be at least on regular rest for the first time to pitch, in the playoffs. But yeah, you're a little bit wore out with this team, and that's why winning yesterday was so important because you had your best on the mound. You had your one starting pitcher who's healthy and ready to go in this series on. He pitched you to a win, and now you got to figure out today 9 innings. Like I said yesterday, I don't have to be better than them all season. I don't have to be better than them yesterday. I just have to be better than them for 1 inning at a time. And at the end of 9 innings, if I'm better than them today, you move on to the ALDS. And you got the win that, to me, you had to have. I couldn't imagine if Tampa wins game 1 with those 19,700 fans going crazy, which is just sad. But if you were there and you lost that one, I just didn't see Eovaldi and a bullpen day being the way you're going to win the series.
All right, I do want to throw this last bold prediction out there. The last bold prediction, I think this is interesting. A starting pitcher will throw the final pitch of 2023. It's happened 3 times in the last 6 years.
Okay.
Last year, and all these guys, you can pick these. Last year, Ryan Presley gets Nick Castellanos to pop out in foul territory.
He's a reliever.
2021, Will Smith gets Yuli Uriel to ground out to short. He's a reliever.
Yeah.
2020, Dodgers over Rays. Julio Urias.
Yeah.
Willie Adams strikes out looking.
He's out of baseball.
He is out of baseball right now. 2019, Daniel Hudson. Michael Brantley strikes out swinging. Nationals over Astros. 18, Chris Sale for the Sox. Manny Machado strikes out swinging for the Dodgers. And then 17, Astros over Dodgers. Charlie Morton strikes out. Grounds out Corey Seager.
Okay.
To second base. So that I always like this. So in my prediction, Mike, it's Max Scherzer. Max Scherzer gets the final out. Now he could throw a complete game. Who knows? But it's Max Scherzer that ends up throwing the final pitch for the Rangers in the World Series. That's in my world, Mike. Which pitcher would you pitch around Major League Baseball? Which starter would you pick to throw the final pitch in the World Series? I swear, if you don't say a Ranger,
I'm not going to say a Ranger.
Mike!
Can't do that, Mike.
I'll go with Spencer Strider. He's a strikeout machine.
If he really
needed
him,
they needed him in like the 9th inning. I believe Iglesias is their closer. But if for some reason he had to pitch the 8th inning, or Strider's on 2 days rest and they're like, let's go to him, and he had a great 8th inning, you're like, just let him roll one more inning. I could see it being Spencer Strider.
That's fun. That's fun. All right, right now it's time for Mike Bassick's Baseball Nuggets.
All right,
with
so
Mike Bassick.
This is really Mike Likes It, but
Okay.
we are talking baseball because we are getting ready for Game 2. Remember, we have Jared Sandler coming up from pretty much 1 to 2 o'clock. The official pregame show starts at 1:30 here on The Fan. You'll hear from Bruce Bochy. You'll hear from Jared Sandler. You'll hear from Eric Nadel. You might hear from somebody in Tampa on Tampa's situation.
Yesterday, they had a fantastic piece, Jared, with Nathaniel Lowe. That was really interesting to hear that. That was really good.
Yeah, Nathaniel Lowe did get a big hit early in the game. And they talked about it on the air, and it stinks because obviously the Lowe mom, and when I say Lowe because of Nate and Josh, is that she would love to be, she goes to every time Tampa and Texas plays, at least it feels like she's at that game. Both of her sons are in the major leagues.
Jersey on.
Yeah. And so unfortunately, if you didn't hear yesterday here on The Fan, or you didn't hear yesterday on the broadcast, Mrs. Lowe is not able to be at the games right now because of her cancer. So Nate Lowe and obviously brother Josh, they're going through a lot, but obviously we think about Nate because he's on our team, as he's had to deal with this for weeks now. So there's been a slump for Nate Lowe, but he's dealing with a lot off the field with his mom. I'm assuming sick enough that she can't travel. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to speak out of turn. I don't want to misspeak at all, but I think that probably she wants to be at these playoff games, but has probably been advised because of where she's at with treatment or whatever that, they advised her not to go to Tampa Bay. So that's always tough for Nate Lowe. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about the environment yesterday first, and Mike Likes It. Wow. I called up Jared Sandler. I texted him because he's working the game. And I texted him because he's at Tampa for us, and that's where he's doing the pre- and post-game shows from here on 105.3 The Fan. And I said, dude, it looks only 50% full.
Oh, really?
And he goes, oh, I think it's about 80% full. And I'm like, I don't think so, man. But, I mean, you're there. And he's like, well, I can't see the upper deck. How does the upper deck look on the broadcast? I said, less than half full.
Empty.
And So then as the game progresses, you get to the 5th inning, I believe, is when they announce the official attendance for the game. The official paid attendance for game 1 of the wild card series was 19,720.
I'm sure they can only hold about 20,000 in that stadium, right?
You said what is capacity when they tarp the areas that they usually don't sell?
Oh man, I don't have a clue.
I think it was maybe Sean Sharif said they can fit another 3,500 in there really easily.
42,000 is the capacity.
But when they want to untarp things for a playoff game, because if that's Boston or New York, because there's going to be so many Red Sox fans and Yankee fans that live there now that want to buy those tickets, that's going to get that crowd up to at least 30K, if not 35K, because of the Yankee fans or Red Sox fans wanting to go to the game. Obviously, for Texas Ranger fans, not a lot of people move from Texas to Florida. I get there are some, but we have somewhat similar climates. It's hot, right? It's not like we're moving from snow to hot. You would just be moving from hot to hot. Hot to, I guess, humid if you wanted to move there. So there's not a lot of Ranger fans living in the Tampa area. So you're not going to get a lot of Ranger fans being there. So it's up to Tampa to do it. And the other thing, too, is let's face it, I was thinking about buying ALDS tickets looking at Saturday and Sunday. So as the Rangers won 2 out of 3 in LA, I'm thinking, hey, should I buy tickets to the ALDS? But I'm assuming they're going to play on Saturday and Sunday. They're going to win the division, play Saturday and Sunday at home, and then play Tuesday and Wednesday on the road and possibly Friday at home. By the way, if the Rangers win, it will be Saturday and Sunday in Baltimore. It'll be Tuesday and Wednesday. I'm 90% sure on this. I'm going off of the top of my head here. Tuesday and Wednesday in Texas, and then Friday would be back in Baltimore if they were to win this game today. But it really stinks for baseball. It's a horrible place to have a stadium. It's a horrible stadium. And obviously Tampa Bay fans are fed up with it. They don't even go to the playoff games.
Yeah.
Every place is sold out. There's probably 100,000 people that were dying to go to that Minnesota playoff game. Same in Milwaukee, same in Philadelphia. And I might be low on 100,000 people trying to get into that building that couldn't get into per game. They couldn't get people into that stadium.
It's been that way the entire time that fan base has been there.
You can get into the upper deck there for these games for about $15 to go to this game
for a
2.
Playoff game.
Game 1, game 2, you can. So just to give you an idea, if you go right now to a Ticketmaster website or whatever, like a ticket site, and you wanted tickets for games 3 and 4 to the DS series that hopefully the Rangers are playing against Baltimore, the cheapest ticket you can get is $150. And that's face value. That's not putting extra money on it, because the Rangers know we probably have in our Metroplex 250,000 to 500,000 people that want to go to the game.
Absolutely.
That are here. They live here. They'll go to the game, whether it's a 2:00 game or 7:00 game, they will go to the game. So they know that they can put a price and go, hey, on the secondary market, we know people will sell it for this much. To me, I think they're like, let's just put it at the secondary market now. So if you're buying a ticket, it's going to be really tough to resell that ticket.
Mike, this is a little different. This is a little different topic. I need to ask you to look at a picture.
All right.
Because I need you to tell me and explain to me why this man is in full uniform pitching his bullpen. Why is Max Scherzer in Tropicana Field in full uniform throwing his bullpen as if he is ready to pitch this afternoon, Mike?
Well, he's not active on the team. So
okay, all right. So they would have to. Would he be activated at some point? He would have.
So
to be
here's what you would
activated?
do. Yes, first of all, you'd have to be on the active roster.
Do you see this picture, Michael?
Now, look, yes, I do. He's not going to pitch today because obviously he's throwing a bullpen, but he's going to try to pitch, I guess. I just don't want to get my hopes up. I also don't want him to end his career because he wants to pitch in one playoff game for the Rangers. So here's the rules on playoff baseball. If, like, let's say you wanted to activate Max Scherzer for tomorrow's game, for game 3, you're like, he's good enough to give us an inning, we're activating him. It wouldn't hurt the Rangers too much because let's say you have to put somebody now off of the team. Let's just say it's Matt Bush.
Okay.
Matt Bush now cannot be part of the divisional series at all. He cannot, like, so if you decide, if somebody's not on your roster and you want to put somebody on your roster during that series, you have to take somebody off. That person you take off cannot be eligible to play in the next series.
Okay.
So that wouldn't hurt the Rangers too much if you had a deeper bullpen.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to do that, then you could activate Max Scherzer I don't think he's getting activated for tomorrow's game. Just want to make that 100% clear.
I see pictures, Mike. I'm seeing these pictures. I know what they're telling me.
Right. Good for you. Look, he's trying. I just don't want him trying so hard that he blows out. And because you have him next year.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. So let's look at the other side of the ball right now.
Gotcha.
Let's look at Zach Eflin. I found these few stats interesting. Zach Eflin in August and September threw 61 and 1/3 innings, 61 and a third. He walked 7 guys.
Good God.
He struck out 70.
Dang. What?
So if you are expecting anything can happen in a game.
Yes.
But if you are expecting the way that Tyler Glasnow gave us some free base runners, Rangers worked the count at times. Obviously, Mr. Full Count, didn't even know that was his nickname, but love it. Evan Carter. Walking today against Zach Eflin is going to be very tough. He does not walk people. So that's the one thing today is the Rangers are going to have to put the ball in play and get on base by hits because it will be rare that he walks people.
Did you say how many walks he has all year?
Is it 24 or something?
24 in 177 innings.
Yeah, but I just looked at the last 2 months and go, he only walked 7 guys in August and September total in 61 and a third innings.
That is wild.
So you're not going to get walks.
Yeah.
Free base runner. It doesn't mean free swing, but it does mean, hey, when you get a pitch to hit, let's take advantage of it because if you're up there thinking he's not going to challenge you, you're probably wrong. Now, in certain situations, I guarantee you he'll pitch around Corey Seager. Not in the first inning, but if they're second and third and 1 out or second and third and 2 outs, by the way, Semien has to be better today. If he gets opportunities because the bottom of the lineup give you opportunities, you can't go over in that situation. You just can't. Now, I knew he did draw a walk, and so when Seager got the hit, he was able to score on the bad throw, the air that Siri threw into the dugout. But for Marcus Semien, if he gets RBI opportunities, he did a great job this year in those situations, but yesterday he had multiple times to really open up the game and did not get it done. This team has to be carried by Semien and Seager. It doesn't mean the other 7 guys can't do anything. They have to do their job too, but there's a reason Semien and Seager get paid a lot of money, and in these situations, if they get opportunities, those are the guys you desperately want at the plate. They need to come through because when you start asking, nothing against these guys, when you start asking Robbie Grossman and Nate Lowe, maybe like a Leody Taveras, hey, you got to come through in this situation because Semien and Seager didn't come through, you're asking for trouble. So let's go back to Eflin real quick just to give you an idea on what you're going to see because I'm sure you haven't seen him pitch a lot. He does not have very many numbers against any of these Texas Rangers. So this is a little bit of a blind game for the Texas Rangers on, hey, how many times have you faced Eflin? I believe Seager has the most, and that's 7 at-bats against him. Most everybody has not faced him in the Rangers lineup. He throws his sinker at 92.2 miles an hour. At 92.2 miles an hour on average. He has 62 strikeouts on that pitch. His strikeout pitch that he goes to a lot is his curveball. It's a 79 mile an hour curveball. He throws it 26.5%. He has 64 strikeouts on that pitch. So it's a few more than his sinker, but he throws that pitch a little bit less. He throws his sinker 32% of the time. So he will, when he gets ahead, try to put you away with a curveball a lot of times. Here's the good news. The Rangers haven't been hitting high velocity that well lately.
True.
Eflin doesn't throw what you consider in today's game super hard. He lives around 92, 93 miles an hour. We'll see how pumped up he is with 14,000 people at the game today in Tampa Bay. But that's his 2 main pitches. His third pitch, which he'll throw quite a bit, but it's not a strikeout pitch. Only 9 strikeouts on this pitch, 26% of the time his cutter. His cutter's at 88 miles an hour. So just giving you an idea. So as you're getting ready for this game, Zach Eflin, sinker, curveball, cutter. His strikeout pitch is curveball. He does get strikeouts with his sinker. He does not walk people. He does strike out people, but he doesn't throw super hard, and maybe that will help out the Rangers, who have been having trouble with fastballs in the mid to high 90s at the top of the zone lately.
His max exit velocity this year, 115.5. Will Adolis hit 115.5 off the back of his leg at some point today?
I hope not.
Okay.
So, I mean, Glasnow, that's 110, man.
That gotta hurt.
There has to be a bruise there today.
He's probably woke up. He was like, need the ice pack.
All right, my last thing here before we get to Jared Sandler for getting ready for pregame. When I watch today, when I'm watching Nathan Eovaldi, Nate Lowe, Nathan Eovaldi, when I'm watching Eovaldi, is he commanding his fastball on the edges? He has good movement on his fastball. Velocity, I will be watching. It's not the only thing because he does not throw the ball hard enough to just throw it by you a lot. He throws the ball hard. I'm not saying he doesn't throw the ball hard, but he has to be able to execute arm side and glove side. So inside to righties, outside to righties, obviously vice versa if you're facing a left-handed guy. If he can do that, the next pitch that I'm concerned about that I need is a split finger. When he has his split working with his fastball, he can get swings and misses.
Baseball Savant doesn't have a splitter for him. Would his changeup be in that category?
Is that what they?
It's always weird how Baseball Savant is.
It might be a changeup.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, it's fine.
I feel like it moves well enough that I feel like it's a split. So maybe it is a changeup.
I heard Nikowski or Dave Raymond once say that sometimes it registers those two pitches as the same on Baseball Savant. So see, it is his splitter, but it counts as a changeup for whatever reason. And so I was just kind of looking at the numbers here. He has a fastball, changeup, cutter, curve, slider. But I think I've heard CJ and Dave Raymond say on that specific thing, it registers both the changeup and splitter. So
okay, so that's the two pitches. I'm not saying he doesn't need a breaking ball, but if he does not have his fastball command early in this game, then he's toast. And I don't know how quickly you go to Heaney or Perez. I'm just assuming you do that because they are having their lefty lineup in. It's not pure lefties, but they have in their lineup against a righty. They play big situational game in Tampa, and I look at it and go, look, if it's off, let's just immediately get him out. He struggled. He has not come back the same since the injury. So I just don't know how much you want him. I don't think he can eat innings for you either. Like, he's just not a guy who's going to be efficient and eat innings at this point in his injury coming back in 2023. So I would have Heaney or Perez, whoever I'm planning on using today more, be pretty darn ready in maybe that second or third inning if Eovaldi doesn't have it.
All right, man. That's great stuff there from Mike Bassick. Sorry that I interjected so much of the comedy relief. All right, coming up next, though, it is time for baseball, more baseball content. Jared Sandler joins us live from Tropicana Field next on The Fan.
ESPN studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, it is playoff time in Texas.
Thank you very much, Chuck Morgan, for getting us set up for that one. There's also playoff time in Tampa, and that is where our good friend Jared Sandler, who you'll hear on the pre- and post-game show, joins us from right now. He is at the Trop. And, Jared, the environment in that clubhouse, they got to be pretty excited with what they accomplished yesterday.
Yeah, they are. I will tell you, though, it was very loose and business-like. It wasn't like overly so. It wasn't like, oh, we can't smile because, it's playoffs and it's serious. But you wouldn't necessarily think, oh, my gosh, they just, conquered the world or anything. So, I think they got the right mentality and ready to take care of business today, hopefully.
From your seat, when you were watching, I'm going to start with the first play. When the ball was hit, did you go, Evan Carter's going to get that one?
The dive in left?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so off the bat. I just had that confidence that he'll be able to track balls down. He's a center fielder.
Because that's our guy.
Yeah, he's center fielder playing in the corner outfield spot, and he's done such a nice job defensively in a short period of time.
I think I did the right thing. Kevin told me to buy my wife flowers. I decided to buy a $200 Evan Carter rookie card on Friday, so I think I did the right thing.
Didn't you get me a few of those?
We have some not autographed.
Okay.
But we have 200 of them. If you want to just take them in the clubhouse and say, hey, can you autograph these 200? That'd be cool.
We got 200 cards?
I think, no, 100. I think we got 50 apiece. Okay. I think. I'm not 100% sure. Check your text. Okay, next play. When you saw the ball being bunted by Siri and Montgomery made the play, from your point of view, what were you thinking when that ball was in the air?
Well, at first I thought they were going to try and let that one go foul, and I just didn't think Montgomery was going to be able to make the play because, if he tries to make the play and doesn't, then it's a fair ball and it probably rolls away and it becomes chaos. But I did not see that one coming necessarily, but what a play he made. I mean, it was a one of those plays where you laugh about because big guy diving, pitcher making a play, but it was significant too because, like I said, if you're going to try and make that play and you don't, that's how big innings start. And even if he lets that one go foul, who knows what happens with Jose Siri. But to make that play, that totally changed the complexion of that inning and perhaps his outing.
Jared, going back to when we started working together at nights on the pre- and post-game show, you talked about defense and the Astros. You were just talking about how good defensively that team was and how that's a massive part of winning championship baseball. Yesterday, the Rangers and the Rays, they proved that point so well in two completely different directions.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, if I tell you, Corey, that you're going to have 32 outs and I'm only going to have 27 outs, whose odds do you like better, right? The guy that's going to have more outs to play with, and that's essentially what it translates to. The Rangers, I don't know how to compare this group defensively to other groups around the league. Errors is not the only way to measure that sort of thing, but it is a way to measure it. And, I just don't think the Rangers give away many opportunities at getting outs. And, balls that should be outs become outs. And they also don't try and do too much. That ground ball hit in the early stages of the game where Marcus Semien and Corey Seager kind of converged and, Corey ended up not making a throw. That's kind of the big play, too. Because, A, they got to it. It didn't score through. But, B, if he makes that throw, who knows what happens? A runner might come around and score. You make a bad throw. You rush a throw. They seem to more often than not make good decisions. And, I talked about it yesterday. When you play a close game, there are a few different parts of the game that really get emphasized. And the bullpen is the first thing you think about. But that's just not the biggest strength for the Rangers. Doesn't mean they can't get hot and pitch really well, but no one would look at this team after 162 games and say the bullpen's a strength. Well, in other areas, the defensively, and that is a strength, and it came to the forefront yesterday.
I was listening to your post-game show yesterday here on 105.3 The Fan with the G-Bag Nation, and I heard them talking about Aroldis Chapman. Great job yesterday, but they were kind of like, I wouldn't use him tomorrow, and now it's obviously today. But if the Rangers are in a 2-2 or 3-2 ball game and they have to get 12 or 15 outs out of their bullpen to win the game, Jared, it's tough not to use him and say we have 4 or 5 other guys we trust more than Aroldis Chapman on back-to-back days.
100%. And I think ultimately at the end of the day, they are going to ask Aroldis Chapman, once he goes through his pregame routine, how do you feel? And if he says he feels fine, then Aroldis Chapman will absolutely be used today. If he does not, then I don't know that you can use him, because if he's in his head mentally telling you he can't throw, then I don't know that you want to throw that guy out there. But you're right. They need him to be fine. And maybe if Nate Eovaldi goes deep, it lessens it a little bit. But you're right. They're not rife with options that you feel good about in a close game. Now, Bruce Bochy, has been quick to point out that on Thursday in Seattle, while Aroldis Chapman blew the save, he gave up a bloop and a little squirt ground ball that got through. He was not hit hard. What I would tell you, the counter to that is, yes, the numbers are not good. Second day of a back-to-back, second night. But really what I think the biggest issue is, the control just seems to really drop. You look at the on-base percentage for hitters when Aroldis is pitching on no days rest compared to when he's got rest. It's totally different. So, I think ultimately what's really going to happen is they'll find out. And Mike, you can talk about what that process is like. Pitchers will throw. They'll, talk to the pitching coach, maybe the manager. Hey, I'm good. I'm not good, or whatever. But, hopefully the answer from Aroldis Chapman is a thumbs up, and you at least have the option to use him, because, the lack of depth in this bullpen it makes that sort of a road bump a little more of a challenge.
The yesterday when Jonah Heim was held up at third base, does Jonah Heim, he thinks he's the Flash, right? Like he thinks he can score. Was there a conversation regarding that afterwards?
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I think Jonah's super competitive and wanted to get the the green light there, but I'm sure if he could do it differently, he probably wouldn't have reacted that way. I actually don't think that was the wrong decision. I know that we love the idea, hey, runner at first, got to score on a double, especially with 2 outs. But Jonah's not that fast. And, Bruce Bochy even mentioned today, catchers typically don't get faster the longer they have to run. And I just thought with where the ball was and who the fielder is, the throw was on line to Taylor Walls. And Taylor Walls is a really good defensive player. He is not in there for his bat. And I just think that they would have had Jonah at the plate. Now, a really bad throw, and Jonah beats it. But you have Marcus Semien due up next. And I think I'd rather trust Marcus Semien's bat than Jonah Heim's legs. If it's Austin Hedges due up next, then different conversation. The one that I was curious about was the fly ball off of Robbie Grossman's bat in the 5th when the Rangers were up 4-0, because Randy Arozarena does not have a good arm. But you have Corey
His mom
Seager.
does.
God, does she ever? My goodness. That did not translate to Randy. And I think if there was one out, maybe B sends Corey Seager. They held him. But I actually thought Tony Beasley made the right decision in that moment, not sending Jonah Heim.
All right, man. We will get more baseball action live from the Trop coming up next here on the K&C Masterpiece as we set you up for Rangers-Rays playoff time here in Texas on the Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, Rangers Game 2, and
is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, it is playoff time in Texas.
Back here on the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan as we get you ready for playoff time in Texas as the Rangers and the Rays are getting after it today. Coming up at 2:08 will be first pitch. Mike, you did say it is on ABC later or on TV.
Yeah.
It'll be right here on 105.3 The Fan as we get rolling. Let's head back out to the Trop and let's talk with Jared Sandler. I did want to go ahead, Mike.
So, Jared, I want to ask you about Eovaldi today. Obviously, he's been inconsistent since he's come off of the injured list. Bochy's a Hall of Fame manager, and this is what makes him a Hall of Fame manager. He makes the right decisions at the right times. What do you think his decision's going to be if Nate Eovaldi gets into some tough situations, let's say around the third inning? Do you think he's going to say, I have to have him work out of this, or he'll get a guy ready as soon as possible to get Eovaldi out of the situation?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. So first of all, I think, with Eovaldi, not to oversimplify, fastball command's huge, specifically glove side. It just seems like the cutter plays up and really the splitter plays up. That splitter's such a good pitch for him. Guys are hitting under 200, but it tends to play better when he can command both sides of the plate, east-west, with that fastball. Now, if he's not doing that, I think some of that decision, Mike, is how is he executing his pitches?
Yeah.
But I was talking to Eric and Matt about this. I think we are conditioned to want a starter to go deep, right? And over the course of a regular season, you need it. But in this type of a game against this team, I wonder if you almost, in certain situations, can play to your own advantage if your starter doesn't go deep. Now, if they're going to do what Jordan Montgomery did, different story. But, I heard you talking about it earlier. Tampa Bay has their lineup out right now to beat a righty. But they're locked and loaded with 6 on the bench, some of whom will come in the minute the Rangers go to the bullpen, say, to bring in a lefty. Well, if Eovaldi goes 6 innings and then you bring in a lefty, you make those moves and you don't worry about, that coming back around to bite you, because in theory, after 6 innings, you might get 1, maybe 2 more at-bats. But if you make that move in the third and you go to Heaney or Perez, and now all of a sudden Tampa starts making moves, and you come back around, say, in the 7th, and you got a righty back out there, it's not like these guys can't hit righties, but you clearly have created the advantage back. So for that reason, if you guys follow me, I don't think it would be a tough decision to pull Nathan Eovaldi early if he gets caught in a spot, and there is a matchup advantage that the Rangers can create in a big moment early that could also then recreate those advantages later on. Does that make sense?
Jared, you still there, buddy?
I'm here. I thought I was just rocking. I looked. I was like, did that make sense? And Matt turns and looks like, yeah, that made sense. And then you guys weren't there, and I thought, man, did they fell asleep or what?
We had a test of the emergency wireless emergency alert system. So that
well,
did happen.
I said some awesome stuff.
You pretty much said, we got to the point where you said you think he would take out Eovaldi to bring in the lefty, and then that's when the emergency alert system went off.
Was that a sign? Do you think that's an emergency alert if they have to go to the bullpen that early?
Maybe so, but But I tell you what, Sandler, you made a good point. You're saying if you go to a lefty early and then they use their guys off the bench, the righties off of the bench, and then you go back to a righty, let's say in the 5th or 6th inning, now they can't readjust.
Yeah, no, and so that's why I think that if you're Bruce Bochy, it maybe wouldn't be a tough decision to make that move early, to win that moment early in the game, and then possibly put yourself in a position to recreate advantages later. And the Rangers have length, right? They got an off day if they need it on Friday. They've got length in their bullpen. And another thing, guys, Dane Dunning's available out of the bullpen today. He very well might start tomorrow. but they're not going to worry about tomorrow until they get there if needed. Dane Dunning is available out of the Rangers bullpen.
Fantastic stuff, Jared. Thank you so much for joining us today. Hopefully,
sorry about the emergency. Blame it on Biden.
Hopefully you get the day off tomorrow, Jared, and we can just celebrate a win, man. All right?
Let's do it, guys. Can't wait.
There he goes, Jared Sandler. He'll be on the pregame show and the postgame show for you right here on 105.3 The Fan. Heard him yesterday with G-Bag. It was awesome content. You need to call in. Just do those what you drinking, what you thinking kind of things right after the game today. It'll be an absolute blast. For Mike
One inning at a time. It's a 9-inning game, 1 inning at a time.
For Mike Bassick, I'm Corey Majors. Thanks for listening to us here on the K&C Masterpiece. Hope y'all enjoy some baseball in Texas.
RJ Chiappi here for the great team at